Okay, here we go. Me and Ron and I don't know how many people. MFM. 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 Yes, Lord. MFM, baby. Mm. Hey, how you doing, Tommy? I'm waiting for Ron. Let me see. MFM, everybody, we gotta get this money. We gotta get this justice. I'm serious. I got to turn this another way. I didn't know I had to do it this way. You didn't tell me that, Twitch. Hold on one second. How is everybody? Peace, peace and love, and all those wonderful things. MFM to everyone. I am trying to see if I can do a new thing I've never done before. I've never done Twitch, talk shows and podcasts. Share to, but I want to send this. I would send it to direct message. No. Share to your story. Share to Oh yeah, MFM everybody. I'm just trying to figure this thing out real fast. Can I send this to Twitter? Okay. I'm letting people know I'm on Twitter. Let me see. I can put it on my news feed. Post. Share to. How is everybody getting this thing done? I'm learning this thing. Okay, everybody. Okay, yes, we need our MFM. I got 5 requests. I didn't know that. Hey, brother Ron.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. What the heck is bothering me?
White woman.
Can't beat much because we all be. Let's try to check it out so we get into the meat of the program. Okay, sound good. Welcome, family. Another wonderful, entertaining, educated edition of We All Be. I'm your host for the empowerment segment, Brother Ron, also known as R2C2H2 the Artivist. Just trying to close out this year, 2020. Like a friend of mine said recently, the new curse word is 2020. Well, I'll be 2020. But 2020, 2020, 2020. I don't know if Esther Roll could pull that off on Good Times and say that 2020. I don't know. But we're about to wrap it up. But I don't know, just because we in 1 year. 2020 is hindsight. 21 it means it's legal. Whatever they do to us in 21 is all legal. Welcome to martial law land. But this is Brother Ron. We got a special one for you all. Thank you for spending time with us on this New Year's Eve to bring in 21. So we're going to talk about a little bit of everything. This year, it's like a lot of happened. Like it was a marathon and a sprint. But if you can make it to 21, then you are truly a living legend, no matter who you are. You're a shining star, no matter who you are. I'm in Memphis, Maurice White. The visionary behind that, he went to school just down the block from where I'm doing this broadcast. Booker T. Washington High School in South Memphis. So, yeah, you're a shining star and also you're a living legend to make it 21. So, before we get started, I got some special guests on here with me. Read the disclaimer. I believe in the First Amendment, but I'm going to read the disclaimer. The views expressed by hosts and guests on the We All Be TV platform are not the official views, opinions, beliefs, or perspectives of We All Be News or the We All Be Group Incorporated. We All Be News is an organization that thoroughly believes in supplementing the information narrative that is usually supplied by the corporate news entities with those viewpoints and expressions which may be marginalized or ignored for a plethora of reasons. We are about informing the general public on alternative perspectives.
His voice is really low.
And information.
Okay, y'all, I'm about to do this show with Ron Hurd. How is everybody? It's just 25 minutes from 2021. My motto is in 2021, God's will be done. I want everybody, hello into the Twitch, all of you everywhere, all over the world. I want this to be a better year coming for people than what it was. Let me just pour myself a little bit of water. Crystal Geyser. You can get it from the dollar store. Again, MFM and who y'all gonna call? I'm calling Coon Busters. Man, y'all have no idea. I hardwired the computer so I could get video and sound. So thank you. Whenever you tell me something, I'm learning that I have to be hardwired. Do I know George Floyd? Oh, well, wow, look at that. That's interesting. Hold on one second. What is this person here?
Dr. Carmen Johnson, how you doing today? Or tonight?
I am blessed. How are you?
I'm on. I'm still alive. I'm a living legend. If you can make it to 21, you're a living legend, no matter who you are.
Absolutely.
So I want to ask you, because I know.
Okay. I'll get back to him. If Trump gets his second term, we'll be good. I don't know who Ms. Whatever 700, but it's kind of cool. The only people that believe in monkeys are monkeys themselves. So whoever this person is, I couldn't give a flying damn about you. And so, and whenever anyone wants to talk about monkeys, do your research, you stupid subhumanoid racist, that the Neanderthal, not the real human, is super. It's not in the people from where I'm from. It's Danny Boy says, you should tell me you're the monkey. When did you learn to talk? When did you learn to show how stupid you are? When did you learn to to expose your inferior intellect? Good luck with that. If you're in one of those countries where you don't even have toilets, you're in one of those shithole countries, enjoy yourself. And I'm certainly hoping that you don't get a green card to come here. So, yeah, monkeys. God made monkeys, but he didn't make you. You're a child of Satan. You're a Satanist. You will burn in hell in eternity. You will suffer torment because you're ungodly. Someone's trying to insult me, folks, in Twitch. And I think it's one of these inferior people, one of these people who has Neanderthal genes. They haven't done their DNA research. Yeah. And you got cum. And so that's wonderful. Okay, so where are these very degenerate people? My, I want to know who this person is. Let me see. Let's see. Let me do something for a second. I'm learning about these little people in here. Okay. 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 Wonderful. Okay. I can also do that. I love it. So, I love this. This is very cool. And so, let me see. Hmm. Yeah. All these degenerate people. Well, thank God for venereal disease. It will absolutely wipe out a lot of people. Not soon enough for me. Hold on one second. Okay. I'm just experimenting with this platform. Let me see. Okay. Let me go back on that. Okay. Let me see this. Okay. I wonder how to use this. Aha. I'm almost done. Okay. I don't know what that thing is, but if it's too confusing, I'm not curious. So if we're going to use language, let it be something I understand. How about that? Um, I don't know what this is. If it's nonsense, I don't put up with it. Okay. Oh, I see. There you go. Bye. Some isn't that nice? There was some Nazi type person that was on. How is everybody? Now I got to deal with something. I got a challenge for a second. Um, I'm not going to do this show if they put me on with other people. Hold on one second. I got to call Ashira. And I got to call her up and talk to her for a second. Forgive me. You know, Ron's being stupid. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that show with that broad on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was listening and wondering when you were coming in.
Yeah, well, I'll wait for her ass to go.
Oh.
I'm not doing that. She's been trying to use all my friends and this other stuff. I'm not going. Ron is disrespecting me. This whole pussy begging thing. I don't understand why people have to be such simps about that. If I don't want to deal with someone, male or female, I just
Yeah. What in the world is all of that about?
I don't know when people do stupid stuff.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me see. What is this? Hold on a second.
Okay, y'all. Now, I'm thinking to start with if I don't hear from someone, if someone doesn't show that. By the way, the little Nazis are mad. Somebody accidentally got blocked. I'm trying to figure out how to unblock someone.
Say what now? Wait, hold on one second. I think, the power got my cats out here screaming. I was wondering what was that noise. I was like, what the hell?
I may have to go and give me 1 second, y'all.
Okay. Y'all out here screaming.
I don't hear screaming.
No, that's what I'm saying. I hear my cats out here screaming because of the fireworks. Yeah. Sounded like a baby. I thought somebody dumped a baby outside.
Yeah, I have to deal with something real fast.
Okay.
No, what I have to do is someone came on, one of these little Nazis came on and said some stuff. I really don't have time to talk to. They were trying to get on the page and act stupid, and I have no problem like not talking to people. It's not my interest. I get kind of annoyed with people. I don't have time to debate you.
Oh no, I don't have time to debate. Oh, these fireworks out here.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have time.
Okay. Everybody, I'm about to, if I don't do the program that I plan to do, it's not because I don't want to do it. It's probably because sometimes people do stuff, you don't mix company with me. So let me know, don't invite me and then do that. I won't do that. In fact, I won't show up on this show. I won't do it.
Well, so I know I was listening and wondering what's going on.
Yeah, well, he should talk to her, and he can talk to her all he wants. I don't care. Don't impose people on me. This is a problem I have where people disrespect me.
Right on. Oh, brother. You want to have her on and she could keep up there knowing that the two of you have a show. Gosh. But yeah, I have a Twitch. Go back.
I got some nasty comments from people, some racists or Asians or whoever's on there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know monkeys could talk and all this. It's some white supremacist type people. So yeah, on Twitch, there are a bunch of racists on there. That's okay. I don't necessarily need them.
No, but there's plenty of other people out there on Twitch that have political talk channels, and they're making lots of money. I mean, people just donate crazy amounts of money to people on Twitch just to watch them play video games.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to play video games, but I'm trying to think. How do I fix this? I blocked the wrong person on here. I do block people fast as hell. I really do. I don't like I don't give people a lot of foolishness. Okay, everybody. I'm trying to see what I can do about this one. And I don't know how to unblock someone but I'm not in the mood for foolishness. I thought I was blocking the little Nazi person. Playlist, analytics, comments. Wow, comments haven't responded. Hold on one second. Where is this? See, I'm going to do something else. Let me change my focus right now. I'm going to do this differently. Yeah.
that you're changing your focus. Right.
I just told Ron, my message to Ron is, I never screw you. Why do this? He said, I had her on. I'm not screwing you. He said, I told you I don't deal with her. You didn't tell me. I would have declined. Peace. See your ass later, Ron. Don't do that. That's the same shit that bitch does for Judge Joe Brown. You don't want to be with, and they put it on anyway. It's just not the way. I don't put people that don't want to be around each other. Give people their space.
Yeah. Give them that space, baby.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, y'all. We got to change the program. And that's okay. There are other things to do. Let me reach out. Stay on the phone. We can do this. I can add you to stream. You ready to come into StreamYard Black Rose? We'll do our own thing. But I'm absolutely not going to deal with that. I don't like that.
That's right.
I don't do that.
Okay, well, let me get my
I'm going to call
area together.
Okay, and I'm going to bring someone in. We're going to be doing the year, but I'm not going to do it with Brother Ron. I'm sorry, folks. One of the people that they have on the show, I've elected not to work with. You'll learn a lot of things when you work or do stuff with people, that they're people who are sometimes not fully, they're not transparent. They don't tell you where they're coming from. They're gaming. And I am not going to be played. I don't care if you have a skirt or pants on. If you try to get over, they can run through all the people that they know. It will never come here. If you don't have any integrity, or if you've got deceit or something in your past, and you get caught, you do you. I'm not going to bother them, but I don't want anything to do with them. I don't care who they go to. I got to have a quick conversation, sisters, about Black men and how profoundly simp and pathetic a lot of Black men are.
Okay.
You can give someone a warning, a Black man a warning about a Black woman that's got an issue. You don't have to say much, just say there's a challenge there. And they discount it out of hand because you're a man, like they're a woman. And things go okay with them at first. And then when they get screwed by that person, they will want to come back and talk to you about it. I'm simply not charitable like that. If I told you something in advance to shield you from something, and you elect to piss on the advice, I'm not mad at you. I'm not going to advise. Go. Right now, I just don't have a tremendous amount of patience for anything that's stressful. Stressful personalities, people, too much of that, it's not good. It doesn't match up. Especially when you're getting old, you get tired very quickly of things. And a lot of people that are younger, they haven't gotten as tired of stuff as someone older has. So you don't want to repeat the cycle. So it's sort of like when someone says, like there was a little stupid person on this thing. They were racist. The white folks were mad about the broadcast I did. It hurt their feelings that I explained that the Nazis are simp queers. And it's their problem. It's documented. I didn't do it. So what I did was I blocked them. And I don't have a problem blocking people. I believe that God is a God of abundance. For that person that would like to go back and forth with negativity, I get blessed with 60 to 70 people that I could actually communicate with. So I'm not addicted to numbers, although numbers are good. Numbers are great. I mean, what I'd like to ultimately have would be 10% of what I see other people having. They really, and so, but yeah, the little Nazi person put up some really stupid commentary, and I don't even go on to white people's web pages or any of that. I just don't have time for it. So if you do stupid stuff, I'll block it like super fast, and just this world's got 7, 8, 9 billion people. Find someone else to talk to.
Find somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even mad. So I had a little Jewish person last night try to come in and start stuff, and they got blocked. I mean, I'm part Jewish. Okay, I know, so yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Dr. Halls. It's all good. That person, I saw somebody looked and I said, this person has a bunch of stupid verbiage up there. It's some white male who can't find anybody. And so they figure they can bother or molest someone black. That's how that is. And I just block them. They can't believe someone black doesn't want to talk to them. Like, don't you want to plead that you're human and argue the cause of your people? To who you white trash? You don't even run anything. The only good that you serve is to defend the very white folks who want to wipe you out with eugenics. We're going to get into that. Anyway, Happy New Year to you, Eric. Happy New Year. How long have I known you, Eric Shanks? Since about 85 or 86? Wow. Yeah, Eric, they're Nazis that are mad. I've been talking about the Nazis being queer. Well, and Hitler being a deviant. And so it's true. I mean, and y'all need to know that. So let me see. I'm going to reach out to one person and see if they will do. Hang on, Sister Latoya. Not Latoya, but Ashira. I'm going to see if I can get
Black Rose. Black Rose.
I'm sorry. You know what I'm doing. Anyway, let me get this thing. Yeah, 86. Guess what, y'all? I've got some other stuff on eugenics. I'm going to bring that up, but I'm going to see if I can get somebody in Chicago to just talk about Lori.
I like what you call it. Larry what?
Larry Dykefoot.
Larry Dykefoot.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Larry Dykefoot.
Yeah. People, by the way, I don't invite. If you ever do this, respect the sensibilities. If I don't want to be bothered with someone, or if I'm like tired, like I'm kind of tired, y'all. I just am. A little bit of fatigue. Maybe it's a holiday. Maybe it's the sunspots. Whatever it is. I'm like, no. Sometimes you need to just have like peace. A lot of people don't understand. Dealing with other human beings requires energy. Now, Mr. Shanks here, I've known him since 1986. And you'd be amazed at how much energy people draw off of you if they've got lots of concerns and problems and things. And everybody's got problems these days with this COVID. It's made everything bizarre and crazy, And understand that for people to even deal with you, it takes time and energy. A lot of people take that for granted, right? And so, but I especially don't have time for racists. If I see black folks trying to win people over, I don't do that. You hate me, fine. I don't like you either. In fact, I actually dislike you with the justification and cause. It's many centuries old. So I have pure conscience of disliking people. And someone said something to me in Twitch. I said something back to them. Their feelings were hurt. They're the ones that started it. So let me see. I've got to pull. I'm going to pull my person in. And I'm going to get see if I can get my brother Randy here and just have him on because he's a wealth of knowledge. And let me get him right now. Because I mean I don't need a whole lot, man. Let me see if I can catch this good brother out of Chicago. Yeah, vampire personalities, they do drain. They make you tired. And they don't, most people, they don't understand. When you see them coming, like, I know folks, if they call you, it wears you out to talk to them. And
telephone number 773.
Okay, I didn't get them. I'm going to reach out to one more. And if not, I'm going to do a eugenics thing. But can we talk quickly? How have y'all found 2020? And I'm going to have this by voice. Pretty soon we're going to have a blog for this so we can just chat. I feel like calling my crazy friend. Hold on, let me call Maurice. See if I can get, this guy is more conservative than me.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man, look, I'm doing my broadcast, and I was wondering if you would be interested, without your name being told, to talk about what you see with, the pandemic. How do you feel about that?
Sure.
Okay.
As long as my name is.
No, your name it's not going to be in there. So, all right. And there's a little bit of an echo. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear the echo.
Now, what can I do? Is it because I've got two phones next to each other?
Oh, yeah, probably so. What are you on? Oh, yeah, because I can hear myself.
So, yeah, can you join me on StreamYard Black Rose? Because we're going to talk about 2020.
Okay, on StreamYard. Oh, I think you have to send me the link, right?
Yeah, I'm going to send you right now.
Okay, send me the link.
We're going to get this moving, y'all. And so all of us can chat. And there's some kind of echo. I guess when she comes off, it'll stop. Can you hear me?
I'll come up now. Send me the screen.
Okay, it's on its way. Okay. Hello?
Yes.
It's still what's that? There's something on the back of your phone. Do you hear it?
No, that's the fireworks.
The what?
Fireworks, man. I live in Baltimore. They're going to be shooting all night long, man.
Hold on 1 second. See what we can do about that. Because I'm going to pull up something and copy the clipboard. I don't know why that's making that. God, it's not going to sound good on here. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm wondering if they'll hear you if I take you off of speaker. Are you on speaker too?
Yes.
Do you have to be on speaker?
No.
Can you drop your speaker?
Is that better?
Yes. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm sorry. We had a slight issue. There is a person whose name I'm not mentioning. And then one of the people I've just had to sort of like give a vacation this year. I need vacation. I need peace of mind. And I was asked to go on the show, and then I see someone I'm not trying to deal with. And the person should have been kind enough to tell me, oh, the person that you don't want to deal with, I'm interviewing them too. And my thing is, nah. And by the way, it's a female, and the man's male. And I don't understand black men and dishonesty around women. If a man didn't like a female that I knew or I dealt with, I wouldn't mix the company out of respect for both persons. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
But instead of doing that, you invite me long before you invite her, and then I look on and I see her there, and you know this. And so it's like, nah, I'm not doing the show. Mm-mm. If I tell you I don't want to have to be bothered with something, I don't want to. A lot of brothers feel like they can always handle everything, and that's how they get fucked up in the courts when divorce and this shit comes along. And you got your wife or whoever has a friend who's taking notes on everything you say, so they can conspire to jack you up. And they say, "Well, she's okay, she's all right." And then when they're stabbed all up, they're all bitter. You've seen this, haven't you? I'll call you Be My Brother. Have you ever seen that where a
Oh
woman's
yeah, I
just
saw a
jacked?
lot of foolishness like that, especially in college. And the funny thing is, I believe those people still engage in those actions. And it's like there's a lot of third party conversation when they go back to the girl and he said this.
It's not going to be a third party here. I'll do a package deal. I'm willing to not talk to 4 people to avoid speaking to one. That person's super toxic. If 4 people have to go to get rid of the one, out they go. So I absolutely don't have any patience with that. Now, brother, we were talking, and we've been through this all year. I don't know when the sister's going to show up, but we've been talking about the illnesses, and you have an insight into this pandemic, and I want people to basically hear what you're saying. In fact, maybe I can interview you as a person that knows a little bit about what's going on, because you've got a pretty good command of things. Now, let's do this real fast. Sir, what do you
Yes,
think? Is this pandemic real or is it false?
I think it's a psychological operation.
So you think it's a psych op. Okay, I agree. And let me do this disclaimer just so they don't mess with my channel. The views and opinions expressed by guests on this platform do not necessarily represent the views or opinions of Dr. Randy Short, Coon Busters, the Randy Lancaster or Randy Short YouTube channels, or any other social media. So, all of you jackasses in Silicon Valley who are sticklers about bothering anybody black with 2 wits of sense, please note that if someone comes on here and says something that offends you, I might or might not agree. Don't assume it's mine, even though they're guests on my platform. And enjoy your vaccinations. Unhappy New Year to you bastards. Okay, continue speaking.
Well, they're leaving clues all over the place, and that's exactly what it is.
Clues. Could you give an example of clues that this is a psych op?
Sure. If I was watching the news and listening to a gentleman, a representative from Pfizer, they were talking about how the vaccine was going to be made. And they basically, to sum it all up, said, "Oh, we're going to take a bunch of other vaccines that we already have, test them on people, and if that makes a certain antibody, then we know we have the right mix." I'm saying, well, from all the other stuff I read, China, they never gave the United States or Australia, you guys can look this up, a copy of the virus.
So the United States doesn't have a copy of the virus that they're trying to get a vaccine for.
Correct. And the same thing happened with Australia. And what I find funny is that there's more of this news on Australia online, where basically Australia asked China for a copy of the virus, and China stopped buying their coal.
Hold it, baby. Hold on. You're saying that when the Australians asked for the Wuhan, when they asked for the communist Chinese virus copy,
CCP virus.
right?
Yeah.
CCP virus. When they asked for it, the Chinese decided to wage economic warfare against Australia.
Correct. And China has been buying up their water and other things to go along with it. And their number one export was coal. And if you go back,
Here it is. I've got it. Here it is.
so you found it?
Okay, here we go. Okay, let me read it to you. This is from the Sydney Morning Herald. I'm going to type this up, brother, so I can see this. Look, everybody has heard that, and Trump has been calling this the CCP virus. Okay.
That is the proper name for it.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's called the CCP virus?
Yes. So the rest of the world calls it the CCP virus. We here because
Of political correctness.
Right. We call it COVID-19. Everybody else calls it CCP virus.
Okay, so I did CC. You know, most people tell you that you were racist or that you hated people for saying that. So it's called the CCP virus in most places.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how to look for this so you can see this. So they have, in order to make the vaccine, you need to have the original virus to make a vaccine. Okay, I think I get that, right? Is that what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not a doctor, but I believe so. The United States nor Australia got an actual copy of the virus.
Okay, so that's one thing, and so Australia doesn't have it. I noticed that Australia has said no to Pfizer. I don't know if they did it for Moderna. Did they say no they said no to the Pfizer vaccine? I think you're aware of that, right?
No, I'm not. But I will also say that Egypt and a few other countries just came out and said, look, we beat the virus, everything's all over with. They just left it alone.
So Egypt has said no. Wow. That there are doctors in Germany and all over Europe that are saying no more human experimentation for vaccinations. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't. But part of the problem with these vaccinations making people sick, from some of the internet research I've done, is because one, they were using cancer cells to make some of the viruses.
They were using cancer. They were using cancer cells to make the vaccines. Cancer.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they use that to make the COVID vaccine. And also, they were using fetal tissues from the aborted babies.
Right. So they were using fetal tissue from aborted babies. I heard the Catholic Church said that they wouldn't support a vaccine that had the tissues of aborted babies. A lot of y'all know abortion's murder. I hate abortion. It's evil. If you've killed a baby, you need to repent for God. It's whether you were broke or not, you killed a life inside of you. We need to hold evidence.
But sure, here's the funny thing about that. You had Catholic hospitals that were performing abortions in certain states.
Of course, if they were on black people, of course.
So, I mean, There's a lot of finger pointing going around.
So yeah, we'll repeat that. That Catholic hospitals perform abortions quietly,
Correct.
and they have a lot of hospitals. You couldn't have abortion. Let me tell you, I told you the story earlier today. I was up at Catholic University, which is no more than, say, a mile from my house. And they were trying to get black people to show up for the anti-abortion protest. And I hate abortion. It's murder. Anybody knows that. I've said for decades. I don't change. It's wrong. Okay. And if my dad, who's no longer here, my dad said to me, I don't know if it's true or not, but my dad claimed that my grandmother got over 12 abortions, the old bad kind. And my grandmother died at the age of 40. I never met my grandmother. I absolutely hate abortion. It just, you can't make it rape. I mean, just none of that means nothing to me. I think my family's still suffering from this legacy of abortion. A lot of black people are suffering. A lot of black people have no idea what we lost, killing millions of each other. And by the way, the more babies we kill, we haven't made any more institutions, any brighter decisions, no new inventions. In fact, we've been killing the inventors and the people with the solutions because we see babies as a fuck trophy curse instead of a blessing from the Most High. I'm not just real talk. That's how we treat babies. And it's a shame. It's a scandal in Black America that we function like this. But they've got aborted baby tissue and the vaccines. And it's sad because they use aborted baby tissues for food and other things. A lot of people don't know this. Are you back on speaker? Because I hear that echo.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, now somebody's saying China suffers the worst power blackouts in a decade on post-coronavirus export coal shortage. Well, Brian, the Chinese, according to my brother over here in Baltimore, and I saw the article from the newspaper that they are not buying coal from Australia. There are also some issues. Australia said no to the Chinese setting up some naval things or wanted to run their submarines around Australia. They don't want it. So they've said no to the Chinese. So I guess the Chinese have many reasons to be angry at Australia. It's going to be very interesting because the white people there in Australia have completely dogged out and tormented the black people in Australia. They've really messed the black people there over. I've been to Australia once in my life, decades and decades ago. And the hatred that a lot of those white Australians had for black people, black Australians, was incredibly stiff.
Australia's a very weird place. You know that rape rate is out of control.
Yeah, but did you know that Australia has? Yeah, they have a high rate of rape. But But the men down there don't even know how to talk to women. Let me tell you, you'd have to be a black teenager and be in Australia and have white girls follow you 2-3 miles home singing. I swear to you. And it's not like you want sisters here to treat you that way, but it's that, this is why I talk to a lot of folks about relationships and how we're functioning. It was quite interesting to be in junior high school here in the U.S. and you couldn't even make friends to some of the sisters. They were so hostile. I'm just saying. Go to another country, a racist white country, and basically the white ladies, buying you shit. It's like, my God, this is nuts.
I've had those conversations.
Why is it that the minute that I leave America, people are very interested in you, and while you're in America, a lot of the folks are disinterested in you, and I'm thinking, and I'm not someone out there running after trying to pick up everyone. I'm never like that. That's not how I see the world as a believer in God. But there's something wrong over here. That I'm serious. They'd walk home from school and the girls would sing and do all kinds of stuff. I mean, they once we're here, they'd fly over from Australia just to see you. And you have people here who can't do a return call. And one of the things I concluded, the men in Australia, a lot of them were awkward with women, didn't know how to treat women, didn't have to. Basically, these were, and white guys were very, very uncomfortable with you as a black male because you're polite and respectful to the young women there. They loved you. The white guys hated your guts. Why don't you talk to your female with some respect? And in this country, having respect doesn't count, which is why I often say when we talk about pork chop feminism, a lot of people are spoiled. And in spite of being spoiled, prefer the bad boys. But that's not the conversation I want to have. I want to just say in Australia, if they have a lot of rape, I wouldn't be surprised. The other thing I would say to you about Australia is that they lead the world in terms of men getting sex changes. And they're ahead of it. You want to go to a place where you better make certain it's a woman, because there are a whole lot of people over there that have changed, and they've been working. They were doing convincing sex changes. Wow, almost 40 years ago when I was there. Just to say to you, so they're no good. But let's keep going. Talk to me some more. When we talk about this pandemic, how many people per thousand die from this thing?
Well, here's the funny thing. Fauci actually put out a paper, I believe it was back in March, that basically said that 99% of the people who die from it have 2 to 3 existing comorbidities. And it has a 99.99% survival rate.
99.99% survival rate. And you're saying that when people do get this COVID, they've got like 3 or more life-threatening potential illnesses or proclivities, right? Like
Correct.
Diabetes, congestive heart failure, this, that, the other, right?
Actually, to be more specific, because the average age is 85. So if you look at the numbers, right, and this was just me doing some doodling one day, a lot of people with diabetes actually die before the age of 85. So you would actually tie more to heart disease. But here's where it gets real tricky, right? When people are in nursing homes and they're bedridden, their immune system goes into a certain state where their T cells get really, really low. Okay? When your T cells get really, really low and your white blood, you don't have enough white blood cells and all that. You can die from a cold, you can die from a flu, you can die from COVID. Those are the people who are dying from COVID. Here's where it gets trickier. A bunch of viruses hit their body all at the same time when they reach that state. So it's not only COVID that they're being exposed to, it's the flu, it's colds, it's bacterial infections. And that's how they die. So supposedly this vaccine should be reserved for those people. However, some of the experts are saying it may only give these people an extra 6 months of life.
You're saying the vaccine may only help people for 6 months after if they have COVID?
Yeah, so you're in a nursing home, you're truly immunocompromised. When I say immunocompromised, I'm not talking about these people who are running around saying, "Oh, I'm immunocompromised, so I can't." No, you're in a nursing home. You're bedridden. You might have Alzheimer's. You're immunocompromised. They give you the COVID-19 vaccination. It may only prolong your life for 6 months.
Okay. Wow. So now tell me something else. So how many people do you think have died from this pandemic? Is it the number that they're saying, or is it lower?
Let me put it to you this way. A couple months ago, the U.S. military, when they did their counts, they said they only maybe had 7 active duty members die from it.
Just 7. I think, what, there 2 million people in the United States Armed Services?
Correct.
So 7 out of 2 million?
Yep.
Man, you'll have that many mass shootings by crazy enlisted men and women. I'm just saying.
Right. So
that's Fort Hood 2 times.
Right. So in Fauci's paper, I can't remember the exact number, but man, if I had to guess, maybe at best 4,000 people, 3,000 people.
So it's not.
But it's
not hundreds of thousands of people.
No, and it'd be really hard to count because. Okay, so here's the other problem. You have scientific method, right?
Mm-hmm.
When someone dies, you can only go off of what happened when they came into the hospital, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these cases are very suspect because they're not doing autopsies on these people.
That's correct.
So someone goes to the hospital for COVID. They get treated for COVID. They die. The doctor says they died from COVID. Well, the person may have also had a heart attack, a stroke. The person may just have tested positive for COVID, but whatever was ailing him had nothing to do with COVID. So because you can't do an autopsy, that's what they're going off of. But the people who set this up, I believe, did that on purpose.
Now, what about these mutants? Here's the thing that's concerning me. This man, Bryant, said COVID mutants too fast for vaccination to work. I don't even know if the vaccination doesn't kill the virus. That's one issue. You've got hydroxychloroquine and zinc kill the virus. But they've said no to hydroxychloroquine, and they're ignoring ivermectin.
I believe that's solely a business decision.
Yeah, I think it's a business decision because hydroxychloroquine, not only is it a good medicine, I mean, it's safe. It's been around and still has ivermectin.
Well, you also have to realize this, right? And this is the business side of medicine. When it comes down to health insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, things of that nature. Once you become a ward of the state, which means you're on Medicaid, Medicare, and or Obamacare, which is basically an expansion of Medicaid. You're in a nursing home, things like that. You're not costing the state and the federal government combined $300,000 or $400,000 if you're in a nursing home.
It'd be better for them to bump you off.
Right. So why give you something that's going to make you live for 6 months
or 6 years?
Correct. Because now at this point, it's a business.
So is it euthanasia? You think they're going to euthanize all these old white people?
Here's the problem. The old white people are probably more apt to have long-term care insurance.
Uh-huh.
It's the old black people who don't.
Mm. Mm.
You have to realize some older people, even if they're in their 80s, are still worth a lot of money because in their name and in their investments, they're still creating. Although they're just sitting in a house, they're still creating money.
Let me help you for a second, because I will give you that these people have money and all, but the vast majority of people, regardless of race, retire into poverty. They're not well off, which means that the vast majority of these old people that are broke are white. And so there's going to be a culling of the herd. I mean, of course, you're going to get black people. That's always the case. But for this, it's going to hit white people in an incredible way. I mean, have you ever been anywhere and seen all white people with gray hair? It looks like a cotton field with clothes on. I mean, it's a lot of really old white people around here. I'm just saying, lots. I'm not mad. I'm not for euthanasia. I don't wish any ill to anybody. And I'm looking at what this brother said, that there are 23 mutations of COVID. Oh my God. I mean, this is like Motown with a new record every week.
And see, the funny thing is, if you look at the COVID stats,
they're confusing.
No, they actually aren't. It's funny, right? So you catch COVID, and what, 40 to 50% of the people won't even know they have it? So what's the point of getting tested for it?
That's because they want to scare people. This is about selling medication and other stuff. You keep seeing it. Because if most people are asymptomatic and there's not, if it's asymptomatic, it means you're not going to get sick. Yeah.
Correct.
So
which means you're also immune.
Well, then what's the, like you said, what's their damn point?
Right. So the numbers I've been looking at, between 80, some reports are saying 80, some reports are saying 90% of the population is immune to COVID because it looks like the common cold. Now, that doesn't mean you won't have symptoms. That means your body knows what it is, you get a runny nose, and you fight it off.
Here's the thing. I believe that I was exposed to COVID last year when I was in Baltimore. And this thing made me so tired, you could barely get out of bed. Sinuses, fever, all this stuff. And I'd never had anything like that. And I agree. The thing that bugs me, folks, everybody listening, is when they say it's COVID, but when you see all the tests and everything, they talk about SARS. Is it SARS or is it COVID? I mean, why do you switch the name of the damn disease? I mean, just where is the...
So what the name means is SARS-CoV-2. So what they're saying is it's a coronavirus with a SARS component.
How did the coronavirus get the SARS component if they're two different species?
Ooh, that's above my pay grade.
It's not above mine. That's called gain of function. Somebody added SARS and MERS with COVID and spliced them together. Yeah, the gain. No, that's how else, because they talk about this COVID. Wear a mask, do this. Okay, I agree. Wear a mask, do all that, whether that works or not, just to make you happy. But you mean when I have COVID, I get tested for SARS? Seems like I've got SARS, not COVID. Then treat me for SARS. Why are you saying COVID if it's SARS? Can't y'all tell a straight story about this?
Well, that's why I said I think it's a psychological operation.
Okay, now someone says SARS is the virus, COVID is a disease. I disagree.
Correct.
Wait a minute. I have to disagree because there's a coronavirus. And you mean there's no coronavirus and it's actually the SARS virus? See how it starts to get crazy? Like, wait a minute. I'm just going by what these bastards are saying.
Oh,
They're saying when you say there's SARS, there's MERS, there are different variations of corona. But now you're going to say to me that corona is a disease of SARS. Huh?
That's where it gets crazier.
Why not just tell me what it really is? That's the psych. And anybody reading that's a layperson trying to go with what these bastards are telling you get confused because they don't they're like, the policemen say you can tell when a criminal is guilty when their story doesn't add up or it's not. Well, that's my problem with this. A lot of times the stuff it's done in such a way as to prevent you from understanding what they're saying. Be afraid, wear a mask, get the shot, and shut the fuck up. And they want to say it comes from bats, and it comes from a bat in China. But Brian, you're telling me SARS-CoV-2, but SARS and COVID were gain of function blended in 2014. That's the reason that they use these two different species to be one problem, unless MERS and SARS and H1N1, of all of these are different coronas with different names, right? Which is okay. Maybe that's so. They never explain it that way so someone could know or have some command of what's going on. So I can be wrong, but I'm not wrong because I'm stupid. I'm incorrect because the information that's being given to me is incorrect and deliberately made confusing and distorted to prevent me from understanding. I learned this trick when they were dealing with the situation in Yugoslavia back in the 1990s, that the media they made a hash. There were so many facts and things going on as it means that I overwhelm you with details and information, but I do not make sense of it. I don't connect the dots. So you might think you know, or you get just intimidated by what you don't know until you just accept. This is a way to make people just accept whatever. I'll wear a mask. I'll get the vaccination. I'll stay inside. I'll do this. I'll do. Basically, just do whatever they say. It acts like HIV because it's been blended with HIV. The Chinese spliced COVID with HIV. So now what you have is a grab bag virus that has all kinds of traits of the many viruses that have been blended together into a Frankenstein virus. But they tell you about one virus, but when you go in for treatment, they're talking about 3 or 4 others. And they're treating people like they're stupid because if Corona has HIV and Corona has MERS and SARS and whatever else, then people need to be able to say this is a complex virus that has the traits of, but if they did that, someone would have to say, hey, wait a minute, how do the different RNAs of all the other things get into just one virus? That would require some sort of interaction for these things to happen, since it doesn't normally occur in nature. They're saying all of a sudden this thing just takes off and it's got all these different viral traits and stuff. It doesn't happen like this. This is bio warfare or bioengineering or whatever. But if it's killing people and so forth, and you can see that there are principles that stand to gain money, power, influence off of this, then it's very clear something is rotten. And I'm not saying there's not a virus that kills. I'm not saying people don't get sick. I'm not saying it doesn't take down their T cell count. I'm only saying that there are a lot of these damn balls up in the air, and it's difficult. And in fact, if you're a true teacher, if you're a true master of whatever it is that you do, you can make people understand what it is that you wish to educate them about. There's not one topic that I have knowledge of that I can't explain to anybody out here if you know what you're talking about. So you mean to tell me out of all these sciences, there's nobody that can make it plain? I don't believe that. Brother, don't you think that there are doctors that are afraid for their jobs that are not talking about this?
Of course. They can get fired right away.
But why would they fire people who are trying to help the public? What is this thing about sending people home sick? What is this thing about laying off doctors and nurses? What is this thing about empty emergency rooms? What is this thing about all of this? All of this going on, and we're told that the hospitals are full to capacity. There's nobody else, but you go in, the hospitals are empty. Why are you saying that the things are full when they're empty? Why are you sending people home, laying people off? What I mean, there is a deliberate. There's a
control of our media.
Yeah, but it's the control. But it's a deliberate effort to deceive and to frighten people. But why?
Psychological warfare.
Psychological warfare for the benefit of who? It's not the people with their stores closed. It's not the people with the jobs.
Well, I think this virus had a multi-dimensional purpose.
So it has a multi-dimensional purpose for this virus. So my question to you, you said it's a multi-purpose virus. Do you think it just occurred in nature?
No.
You don't think it just occurred in nature?
No. Even if you look at the Gulf War syndrome, those bacteria were made by the United States.
Yeah, they injected it into people's asses. Bill Clinton passed a rule before that, and Bill Clinton did not allow everybody had to be vaccinated. Nobody in the military could object. And all these people got the shots before going over.
Well, but on top of that, what they didn't tell you was that these bacteria that were made in labs for germ warfare were given basically to the CIA. The CIA then gave it to Saddam Hussein to use it on Iran. And during the Gulf War, Saddam Hussein still had them and used those germs on the troops.
Mm-hmm.
So you not only had those vaccinations, but you also had those germs. And that's why a lot of those people who were involved in the Gulf War were all messed up.
Yeah, one of my best friends, my dad's best friends that lives in Baltimore, was horribly debilitated. Horribly debilitated by the Gulf War, whatever it was. Came back, couldn't do a whole bunch of things. They claimed they couldn't find out, but you see, Agent Orange, I think a lot of those folks had Agent Orange poisoning from Vietnam, which messed up some of the older guys. They already had the Agent Orange. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's trying to do something. Really. Somebody's trying to do something. Now, let's do some more. This Agent Orange, yeah, I know what it is. My uncle was poisoned by it. I had 3 people that I know who died in part because of Agent Orange. Hold on, there's someone calling. Yes,
I'm ready. I'm waiting on the link.
I sent it to you maybe an hour ago.
No. Did you email it to me? Or you?
I emailed it a long time ago.
Okay.
Okay. See, we're going about to add Black Rose in. See, here's the thing that I'm concerned about that they're not saying. America has a very clear public health problem that everybody dances around, and it's called obesity. With a huge jet, 2-seater, 3-seater, 4-seater. The answer to obesity is not getting a scooter. Okay, y'all can get mad at me. I don't care if you get mad at me. A scooter isn't the answer to obesity.
We also got to get away from these vegetarian or vegan diets. Because believe it or not, that's worse than obesity. See, you can lose all the weight you want to, but if your brain don't function right, what are you worth, right?
Well, a lot of us don't like our brains. Man, thinking is for white people. You know how that is. Oh my God, hold on 1 second. Now, Johi, you just put this thing up here. Hold on. And I'm going to put this up here. I'm going to post some of y'all comments. Sheila says, come to think of it, Dr. Short, I had a day surgery in August, spent the night, and it was very quiet. There were people there. This guy here put up this comment. Glyphosate is produced by DuPont and is giving you Joe Biden and bitch McConnell. Man.
Good comment.
I'm just reading the comments.
I said, no, that's a good one.
Yeah. Well, we know. DuPont was the people that gave the Nazis Zyklon B. Let me see. Here's another one. This is crazy. Exactly. The agenda is depopulation. The virus is the flu. Fear is the tool being used to control, manipulation, lockdown, paralyzed by fear, scared to vote. Hence, the Democratic National. I'm sorry. The DN. I'm sorry. Hence, the DNCCP mail-in. The Democratic National Committee, as well as Chinese Communist Party mail-in ballots. Oh my God, man! What do you think? You think Trump is going to have? He's going to just shut it down. Talk to me, brother.
Well, there's over 100 people in the House who are going to challenge. They got like 2 or 3 senators that are also challenging. So January 6th is going to be spectacular. I don't know what's going to happen because I don't think we've ever seen anything like this in history.
Well, do you think the people will be shooting at each other? I'm here in D.C. I'm going to be at home. But it's just deep. I think Trump's going to do martial law. I think that if Trump did martial law, this COVID thing would stop tomorrow. And I'm not saying there's not a virus. I'm not saying that people get sick. But there's so much stuff here. I'm like, God. In particular, when ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are being used all over the world. The Egyptians are using ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. It's interesting. The news media has completely lied to the public. They've lied so much until I'm like, I don't like people that watch the news because they think they know something. And hold on, let me post something. I love this. I'm going to put this thing up. Thank you, Johi. We need to have a discussion on DuPont. Now, brothers and sisters, I love having other people to talk to. You don't have to be a celebrity. You don't have to be a star, baby, to be on my show. Okay, if you got some ideas, let's do it because I'll tell you we're lacking ideas. Yeah, I'm gonna cut my hair off because it's wretched and it looks better. I look better bald headed, except being bald is a trip. Anyway, now this brother here, KJ, I don't know. Obesity is this is true because we have a lot of black people. I mean, they need to eat the bucket of chicken, and they eat the bucket that the chicken's in, and they think that that's okay. Okay, and it's wrong. We have a lot of people. I'm healthy. I'm fat. You're not fat. You're a slob. I mean, I might be fat, little belly, got enough booty to put Beyonce out of business, but my God, I fit in my seat on the airline. I'm in my seat on the bus. I mean, there are people, their part of the ass is hanging off of the seat when they're on the bus. And people think that this is okay. So, I mean, you just eat and everything. I mean, there's always some place to eat. Whenever you see people, they're just stuffing shit, stuffing shit in their mouth. And the food is bad. It's really something. By the way, happy 2021 to you. Let me put this up here. Hold on. The MK program, yes, they're doing mind control on the public. What are you familiar with the Luciferase? Luciferase.
Tell me, I've heard of it.
Oh my God. Mm, mm, mm. I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, this is really something. All I can tell you. Now, y'all got a question. But a lot of people are fat. A lot of people smoke. There are a lot of things that people are doing. A lot of people have been taking drugs since the 70s, shooting up, getting high. And then, hey, how you doing, Black Rose?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. White male to you.
Yes.
We don't want a black or black spouse. I always wish black woman a white man and they wish
Right.
black woman because we're not happy with one another. Someone said
Oh
something.
my goodness.
Lizzo is despicable. Lizzo is basically alley booty with some musical
I
talent.
don't.
I mean,
I
it's
don't.
just.
You know what?
Mhm.
I heard she's on a diet now.
Sperm isn't diet food.
But I'm trying to angle myself properly here. I'm painting
You need to come back in
slowly.
the other direction. You need to move because you're off camera. There you go.
Yes,
Move
I'm
closer.
trying to angle myself. Okay, there we are. I need my
Happy New Year,
glasses.
Jeremiah Warren.
Happy
Uh,
New Year, Jen. I
Happy
need
New
my
Year
glasses.
to everybody. Now, folks, I'm going to just. I tell you what I'm gonna do, Maurice. This is a person up on the screen. Hey, you in Baltimore. Hey, brother, tell me something.
Yes, yes, sir.
Because you might be sleepy. Are you sleepy or are you? Because we need to just do this again, but early in the day. And I'm going to have all my stuff out. And we're going to talk about COVID a little bit and psych warfare. Because I've got a psych warfare book from the U.S. military. And I can read some of this stuff to you. And this is what this stuff looks like. And they'll pull you off of social media and say you're putting out false information. But,
But see, I don't think the United States military is doing this. I think the CCP is doing this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think the Chinese are doing it too. Do you read Epic Times? Because they break that stuff down.
I have a subscription.
Me too. They break it down. Those are some Chinese that hate their own people, man. There's some good Chinese coons. They hate the Chinese back in China. I mean, they are cool. Man, if the people in Beijing fart, they're gonna put it in Epic Times. That's real talk. I'm
But the Chinese are very
Okay.
tricky because a lot of them are in the
Epic
are
Times.
for the communists,
right.
but a lot of them in the United States were sitting here as spies. There's over 1 million of them.
Hmm.
So you have to be careful with Asians now. I don't want to sound racist, but
You can sound racist. I'm gonna tell my joke. Hey y'all, I'm gonna try this again. I think I
All
told you,
right.
sure, but I, yeah, I did. I told you my vulgar joke. Okay, it was so much
What,
fun. It was really
what,
bad. I
share
said,
it again.
which breakfast cereal would describe an Asian woman's coochie?
Ugh. Which breakfast cereal would that be?
Rice Krispies.
I can't.
Yeah, that's bad. I know. I loved it. It is so awful. It's the kind of thing that would get you put off of Facebook.
Ugh, you need to quit.
So I have a big
Mm,
box of Rice Krispies upstairs. I was eating that stuff. I started thinking about Okinawa and how all the black guys would chase the Japanese women there. And I said, you know what? I bet you they call Japanese good pussy Rice Krispies. Especially if the dugout is nappy. Oh
horrible,
my God.
horrible people. Isn't it
Fort Detrick,
horrible?
Maryland is still in the killing business, brother. That people don't even drink the water around there that no, I mean, shoot. In fact, I should
Around
get
where?
well, you know what? I'll share something. I'm gonna bring a book up. I'm gonna do some reading. There's a chapter I need to
Okay.
read to y'all, and then we're gonna do some eugenics because we don't have to talk. We can talk
Perfect.
for the year in review tomorrow. We could do this at any time, brother. I want you to hear this book. I'm gonna go get it. Black Rose, you
Go
need to
get
be
it.
on
Go get
camera
it.
so these people don't miss me.
Right, I'm right here. So while you're
We
reading,
can't see
I'm
you.
painting.
We can't see you.
Oh, I'm gonna get
Why?
this camera
Why are
together.
you trying to multitask? You should just sit down for a second, take a break, be inspired.
I am inspired. I am so inspired that I am creating art. If I
Oh
can
my
just
God!
get this
And
darn
let me tell
camera.
you, this thing.
Oh, what's that?
This was my John Lewis civil rights chicken of the forest. He definitely would not die for you. Okay, so I had this.
John
This is
Lewis.
gonna be my John Lewis. This is gonna be my. He says his name is John Lewis from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm the effeminate great bisexual chicken of the forest.
Oh,
I'm here to prevent you from getting all your rights because I would rather be in bed with you than to be getting reparation. Now is the time for everybody but the block and drugs. We need to free the country. The country needs to be free. Men don't want to be men anymore. It's time for us to be
what do they
women.
want to do?
Women's. A country for the
Women's.
women. Where
I don't
everyone
like men's
where
anymore. I
everyone
don't
can be
like men's.
penetrated. Everyone
Well,
penetrated
in
in
his case, I
one
don't like women's
one
anymore.
country. We're a country
No,
united.
men. Yeah.
We'll all be women with sex toys and with little children.
Oh!
Martin
You need
Luther
to
King
quit.
had a dream,
Now
and
look,
my dream was with Martin Luther King in the dark room, and I let freedom ring. So I'm
let
here
it
to say,
rain.
can you answer this one for me? Can you answer this one? So
yeah,
Martin
go
Luther
ahead.
King, his
Martin,
real name is Marcus King.
uh,
Martin
you
Luther
mean
was a
Michael
Jesuit.
Michael King?
Martin Luther was a Jesuit.
We lost Randy. We lost you, Dr. Short. Come back to us.
After Martin Luther did his thing
Yeah.
where he decided he was going to get himself some sex and quit the Catholic Church. The Jesuits come after. I mean, in terms of history, you've got to have a command of the chronology and the times, so that way it works better. The Jesuits were established to fight against Martin Luther.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Now, Martin Luther King, I think Martin Luther King, overall, I give Martin Luther King a passing grade. He started getting real, like he really was. The real Martin Luther King, I've got these pictures in my phone of the funeral program of Reverend C.T. Vivian. And I was sitting in this room maybe 20 years ago talking to C.T. Vivian about Martin Luther King, and he got very disgusted with me.
Why
And
is that?
and he got disgusted with me because I made a statement about Dr. King, and he had to explain to me. In fact, I should call Ray Fontroy. Let me see if I can get Ray. See if his ass.
Yes, call him.
Let's call his ass up. Hold on 1 second.
Call him.
Hold on, y'all. And I'm gonna read this damn thing here too. Let me see if I can reach
Okay.
Ray.
While I'm painting. Oh, people are firing off these fireworks and scaring my little stray cats out there.
Well, you should let the cats in.
Well, I opened the door.
Mm. Well, cats are hard headed. By the way, I wonder what Selfish is doing.
Yeah, I haven't seen Selfish in a while. How is she? Tell her I said
Um,
Happy New Year. Tell her my kitty cat's out here said
well,
Happy
I
New
got
Year.
some toys for
Please, somebody
Selfish.
took one of my cats.
I didn't get them. I'm gonna grab this book real fast,
Okay.
and you know what? When you finish painting, I'm gonna bring you back in. But the side view, that's kind of like cold to the audience. They'll be complaining.
Oh, I thought the audience could see my portrait that I'm painting for them. Okay, no, here I am. Let me see.
And I'm gonna
Wait a minute.
grab
Let
this
me fix
book.
the camera.
I want y'all to hear this because I've seen
Ooh,
this stuff.
let me
Um,
get this camera right.
I
There we
know the
go.
economy is crashing and all that, but damn, hold on 1 second. Let me get this thing. I'll be right. It'll take me off a second. We're gonna go back to Eugenia.
Okay. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Now I should get my notepad so I can be ready to take some notes. Let's see. Maybe I should log on the computer. I think that's what I'll do. 1 second, guys. To sign on with my laptop versus this tablet. And then that way I can get a better view. And so can you. Okay. All right. Now all Randy has to do is log me in. So it is officially 12:03 here, Central Time in Texas. Happy New Year. 2021. Goodness gracious. 2020 started out with a bang, and it is going out with a bang. 2020. 2020 vision. But to me, it seems like December dragged on. Oh my goodness. It's like it came and then it's almost as if there were 6 weeks in December. Ooh, here's to 2020 because 2020 was good though. It's good. We made it through. Some people didn't, and so we give thanks to their life, and I want to say a prayer for those people that lost someone this year due to whether it was coronavirus or gun violence or some type of illness, just their time to pass on and transition. Here's to them. We give thanks for their life. May 2021 bring in prosperity, peace to all of you. Salud. Happy New Year. Oh, 2021. Let me see. I should play a little music. A little music for us. A little New Year's music. Happy New Year. Did anybody make the, hey, Dr. Short, did you make your black eyed peas? My black eyed peas are on the stove and they are ready. Tomorrow I'll make my cabbage and, of course, cornbread.
Dr. Short, is this a DC woman?
Is this what?
Hey, are you from DC?
No, I'm in Texas.
Because when you said black eyed peas and cabbage, I said DC women don't cook like that.
Oh yes. Oh yes. You have to have your You have to have your black eyed peas, cabbage. We mix a little collard greens in the cabbage, and if you want to add meat to it, you can put a neck bone in there. Some people put what is it, ham hock. Let me see. Then some people have to have their chitlins, which I don't need chitlins. But yes, black eyed peas, you have to have your black eyed peas. Black eyed peas on New Year's, it brings in the good luck. And then you eat your cabbage. And when you cut that cabbage, you peel off that top piece and you hang that top piece on both of your every doorway. And it keeps the money flowing in. Yep, that's old Southern thing. That's what we do down here in the South.
I know, I'm from Florida. That's why when I heard that.
Oh, okay, from Florida. I have family in Florida. What part of Florida?
Orlando.
Say what?
I said
You said
Orlando.
Orlando? Oh, Orlando.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My family is in Miami, Florida.
I got some there too.
Hey y'all, I'm sorry. I went and did something. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm getting ready to switch over onto my laptop so that I can have a better view. And that way I can also take notes as you read. So just be prepared to give me entry, okay?
Okay. So
Let me see. Give me a second to just.
Oh yeah, I need to drink some water.
Drink
And
some water.
take some vitamins. I
Mm.
haven't taken vitamins in days. No wonder I feel so like.
You know what? Me too.
Okay, so I'm gonna take my vitamins, and you can call
Okay.
them drugs if you want. It'll be off camera. Let me. So let me. They're gonna say I'm using. He's getting high. Let me get off camera for a second. One second. He's trying to
Yeah, I
get.
wonder if anybody. You know what?
He's
Black
trying
eyed
to get
peas. I
fucked
know
up on you.
Randy. I know Randy knew about making those black eyed peas.
Oh, my
She was
mother
with,
made black eyed peas. She has a big pot upstairs.
I know it. I know that's right. Hmm. See, when you're old school, you go ahead on and make yours the night before, so when you wake up in the morning, whoo, all that pepper has settled into those black eyed peas. You eat those black eyed peas tomorrow with your cabbage and cornbread.
Hmm.
That's a good meal.
But hey, sure. Have you been following Lynn Wood?
Following who?
Lynn Wood. He's one of the lawyers.
Oh, I heard about the one. He's been talking about. Man. I enjoy seeing all these white people getting mad. White folk acting like black nationalists and shit because their feelings have been hurt. This is so great stuff that we've been telling people 400 years. My God, I think they've got it. Shit's unfair.
That was like, yeah, this person's a child molester. I'm like, what? And he's filing lawsuits all at the same time. Reading the Bible to people. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
He said that about Roberts, right? Roberts should be called. He should be called slop.
Senior.
Well, yeah, all of them are nasty.
He says Trump is led by God. I'm like, what?
Well, if it's got numbers in its green paper, yes.
What do you mean?
If God is money, yes, Trump is.
Well, he got to listen to some of his stuff, man. He's going in deep. He was like, Trump is exposing these people.
He is exposing them. Yeah.
He went in on Justice Roberts.
Yeah, well, Roberts, he's something wrong with him. I'm telling you that. Believe me.
He was talking about Bill Gates being on the flight logs, Epstein Island. Epstein Island had the birther stations for when they was getting the underage people pregnant. All kind of crazy stuff. I was like, damn.
Hold 1 second. Okay. I got my grape juice. You know we black.
Oh wow, we getting it together.
You know we black people love grape juice. Now.
We sure do. And I love grape cranberry, really.
Let me see. I'm gonna pull something out. Please don't take that the wrong way, ladies. I'm gonna pull a book out.
Okay, look. Let me sign off of here and let me in.
Okay, y'all. I have 2 books, and we're gonna stay on eugenics, but I'm gonna add 2 of my books, and I'm not gonna do all of them, but some of this stuff is so good. I hope it is Roberts on the flight logs. There's something wrong with him. There's something wrong with the adoption of those children. Okay. Quote me. There's something wrong with the whole adoption thing. I saw those kids once or twice. They were always crying and afraid, traumatized. Normally, kids kind of happy. These kids were afraid of adults. Those are Robert's kids. I was working at the Supreme Court. This is 2005. And I hope they haven't been abused by black adults because they were really tripping on we black males working. I've never seen anything like it. And so when you have kids like that and you just socialize and ignoring your kids, mm-mm. Okay. I'm ready to start. I may start in 2 minutes. I'm going to type up the title of this book. I've had several copies. In fact, this is a book I hipped the great Dick Gregory to. And this is something that I've had people steal copies of this book from me or not give it back, same difference. I'm not a big science person. I'm not a big science person, but I remember the first time I saw this, and let me hold this. I held this up before, but it's Plague Wars. And I may as well go on YouTube. I'm going to go on Facebook. Yes, I am. I'm going to go on Facebook. I'm going to go live on Facebook. And if you fall asleep on me, Baltimore, I'm going to hang up.
No, I'm still up.
All right. Now, it's 1:15. I'm going to give you a quick insight to this book. I ran across this book back in 2000. Exactly 21 years ago, I ran across this particular book. 21 years ago, I ran across this book, Plague Wars. Who you gonna call? Coon Buster. That's my other video. Here we go. Plague Wars. And I normally buy biographies or straight up monographs, history books. I don't mess with a whole lot of stuff. And this book was literally screaming off the shelf at me. I'm thinking, pardon me, this is how my mind was. Fuck you. You're a science book. I don't like you. I don't want to take you home. I just want to find more Black or African or diasporan history or Latin American history and go home. And the book kept crying, you'll like me. And it says, your book by some white nerds that hate Black people. No, I don't want you. And the book kept screaming and crying. And it says, well, just jive ass secondhand book. The only way I would take your ass home with me is there better be something about Black people in you, or else I'll leave your ass here. Let some nerd read your contents. I don't have time. So I picked up the book and went to the index, which I often do, to see if the book had anything about Blacks in it, because I don't know. If you follow the books I read, everything I read isn't about Black people. If you want to go to a site where everything is ancient Egyptians, I love John Henry Clark and others. Go to them and listen to them. What I tend to do is try to bring other stuff going on and showing how it relates to Black folks. And so I can do both and either or. But one of the things that we need to do is get into the intellectual history, or to understand, well, know people that don't like you. And a more crude way, know who your enemies are or who your adversaries are, however you want to put it. And I can't wait for Miss Thing to show up. But I want you to see this because this is an incredible book. I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to read a chapter or so in here. It's a good read, and it's going to blow your mind. And by the way, there's something on here on Pfizer. I should read it because y'all think Pfizer is cool. I should start with Pfizer because Pfizer is involved in hurting Black people. Pfizer is co-owned by Bill Gates. And let me see, there are a lot of different chapters on there. Oh, yes, it's Walter Bassoon, Rogue State. Oh, yes. There are 2 chapters that are very short. I should pick some of these. I think I will. I'm not going to read all of it, but I want y'all to understand this, okay? May God open your minds. I hope you wake up and understand what's going on. You're back on speaker, dude. I'm going to go to I'm going to read chapters 20, 20, wow. Why did they skip 20, 22, 24? And I think there's some pictures. It's a very interesting thing. And you'll find this quite interesting. You need to understand that this stuff is real. Okay, I'm ready. I'm through talking. People want to hear from reality, but I want to start on Pfizer. Ready, get set, go. This is Dr. Randy Short, the New Year's Day 2021 reading from Plague Wars by Tom Mangold and Jeff Goldberg. A phenomenal book. This book is available on Amazon, sometimes as little as $2-3. You ever want to tell someone about genetic and biological warfare targeting Black people? When I get into this, you're going to understand why I wanted to read from this. Anyway, all right. Chapter 20, Pfizer Fiasco. Here's the quote. We're not just in business. We're in business for life. It should and could have been different if the new spirit of honesty and cooperation between the trilateral signatories, America, Britain, and Russia, had been rooted in good faith. The second visit by the Russians to the U.S. could have been the best chance to make informal bilateral arms control visits at the template for future arms control agreements. It could have been the best opportunity to nail the violation of the Biological War Convention and ensure that this weapon of mass destruction would be kept firmly corked in its bottle. But history and habit turned out to be fate. The 13-member Russian team arrived in Washington on Friday, 11 February 1994, 3 weeks after the United Kingdom team returned from their last Russian inspection. The Russians were led by Olev Ignatiev, a senior member of General Kuchsevich's Committee on Biological Problems and the former head of Russia's industrial program to produce biological weapons. Ignatiev, a short man with a high forehead and a booming baritone voice, was a forceful defender of the hardline Ministry of Defense interests. The ubiquitous and emollient Dr. Lev Sandachiev of Vector led the biopreparat contingent. The U.S. side did not know which 3 sites the Russia, since under the trilateral rules, the choices did not have to be revealed until just before each visit. The Russians' first request turned out to be only a mild surprise to the American officials. The visitors had wanted to go to Terre Haute, Indiana, to inspect the Army's old Vigo production plant, which had not been used since World War II. The Vigo Ordnance Works was an old weapons facility which the Army had selected in 1944 to do their very first anthrax plant. Remember anthrax, 9/11?
Yeah.
A forerunner for Pine Bluff. The plan was to make thousands of anthrax bomblets at Vigo for Britain to use against Nazi Germany. But the plant never actually produced any biological weapon agents or bombs before the war ended. It made only simulants before it was decommissioned in 1945. The site was sold after the war to Pfizer. Pfizer, the bastards that are making this vaccination. Isn't it interesting? Bioweapons to mass murder people in Germany, and Pfizer is now being fought by the Germans because they don't want the Pfizer vaccine. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, yeah, I know I'm a conspiracy theorist. Look me up on the internet. They say all kinds of stuff to me. Again, the site was sold after the war to Pfizer, a huge pharmaceutical company. Pfizer left most of the army building standing and built a modern drug manufacturing facility adjacent to them. The Russians wanted to see that new Pfizer complex too as part of the same visit. Given the well-known World War II production connection, the Russians had adequate justification under the agreement for asking to visit the Vigo Pfizer site. The Americans were not worried about the vacant Vigo site. It was old, run down, and decrepit. White House staffer Eliza Harris, the chemical bioweapon issue specialist on the National Security Council, phoned Pfizer officials with the unpleasant news of their selection. Let me stop here, people. Why would the Russians, who are experts on biological and chemical warfare and weaponry, want to go after a consumer pharmaceutical corporation? Are y'all hearing me? Why did America's, the KGB and all these people that know about their enemies be interested in the Pfizer Corporation? The same people who they're asking you to trust them to take their medication. Why are the Russians worried 26 years ago about Pfizer? How did Pfizer acquire American military property without some relationship with the government? Why did they get it in 1945, after 1945? And what was established a year after 1945? The CIA in 1946. Are y'all following me? Keep following me. I'm not the smartest person. I'm not as smart as this brother talking. I am not a smart person, but I am able to hold lots of pieces together. And that's what I try to do with all of you. It's arm you with enough stuff you can start putting pieces together. You'll start saying, even a dumb nigga like me can say, wait a minute, Pfizer, wait a minute, Pfizer. Okay, let me keep reading. Pfizer was not overjoyed, but the company reluctantly went along with the government's request after assurances were given that the formal rules governing the process would be enforced and their concerns would be addressed. What concerns does a normal pharmaceutical company have about people investigating for biological and chemical weapons? If you were just making aspirin, just making, cough syrup or whatever, who would care? Come see about me, says the Supremes. Y'all understand me? And what concern would Pfizer have? If they weren't doing anything, why would they send the government? Why are you sending them here? Right? What did the Russians know about Pfizer? What would lead the most sophisticated spy operation in the world is the Russian KGB. Why are they looking at Pfizer? Okay? I just want y'all to understand me, brothers and sisters. Who are these people?
I know that's right.
Well, let me keep going. The trilateral process had established visits, not inspections. So the Americans get to inspect the Russians. The Russians are only allowed to visit. They didn't even want to visit. Wait a minute. They're not inspecting you. You're just a regular consumer group. I mean, pharmaceutical group. What do you have a problem with someone visiting your plant? People do tours of plants all the time. What did Pfizer have to hide? We'll keep reading.
All right.
To the armed controls experts, there was a big difference as defined by other formal arms control agreements. Inspections were very formal, legalistic events with strict requirements. Visits, by contrast, were considered more flexible occasions where the visitors had fewer rights and any problems that arose could be negotiated on the spot. Before these visits to non-military facilities could begin, the U.S., Britain, and Russia had to negotiate additional procedures to protect the proprietary information of private companies. What is it that a so-called just drug company has that the Russians would want for military purposes? I'm just asking. I'm a nigga that don't know science. I flunked out as a chemistry major at the University of Virginia back in 1984. Okay, I failed. So this ain't my area, but I can ask questions. I asked a lot of questions. A dumb student. My hand was always raised up. And the teacher, you had your hand raised at the UVA, and his hand raised. Well, young man, I don't want to answer your question, but I would like to give you some advice. I says, yes, sir. You can get a discount ticket back to Africa, but I don't think you can take all your stuff with you. Because I mean, there were racist ass teachers in there. I mean, why can't you people just go back to Africa and let us have this country? The cotton's been picked, the tobacco's been cured. You people are useless. You don't even like each other. You abort your children. You kill each other. I mean, your music used to be good. Then you have this rap shit. I mean, please don't visit my office. Please don't talk to me about racism. I don't want my conscience troubled. Yes, I hate you. Yeah, yes, I'm glad Dr. King is dead. Yes, you failed the class. Any more questions? I need to do more research in my laboratory. I mean, these people are cold as shit.
Ooh.
Oh my God! It's like, wow, damn. And all the other black people, please don't raise your hand. You're gonna make them come down on all of us. We would have would all the African Americans in class raise their hands? Everyone, please raise your hand, African Americans. That's just okay. They're about 15. Okay, so that means 5 C's, 5 D's, and 5 F's. Okay, I just want to know how to do my grades for the semester. I mean, they would do shit like that. I mean, I'm just saying at the beginning of the class, tell you that 1/3 of you will pass with a C. I guess C for colored, D for dark, and F for the F word. But I mean, failed and fucked are about the same. I mean, look, our people made all this stuff. I don't know why you forced your way in our school. You forced yourself. I mean, damn. So anyway, when I tell folks I don't necessarily want white folks in my chat group, it's not because I would never talk to anyone like that. I've never done to other people what's been done to me by other races, but I don't make time for them. Now let me go back.
Okay.
Oh my God. Before these, okay. This document called the Proprietary Agreement was finally signed by the 3 parties in Moscow on the 12th of May, 1993, without any publicity. The Proprietary Agreement set down a special new protocol for non-military visits, which further restricted access, interviews of personnel, sampling, and audio-visual taping. It's interesting how the Iranians have to allow all this shit, and that don't satisfy nobody, but Pfizer didn't want nothing like what we subject the Iranians to right now. Let me keep reading. Exactly how a dispute could be decided on the spot remained a problem. While the so-called rules of the road were meant to be comprehensive, they were actually the product of a typical diplomatic compromise. Keywords and phrases like inappropriate, justifiable, reason, unrelated to concerns, and reasonable necessary steps remained the undefined because the treaty drafters could not reach an agreement on precise semantics. These improvisions were an invitation to endable disputes. For instance, how would the host be able to protect classified or proprietary information while also permitting the visitors to access all areas within a facility?
Mm-hmm.
These contrary provisions were not clearly defined. For industry representatives, the problems were even more profound. An unofficial census discovered that there were about 3,000 dual use commercial facilities and 500 BL3 labs in the US that the Russians could ask to inspect under agreement, including business totally unrelated to biotechnology. Anyone with a large fermenter was a candidate, like the producers of biomedical goods, antibiotics and vaccines, chemicals, ethanol, and foods, yogurt and yeast, beverages, beer, wine, and liquor, a wide range of industrial and university research labs. One of the great curses of biological warfare research and production is the ability to hide inside the respectable cloak of bona fide civilian commercial work. For American and pharmaceutical, for American and other Western pharmaceutical biotech firms, the fear of losing valuable trade secrets to Russian experts was predominant. Industry officials argued that the loss of just one secret process or innovation for developing a new microorganism like genetic engineering technique for the mass producing of human insulin could cost more than $1 billion to a U.S. company. To the industry, proprietary secrets also included new products under development, production capacity, cost of manufacturing, equipment design, manufacturing recipes, computer programs, manufacturing strategies. Pfizer was even researching Viagra, a product determined to make huge profits. Man, we got to take care of them dicks out there who don't want to help.
You know.
Oh my God. I mean, man, do you want a communist with a hard dick too? No, never. Right? USA, right? Let me keep reading.
Okay.
But there was much more than that. The image, reputation, and good name of these companies were also at stake. Who would wish to buy a sleeping pill from a pharmaceutical company allegedly making plague, anthrax, and smallpox on the sly? How long before the demonstrators were gathered outside the company headquarters, and how long before the television picked up the scent and production embargoes followed? The scenarios were infinite and all ended in tears. A Russian inspection could do for Pfizer's sales what Lockerbie had done for Pan Am. Ultimately, Pfizer gave way. In a closely regulated industry like pharmaceuticals, company officials were reluctant to refuse a very strong government request. There was also a sense of national responsibility, even national security involved. Privately, however, the industry believed that the demands of the government should not outweigh their constitutional rights, so reservations abounded. On Monday, the entire group of Russians and Americans with British observers flew from Washington to Indianapolis aboard Air Force Two. They drove 75 miles west to Terre Haute and spent the next 3 days, the 15th through 17th of February, in touring the Vigo plant and the Pfizer facility. Amongst the other inconsequential sights, they saw the old production plant, a huge empty building that was padlocked shut. Pfizer officials explained the large obsolete fermenter inside were utilized during the years immediately after the war to make penicillin, but had not been used in decades. The Russians became very agitated and argumentative when Pfizer officials explained that it was less expensive to let the building and fermenters sit undisturbed than to destroy the site. The Russians adamantly refused to accept this explanation. They insisted that the old idle fermenters proved that Vigo could still be converted to produce biological weapon agents. Their attack, the host soon realized, was a direct response to the US-UK accusation about huge fermenters in Pokrov and Berdyansk. To the Russians, the still-standing Vigo Pfizer building was evidence of suspicious U.S. activity after the biological chemical warfare treaty was signed in 1975 neatly mirroring the same accusations the US and the UK were making about Russian sites. The Russians insisted the old facility would not have been kept there unless the US government intended to use it again or was indeed still using it secretly. Why hadn't the US or Pfizer torn it down? They demanded to know. Pfizer officials patiently repeated their explanation. They insisted they had no reason to lie, but their attempts to satisfy the Russian questions were fruitless. In the end, the Pfizer officials, who had no experience in convoluted arms control politics or dealing with suspicious Russians, just shook their heads and silently gave up. The next day, the tour of the more modern facility also went sour. Again, the biggest issue the Russians raised was the production capacity of the giant fermenters that Pfizer used to manufacture commercial pharmaceuticals. The Russians counted the reactor vessels. From their size, they could calculate the facility's overall production potential. Using the same arguments that the Russians had raised and Pokrov and Berdesk, the Russians claimed that this capacity could be converted quickly to produce vast quantities of biological weapon agents. Pfizer officials who worked for the commercial company in a nation that had definitely abandoned offensive biological warfare were unamused. On the 18th of February, Pfizer breathed a huge sigh of relief when the Russians boarded Air Force Two to leave. But with the plane still on the ground, the Russian team leader, Dr. Ignatieff, approached the State Department host for a private chat. Speaking through a translator, Ignatieff informed them on the next site the Russians demanded to see. To the U.S. officials' dismay, Pfizer cropped it up a second time. And this time the Russians weren't kidding around. They demanded to visit Pfizer's main research complex in Groton, Connecticut. By the way, Groton, Connecticut is one of the places for eugenics. I'm just saying. No, of course, everything changes. Everything, nothing, history, why? I mean, we're moving right along, right?
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard of the term meganography?
Say that again?
Have you ever heard of the term steganography?
No.
Okay, it's a security term. It means to hide something in plain sight. So, for example, let's say if I have a diamond ring and I want to keep it in a safe place, I could throw it in my front yard because no one's going to look for it there. So, if a perpetrator were to break in my house and look for the diamond ring, he'd miss it every time.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want to just say to y'all, because nobody wants to be honest about it, Pfizer works with the CIA. Pfizer works, they work with the government. This book is insane, but it'll get there. Pfizer is connected. They work with the U.S. military. They've been doing this all along. All along. So all of a sudden, you're being told that you have to take something produced by a company that has been working with the military-industrial complex for almost 80 years. And we don't even mention it. It's not, I mean, so you just hear Pfizer. But let me share with you, Pfizer works with the government. In fact, Pfizer is part of the population control agenda of the globalists and the racists in our government. Pfizer's drug, Depo-Provera, which contributes to AIDS, sterility, heart attack, stroke. A lot of black folks that are dying from COVID, I suspect, if they're women, they took Depo. Depo destroys your immunity. Depo does all kinds of stuff. It causes heart attack, stroke, diabetes, cancer, sudden death. It lowers your immunity. Yes, it does. If they've pumped Depo into large numbers of black women, they're going to be susceptible to die, or this Depo might react to the progesterone, might create cancer when they get this nanotechnology injected into them. Don't take the shots if you don't have to. Research it. Let me keep reading. In fact, who can look up Groton, Connecticut, and put in Groton? I'm gonna put there because I can't use all my bandwidth. Wait a minute, I can do it through this phone. That's okay. Pretty soon, yeah, y'all gonna bless me. I'm gonna have 2 servers in here, so I can
Yeah.
have
Is
two.
there some kind of naval base there?
Yeah, but it's military. See, this is the issue. And I'm trying to say that these pharmaceutical companies are the same people that own the plantations.
I'll look it up on my phone.
That were involved with the drugs. Hold on. Charles Pfizer, cousin of Charles Ehart, both from, found, in Brooklyn, New York. Yeah. Pfizer is based in what I want to get Groton, Connecticut. Groton, CN, hold on. CT, hold on 1 second. And I've got to do this because, see, we don't get real education as Black people. We don't, because if we were educated, we'd be able to see stuff. Here we go. I'm going to see if I get this because there's a link. Here we go. Connecticut is a center. Listen to this. In 1936, Connecticut Governor Wilbur Cross commissioned a survey of human resources of Connecticut that seemed better suited to Nazi Germany than the Constitution state. The survey is based on 21 factors, including race, citizenship. In 1938, this is when Hitler was Vice Chancellor of Germany. 1938 report based on the survey called for the weeding out, either through forced deportation or sterilization, immigrants and various ethnic groups, as well as those that suffer from a variety of supposed disabilities, including mild vision impairment. You got glasses on, you should be sterilized, sister. Black Rose, that's what they're saying. I was first, listen to this. The eugenics movement.
Sorry about that.
The eugenics movement, which ultimately inspired Adolf Hitler, was born in the second half. Hold on, let me get down to there. In 1909, Connecticut became one of the several states to enact the sterilization law, which those which believed that handicaps or mental illnesses could be sterilized without their consent. Between 1909 and 1963, more than 500 people were sterilized this way. I'm looking for this thing in Groton, if they say it, because I'm familiar with that name. Look at this. I want to read some more. Connecticut survey of 1930, even before the era for its disturbing ambition. In 1935, an act of the state's legislature called for the formation of a commission, and the words of its title, study the laws and facilities of Connecticut pertaining to the prevention, treatment, and care of mental defects and disease and allied problems. Governor Cross signed the act into law, and the commission was established in 1936. That's the same year of the Berlin Olympics, and appointed Laughlin from the Eugenics Records Office to commence the study. Laughlin set up a shop in the state office building in Hartford, and with some assistance began collecting data on the state residents. Laughlin's plan was to sterilize approximately 175,000 Connecticut residents, or approximately 10% of the state's population, writes Edwin Black, a journalist and author. To save expense, others would not be sterilized, but simply thrown out of the state. Immigrants would be deported to their native countries. Unfit Americans would be expelled to their family's original locale. Are y'all feeling me? I got that book, War on the Weak. It's right over there, so that's okay. We'll get back to that. When you say Connecticut and these places that had research, they were set up for biowarfare, human experimentation going back a long time. Okay, let me keep going. Pfizer Central Research Center in Groton, a seaside town in southeastern Connecticut, was the company's largest single location. It's a 75-building complex on 137 acres. Since 1959, it had been Pfizer's international research headquarters, a high technology center where 3,700 employees developed new drug therapies and animal health products. Some 100 products were underway at any one time, investigating more than 20 disease areas. American officials went into a huddle to decide who would now have the unpleasant chore of inviting Pfizer to open up its precious storehouse of pharmaceutical research and laboratory secrets. The short straw was drawn in Washington by the National Security Council's Alyssa Harris. She telephoned Pfizer again, now with even worse news than her call 5 days earlier, to preempt the inevitable. She now used the big gun. The White House would be grateful if necessary. Vice President Al Gore himself was ready to get on the phone with the Pfizer CEO to make the case and explain why the visit was so important to United States security. Arms were now gently being twisted. Besides the blandishment, Pfizer officials were livid, complaining with some justification that the U.S. government was imposing a totally unfair burden on their private company. They returned again and again with their biggest concern that the Russians would demand to see the very sensitive proprietary research and take samples. They stressed that there were many things that they could not and would not show them. Indeed, Pfizer, the maker of numerous wonder drugs, as well as known as an innovative, research-intensive company, at the Groton Center, the company had invested more than $2 million in research and development, one of the largest amounts spent by any healthcare business in the world. A new medicine approved by the FDA could cost as much as $500 million to develop. Let me just stop right here.
Okay.
This book is dated. Now it costs up to $10 billion to get a drug on the market from research and development to sell. What has happened, all of you listening to me, is that the drugs that are developed through research and development using chemicals and other things all have major side effects. And many of your lawyers who cannot make money anyway, because people don't have the money to buy their services and so forth, make all their money suing hospitals and drug companies. This is a major source of income for many lawyers in the United States. In particular, if you look at Houston, where Black Rose used to live, there are pages and pages and pages of people who are lawyers that sue hospitals and drug companies. In fact, drug companies are no longer making money. They're the biggest corporations in the country, but they do not make money because they have this shit sued out of them by people who've been impaired by their unsafe drugs. And the only reason that they have the market share that they do is that they prevent you and I from knowing about herbs like oil, flaxseed oil, which flaxseed oil is better than blood pressure medicine. Black seed oil with honey is better than ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. It helps build your T cell counts. There's all kinds of healthy herbs, things that if you take hemp. By the way, pretty soon I'm going to start advertising hemp. For example, if you know anybody with glaucoma, anybody that knows anyone with glaucoma, write me, because you know what? Whatever you're paying for medical marijuana, I can get you hemp flower, and we will charge you far less. Okay, I don't like smoking. I hate smoking. When you see me sniffling and coughing, it's allergies. However, if someone's suffering from pain or whatever, and you don't want to take medical marijuana and get high, I can get you hemp. You can
hemp
smoke
flower.
what you want, as long as you understand I don't want nobody to get high. And you know, I do have a stash here, but you know me, Black Rose, I don't like smoking. Nobody, I mean, in my house, you know, if someone comes to my house and people smoke, my mother and I
You
start.
can even smell the smoke that's coming from the vent from your neighbors and all
I
that.
hate smoking, but I want you to be well.
Close from next door.
Hemp. There are all kinds of natural.
I would like to try some of the hemp.
Well,
and
we're going to get together and have a hemp corporation to help improve the health of people. I'm going to be talking to Queen of Fu and others. But there's a way to save life. And these pharmaceutical companies are frauds. I want to say this about my great-grandmother, who was a medicine woman from the Piscataway people. People would come to my great grandmother before they'd go to a hospital because they would kill black people in the hospital. My grandmother would do all kinds of stuff with sugar and turpentine and so forth.
Yes.
People would go there. We need to go back to that. But these pharmaceutical companies have the shit suit out of them. They're going broke. The only place where the pharmaceutical companies can make money is through vaccines. They can't get sued. In fact, these vaccines that are in the freezers, that they're too cold or it's too warm and the stuff is no good, the government and other people are paying them. So basically, it's a sweetheart deal. They make bullshit vaccines that don't work, and you can't sue. You can't sue, and some jobs force you to get it. In fact, there's certain cities that are willing to give the corporations $2,000, $3,000 per vial of bullshit that they concoct. This is where the pharmaceutical companies will get their money because they're going to go out of business if they can't poison us. Pfizer is guilty. Pfizer's one thing that's keeping Pfizer alive is helping to kill black people. What's the number one drug that the United States sends to sub-Saharan Africa? Depo-Provera through the USAID and the State Department. They've mandatorily forced the African countries to inject black women with things that cause sterility and debilitating health effects, and Pfizer gets the money. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Jim Crow Joe, Pedo Biden, and Susan Rice and others have pushed this on all the black countries in Africa.
Yes, they sure have.
And by the way, wherever you see Depo-Provera from Pfizer, there are high rates of AIDS. All of a sudden, more and more gay people, because Depo makes women not want to give up the pussy. Okay, it makes women fat, so that it makes it more and more suicide. Pfizer is part of the United States Security Memorandum 199 and 200 to bring down the population of black people. Remember, punk-ass Al Gore, who I just spoke about, said that the population of Africa was a threat to global security. There are too many black people. Then all of a sudden, this COVID explodes, and it's supposed to kill so many people in Africa, and boomerang, the shit's killing white people everywhere. Bible says you dig a ditch for someone to fall into, right?
You gotta dig one for yourself.
Right. Hold on. Let me put this up here. Trend forecast. Let me put this up there. We'll put this up there. That's a good thing there. Here we go. Let me keep reading. Whew, Jesus, help me. Let me go back.
2 tablespoons of food grade.
Okay. So hold on. This is what I want to say to you. The only way that these companies can make money now is by pushing vaccinations, where they can't get sued, where there's bribery and all this stuff going on. And so when you see people get the Bell's palsy for the shot, any of you dumb enough to get vaxxed up, any of you stupid enough to just go out here and do this, and you don't want to listen and fuck Randy Short and all y'all ain't doctors. Well, dumb niggas get sick. In fact, if all the Quoons got vaccinated, we would be better off. In fact, the Quoons are. I sold out. I didn't want to listen. I hated black people that were conscious. I hated black people who would read and study all that black shit. Look at me, right? Y'all gonna be jacked up. Okay, you know what? And you know what? Your face will sag just like your titties if you're an old hard-headed ass woman. I mean, so look, so y'all stupid enough to take this stuff without researching. Y'all just if the ancestors that suffered with Tuskegee and all this other human experimentation on us isn't enough for you to ask a question, you just love what you get.
Keep reading.
Okay, all right.
Read that book, Medical Apartheid.
FDA could cost as much as $500 million to develop. Just multiply by 10, $5 billion to develop. And there were lots of disappointments along the way. That's right. They can make a drug.
Yeah.
Spend $5 billion and the FDA not approve it. Or, let me tell you what they did. Under George Bush, the little monkey, albino monkey looking president that we had, he looks evil, okay? They can develop something for diabetes and it not get approved, but when they're doing the placebo trials, when they experiment on people who think getting $1,500 from a company worth billions, they should be paying people $100,000 a year to get experimented on. Okay. They sent me one of those $1,700 things. You know what? I wouldn't wipe my ass with a check from these people to take the COVID shots.
Hell no.
Fuck no. Let's just get to the real no. Okay. You know something. These people use folks, and then during the placebo trial, if they find out, like they were doing something for heart medicine, and the heart medicine didn't get approved, but they noticed that people's hair would grow. Then they would go back to the FDA and they'd get this same drug and swap out the name and use it for hair growth. They did the same. This is how you got Rogaine for all you bald-headed niggas out there that took it. It was supposed to be a heart medicine that didn't get approved, but they found it helped people's hair grow. That's how you got Rogaine. These people, they're basically, it's like throwing a bunch of darts, getting a fistful of darts and throwing it at a target. And whatever that drug seems to do, if they can get the FDA to approve it, it'll get out there. If it gets pulled out because it doesn't really work on the heart or the eyes or the ears, but they find out it helps you, have more lubrication in your asshole, then they'll come out and put that out and change the name on it. Because it may mess you up one way, like they did. Depo-Provera is nothing but an update of Norplant. Norplant was making women have periods where they were bleeding like an oil well and shit. I mean, damn, women having gushes of blood and shit. Yeah. So they got something new. They changed the way they did it. They went from putting the thing inside your arm to injecting you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a shame.
Viagra wasn't an accident. A black scientist invented Viagra, and they stole it and gave it to white people. One of the people I know, his son created it. A lot, it would be a black man that made something for your dick to be harder. I mean, we're so creative. Anyway, let me stop. Let me keep going. But what I want you to understand is it's about money. And these people's money now in the pharmaceutical companies can only come through gross human experimentation on black people in Africa and developing nations and here in the United States. Like they've been writing all these black people all over the country to get us to take the COVID shot. They've been giving money to no good nigger preachers like this Raphael Warlock down in Atlanta, the punk ass Mr. Deep fried Mr. Potato Head looking nigga that tried to kill his wife, who let people throw shit and piss on kids in his Christian camp. Maybe that was a baptism to put piss on the child and put them out in freezing weather. Take the kids far away from their parents, have people abusing them. Y'all down in Georgia, y'all vote for that nigga if you want. Y'all deserve what y'all get. What he will do is help gentrify all of black Atlanta. Y'all all be homeless living under the bridges as people drive by your asses. You bet your ass on this.
Wait, you bet your ass.
You don't have to beg your asses to think. In fact, you know what? COVID's almost a blessing if it takes out all the coons. In fact, if coons were an endangered species, we would be. Wouldn't it be nice for coons to be an endangered species like the bald eagle and shit? And said, damn, I haven't met anybody ashamed to be black in like a month. I haven't seen one person with a blonde weave on in like 2 years. I haven't seen anybody swirling with the ugliest white person that they could find in like months. What's going on? We would freak out if all the coons started disappearing and shit, having strokes and heart attacks. And you know what? They'd be having delusions that they were white. Oh, good, I can die, go to heaven now. Jesus likes me. Anyway, let me get back to this. All right. Let me go back.
Okay.
Lots of disappointments along the way. Pfizer could not afford to have the Russians stealing any information. Pfizer was further concerned that unwanted visitors might inadvertently contaminate their precious clean room facilities where expensive clinical trials were conducted with test animals. These special germ-free rooms with positive air pressure keep the test animals totally sanitized during experiments. Pfizer did not want to risk having a team of officials wandering through their sterile areas, and they were adamant that the Russians would not be permitted inside these clean rooms, even if they complained about the violation of their trilateral rights. It was finally agreed in a compromise between Pfizer and U.S. officials that the Russians could tour only the offices and corridors of the clinical trials buildings, but they would not actually enter the sterile areas where the animals were kept. With that plan and reassurances that the U.S. national security required such a visit, Pfizer, with the corporate heart in its mouth trepidation, reluctantly said okay. The visit to Groton covered 3 days from the 23rd through the 25th of February. As expected, when the Russians were denied access to the sterile areas and the chemical buildings, tensions began to rise. The Russians were permitted to view as much as possible inside the testing areas through the windows and TV monitors, but as expected, they complained about the limited access wasn't good enough. On the final day, Pfizer's senior managers attempted to answer yet again, all the Russian questions about why they had not been allowed to the sterile areas. No formal protest was mentioned. I guess they understood that money. U.S. officials assumed that they would hear the complaints through diplomatic channels after Russians returned home. There were no fond farewells as the Russians flew back to Washington to prepare for their third and last destination. Their choice turned out to be the Department of Agriculture's facility at Plum Island off the northeastern coast of Long Island, New York. And the isolated island belonged to the government, was used for non-military defensive research against highly infectious animal plagues that might kill the U.S. horses, cattle, and hogs. By the way, America poisoned all the pigs in Haiti back in the 80s so they could sell pork. So yes, they will kill off. Do you remember all the Chinese pigs were getting set on fire like within the last 2 years? Don't be surprised that the CIA didn't kill all the Chinese pigs. Can you imagine a Chinese pig with a slanted eye? And then they get set up. You know, you be shooting them with chopstick bullets. Pat. Let me finish. I'm going to keep going. The main viruses under study included foot and mouth disease. Listen to this. And African swine fever. By the way, they dropped this African swine fever in Haiti to kill off all the pigs in Haiti and blame the Haitians. They're saying the pigs in Haiti would kill the pigs in America. So the Haitians were forced to kill all their pigs to please America, which meant the Haitians lost a major source of food supply. Not that I love pork, but damn, you got to eat something. And eating tourists' bowel movement isn't enough, okay? Keep moving. Outbreaks of such fear diseases would cost billions of dollars to the U.S. meat and dairy industries. In 1994, the center had a staff of 100 people and an animal budget of $14 million. The Russian visit was uncontroversial. As the Russians departed their last day, Dr. Ignatieff was non-committal about what his team had seen. The Russians flew back to Moscow on the 3rd of March. Once again, the American host felt the tour had gone quite well. Pfizer had been open, sites fully inspected. There had been nothing to hide. These were the different times now, and Moscow and Washington were furthering new and closer relationship. The Americans weren't taking bets, but they had done so. The stakes would have been against the return of the Cold War on biological warfare front. Washington only had to wait 4 short weeks for the Russian reaction. It came on the 5th of April. A news report from Investia. Any optimism the Moscow report confirmed had been widely misplaced, and any progress on biological weapons control had been consigned to the deep freeze of the old bad days. And once again, the truth had become the first casualty. An unidentified Russian official, apparently representing the Yeltsin government, was now publicly accused in the United States of violating the Biological Weapon Convention. Investigators charged that the March inspection of Pfizer showed conclusively that the United States had advanced production facilities for biological weapons. Specifically, the report charged Pfizer's Indiana site maintained redesigned, modernized bioweapon production equipment in good working order. Similarly, the Groton laboratory had special equipment and manufacturing areas for microorganisms which the Russians found suspicious. The possibility existed the Russians claimed that Pfizer's suspect buildings could produce pathogens of dangerous infectious diseases. To rub salt in, Russian officials claimed that his country had given American experts total unhindered access to all requested facilities in Russia since 1992. By contrast, he charged that Russian experts had faced serious obstacles and were denied access during their recent visit to America. For instance, he said the Russians were not allowed into a number of laboratories and one Pfizer building that was suspected of producing biological weapons. The Russian official further complained that certain restrictions were placed on them, including the refusal to let them take biological tests. He claimed that the Groton facility was open only after delay, then only when the Russian embassy intervened. All of these restrictions, the Russian officials complained, violated the rules that were stipulated in the trilateral agreement and on the final knee in the groin. An unnamed Russian official explained why the Russian government was making these charges public. He claimed that the U.S. was resisting Russian attempts to tighten compliance with the Biological Weapons Convention. No official from the Yeltsin government disavowed the investigative report. The U.S. officials were furious, and now nobody wanted Russian experts ever to come back. The perversion of the truth was not lost on the U.S. pharmaceutical industry either. Pfizer retained a dignified silence, but the message was clear. Being nice to Washington to help international arms control on the spread of biological warfare wasn't going to bring any reward. The episode poisoned the relationship between the industry and the White House, which was blamed for coercing Pfizer to participate. Worse still, the Clinton administration later backed away from accepting any responsibility for the fiasco and carefully wiped its prints off the evidence. All private meetings with industry representatives, the White House officials would not accept any blame for convincing Pfizer to participate. They said the visit had been voluntary on Pfizer's behalf. In 1994, after Pfizer, the Russians visited one site in Britain, Evans Medical Laboratories, a vaccine plant in Speke near Liverpool. During the Gulf War, the facility had packaged anthrax vaccine for British soldiers. After an uneventful visit, the Russians made exactly the same complaints about the British company as they had about Pfizer. The whole Pfizer affair, which should have been a shot in the arm for the trilateral process, became a shot in the head instead. A leading pharmaceutical company, lobbying association in Washington, Pharma, even to take an active role in future additions to the Biological War Convention that would force members to accept similar terms. The worst fears of those who had criticized the Wisner 1992 agreement in Moscow had been confirmed. After 2 years of negotiations and inspections, the Pfizer debacle had crippled the trilateral process. Ultimately, the Pfizer fiasco also highlighted the depth of East-West cultural differences and political suspicions, as well as inevitably the continuing military control in Russia over their illegal bioweapons program. A chance to come clean had been declined. The generals continued to risk the new detente by fighting tooth and nail to protect their illegal, offensive biological weapons program. The question remains, what is it about biological warfare that remains so close to the heart of the Russian military that makes it worth jeopardizing new superpower relationship with lies, deceptions, and dissimulations? I just want y'all to know, keep your eyes on this. Now we get to the juicy chapter. Rhodesia, 1978. They crawled out of the night and they made dark history. The first soldiers to unleash modern biological warfare. They were specially trained, but could hardly have understood the enormity of what they were doing. The soldiers and their civilian advisors stealthily distributed the deadly anthrax spore among the hungry cattle of the Rhodesian tribal trust lands. Let me break this down to you. The white settlers, the white racist settlers in Zimbabwe that used to be called Rhodesia, took
Mhm.
the deadly anthrax that killed black people less than a half mile from where I'm sitting in the Brentwood Postal Transfer Center, took a specially designed anthrax to kill black people developed here in Fort Detrick, Maryland, less than 50 miles from where I'm sitting, took it into the black areas in Rhodesia. White people took, and they were like 5% of the population, they took 50% or more of the land, and they got the best land in the country. And the black people, who are 95%, got maybe 40% of the land in the country, and they had the worst land. And they were kept in rural ghettos, tribal areas, Bantustans, as they call them in South Africa, or reservations for what they have for Indians here in America. And they took anthrax specifically made to kill black people to Zimbabwe. That's what I'm saying to you.
Diabolical.
They took the deadly anthrax spore among the hungry cattle of the Rhodesian tribal trust lands and seeded cholera. Cholera, which is deadly. Cholera killed 40,000 Haitians because people who had shitted in the drinking supply of Haitian people, United Nations soldiers killed 40,000 people on Obama and the Clinton squad. They just voted for them. Damn. Damn. Damn you. Damn you. The Russian tribal, look at this, and cholera in the river. So when the people drank the water, they would get poisoned. Big, rich, white farms were left in peace. The logic was brutally simple. Kill all the black man's cattle and food for the Rhodesian guerrillas, dies with them. Kill the cattle, blame the guerrillas, blame the black freedom fighters, blame the independent black media, blame the black people that tell you the truth.
Blame it on the black.
Those that are not struggling don't understand that the black people that tell the truth are the enemies of the system, and they deliberately poison the people and then say, we didn't do it to you. It's black on black crime. That's your problem. Okay. Listen to this. When a psychological victim at the same time spread cholera epidemics among the villages and destabilized the guerrillas and their infrastructure. Consequences of these strategies were to endure long after the whites lost their war and Rhodesia became Zimbabwe. Anthrax remains in the soil and it has become indigenous to Zimbabwe, an evergreen bouquet of poison left by the departing losers. Long after the dirty war for Rhodesian independence had been settled, the white administration overthrown and blacks had taken control of their own destiny, the effects of biological attacks still trickle through the lifeblood of the nation. Biological warfare is like no other conflict. Once it is released, it is already beyond control, distinguishing neither aggressor or defender, good or bad. It's incapable of honoring a truce, let alone a peace. Just like this COVID is killing white folks, just like the black people it was made to kill. Real talk, Quoons. Long after political issues had melted into history, the bacterial spores will sleep and wake and hibernate and reinfect, and still fighting a long gone war like some mad mechanical infantryman too wound up and besotted with the conflict to call a halt. By the late 1970s, Southern Africa was turning into a crucible of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary independence struggles. South Africa's National Party, this is the white supremacist party, the racist party, Joe Biden's friends. Under its new hardline premier, P.W. Botha, let me talk like him. We've been tolerant and we've been patient. Don't push us too far. Okay, I got his ass down. P.W. Botha had defined the wars against its authority as one total onslaught. In other words, a mandate to fight what was essentially a racial war with uncompromising ruthlessness. Faced with what it saw as local communist insurgency supported by Moscow's gold, South Africa unleashed a series of internal and external and paramilitary operations which involved murder, torture, smuggling, forgery, propaganda, and subversion as legitimate weapons. In this febrile atmosphere, the use of offensive biological warfare was but one malignant ideal way. A UN report had estimated that South Africa's back dirty wars would claim over 1.5 million deaths killed by white people in South Africa. That punk ass Mandela said, forgive the white people who killed 1.5 million black people, and black folks get some money and buy your stuff back that white people stole. And white folks still have everything that they took 400 years ago. And that's a new South Africa. Okay? Killed 1.5 million deaths and cost $60 billion in losses to neighboring black countries of Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola, and Namibia. Let me just break something down to you. I have a friend in Namibia. If I send him $90, that's like sending him $1,200. So if I take that 60 billion, multiply it by maybe 100 or 200 times, and then adjust for inflation, maybe 400 times, and you multiply 660 billion by 400, and then you understand the complete devastation that the whites, with American help, did to people in Southern Africa, along with spreading disease and AIDS and all of this. And this is happening right now. They didn't have COVID in South Africa until they started getting experimented on. This is happening right now. And the punk-ass ANC government did this. The punk-ass, gay-ass government in Haiti lit this. This is what Quoons do. This is what our trader leadership do. I do not advocate violence, but I'll tell you something. The day that black people string from the lamppost, our traders, it's the day that this stuff stops happening. You know, we were doing our Bible study, Sister Black Rose. Remember the woman that was with Samson that got shit all burnt up, how the people came and burnt them alive in the house? You sold out. There was no mercy. I'm not trying to make black people hateful, but the day that you betray us, we come for you in a swarm.
Yes.
And anyone that tries to protect the trader gets plowed down too. It's the day that black folks have some solidarity. Until traitors are punished and made examples of. I'm talking about an aggressive, where someone gets in political office and they say they don't support reparations, and they get so many hate calls until they don't want to come to work.
Yes.
Until their office, and people say, damn, I don't want to be in public life.
No.
The day we run all the fakers out, run them out of the pulpits. You know, I had a preacher tell me I cursed too much to be a representative of godly stuff. And I told him, well, I see all your God-talking preachers who talk God and they never curse or swear, and they don't stand up for anything. Says, at least you can count on me. I says, nigga, you can call me. If you say we want to fight some abortion or fight some LGBT or fight some pedophiles, you can get me. Where are the people who say they and thous and ye's and yows? And their nice pressed clothes and their hair's done. They wear suits. What the hell are they doing?
What are they doing?
Will they speak up? Will they say anything? Will they help the homeless? Will they do it? Just do it one time. Sometimes, maybe. They won't. So
I'll help these people with these evictions.
I will continue to say motherfucking money, shit, damn, bitch, hoe, as long as I feel like
MFM.
And I don't care who doesn't like it. In fact, if the coon-ass preachers would talk about reparations in their church as much as they bitch about getting their 10% out of people who are starving on welfare, who are food insecure, when they start saying MFM, I'll stop.
MFM. Somebody type MFM in the chat.
Yeah,
I sure wish I could.
MFM, y'all. We need our damn money.
You guys in the chat, but I can't.
I mean, so if people have a problem with me, you know,
MFM in the chat.
if you got a problem with me cursing, you can get off my network. If you think I don't believe in God and yet your ass is HIV positive, or you got like 15 kids by other people, but you don't curse, you think you're holy, please go to hell. and in a hurry too. Get on the skateboard. In fact, there's some sister that has
All right, thanks, Angela.
MFM. Everybody, we need our damn.
yeah.
The black people in South Africa need
Cameron,
MFM.
yeah.
These people need to
Happy
get their
birthday.
money. Look, the black people in South Africa got nothing but death and abuse. And you know what? I'll just say to you, just as sure,
What's up?
and just as sure, my friends, as some of us
Happy New Year, everybody.
in an uncompromising way, I could shift gears. I mean, certain people lie about their education. I'm not tripping off because I can't pay the loans. Shit. But
MFM Darren.
But all I'm going to say to y'all, and I'm real about this,
Mm-hmm.
that I can shift gears and we don't have to use any foul, of what you call foul language. To me, it's vulgarisms. Okay, look, I went to public schools. Okay, come on, we all did pussy jokes, dick jokes all day long. That's what we talk about. Okay, I can go in another direction. We can sit down and talk about biology. We can go in any direction you want with me if you want to. Sometimes I don't know the technology, but trust me, I'll catch on if you tell me. However, wouldn't it be boring if I just use all these terms? Well, we're going to talk about the lexicon of biological warfare, and we're going to get into the genus and phenotype. Y'all would get mad. Man, fuck that nigga, man. Stop using big words. So I'm not using big words. Let me tell you something. This respectability coons in our community. They don't want the people to know. They would rather you talk above people and people not understand, so you can be a heavy nigga that uses language people don't understand. I'd rather you understand me than impress you that I can use a polysyllabic word like epigraph or stuff like. Come on. I mean, you know, last night when I was tired, I was stumbling over these difficult German words. I mean, so I want you to understand, a good teacher, even Jesus, just told stories. He didn't try to get all deep and start breaking down Hebrew and all that kind of stuff. Come on. So let's keep doing this. Let me keep reading. All right. I'm going somewhere with this. Y'all stay with me.
Okay.
Listen to this. They were prosecuted with a combination of South African and Rhodesian security and special forces, intelligence agencies, and mercenaries. They were helped by the porous border between Rhodesia and South Africa and the combat skill of white soldiers, some of whom had once fought with honor. And the sense of this was a racial war that would determine the continent's future for the next millennium. In South Africa, the banned African National Congress had moved its military wing, MK Sizwe, into safe bases in Tanzania. They envisioned a strategy known as hacking the way home, which would involve the opening up of the Ho Chi Minh Trail to South Africa. There were also alliances with ZIPRA, the armed wing of the Zimbabwe People's Union, and then South Rhodesia's leading nationalist movement. After MK ZIPRA force had infiltrated Rhodesia in August 1967, South African police units were sent to work alongside the white Rhodesian security forces. By 1975, more than 2,000 South African policemen were stationed in South Africa. By 1979, South Africans were extremely active inside Rhodesia. Combat tracker units of the South African police were deployed alongside regular units of the Rhodesian army and operated in the Matabele Tribal Land Trust. The presence of these forces inside Rhodesia was vigorously denied by both sides. They, in turn, worked with the regular South African soldiers, South African Special Forces, and the now notorious Selous Scouts, who specialized in pseudo-operations, a technique learned from the British forces in Malaya and Kenya. Let me stop for 1 second. It's called gang counter-gang strategy. I'm going to write this down, and there's a name you need to learn for psychological warfare, asymmetrical white supremacist warfare. This is what you see in the cities of black people. They'll tell you about black on black violence, but not explain to you the role that they play to get
Right.
black people to kill one another.
Right
We
on.
already have our issues. Let me write this name down. Y'all need to look this up. Y'all need
I
to
have
look
my
this
pen.
guy
I'm
up.
ready.
Okay, it's called the founder of white supremacist warfare. It's a man by the name of Kitson. Kitson helped set up the genocide of black people in Kenya and kill people in Malaysia to
Mm.
make different people murder each other, start conflicts the same way the LAPD gets the Bloods and Crips to kill one another. The police do this all over the country. They instigate violence. They were taking Laquan McDonald to his death. He's from one part of Chicago. They're taking him to another part where he'd get killed for not being from around there. That's
Mhm.
why he was willing to walk away from the police. He felt he had nothing to lose. Kitson, let me pull up his name. Someone pull up something for Kitson for me. Let me pull his name up. This whole thing, the violence that you see in the cities, here in the United States and in Brazil, of black people killing each other, even in London and Paris now, has been created by the British intelligence, French intelligence, and American intelligence to get us to murder one another. It's part of getting us to bleed each other white. Abortion, murder, divorce, feminism, faggotism, all of this is systematic. It's not an accident. This is crafted. Yes, this is the other reason I say to you, why do I believe in God? Because if we practice the second commandment and care about each other, it would help temper their ability to get us to hate and kill one another. We need a covenant of how we treat one another. If we didn't hate one another, it'd be much harder for them to do the things that they do. They understand that we haven't gotten on one accord, those of us that want to be. Some of our people won't make it. They're going to be casualties of war. In fact, maybe they should be endangered species. Quote me. But Kitson specialized in getting Africans to kill each other, bring different groups, get Idi Amin from Uganda to come in and kill Kikuyu in Kenya, get Luo and the other people, they call the King's Africa's Rifles. These are sort of like coon niggas in the military that are so USA until they don't know about being black, that will shoot you or beat you like little punk ass black cops who want to suck the dick to the white guys who discriminate against them when they get back to the police station. Real talk, punk ass black cops who watch their white colleagues beat and brutalize black people, don't say anything. They think they got. Then when their asses get shot, when they're undercover, I'm a policeman. Pat, 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 pat. They always try to get the black guys to go undercover so they can kill them. And the dumb fuck black cops do it. Y'all punks, dumbass niggas. Y'all begging to get shot, and they'll shoot you. It happens all the time. If you're gonna be a black policeman, please don't be undercover, because your white friends who you watch beat all these black folks and put their fingers in black women's vaginas, supposedly looking for drugs. We know pussy's a drug, but it's not in a bag, right? Although it is in the safe area. So yes, I'm being rude. Yes. Okay. Let me keep going. Whew, let me go back to this. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. The Silver Scouts who specialized in pseudo operations. This means that they would do black flags. They would kill people like what happened. Who was trained to do this? Charles Manson was trying to start a race war to kill white people and say black people did it so white folks would go out and kill black folks. It's a pseudo operation or black flag, a technique learned from British forces in Kenya and Malaysia. The scouts in turn used large numbers of black troopers called askaris. These are Quoons, disguised as nationalist guerrillas who would operate in enemy territory, capturing and interrogating real guerrillas and using intelligence gathered to launch immediate surprise attacks. Battle-hardened and psychological and socially divorced from their own communities. They're talking about Quoons. Let me read this. You talking
Right.
about Stacey Abrams and her big bloated ass rerun looking sister.
Oh, oh my
Let's talk
goodness.
about these. Battle hardened, psychologically and socially diverse in their own communities. Maxine Waters, Al Sharpton, and compromised by their treachery. Askaris were well suited to some of the grisliest acts of war. The white fighting philosophy is best summed up by apartheid's leading assassin, Eugene de Kock, currently serving 212 years in prison for 7 individual murders and lesser charges, who stated, "Why keep to the Queensberry rules and fight one boxer when you can kick them all in the balls and kill all 3?"
Whoa.
In the late 1970s, orders were given to use biological warfare against the enemy, aka blacks. Because of its insidious and unusual nature, no one would even know that the weapon had ever been used. Today, the journey from Harare to the district of Kweke is uneventful. A lean gray mist hangs over gentle plains. Worms for sales announces one sign hammered to a tree. Lion Park, Snake World announce others, but Disney won't catch on here. Zimbabwe is poor. There were bread riots in the streets of the capital when we left. We drive through Selous, named after the explorer and hunter F.C. Selous. By the way, I believe that's a Jewish name, and it's a version of my grandmother's maiden name.
Oh.
It,
Mm.
it means money taker in Yiddish or banker. Oh Lord, I told you I've got some big. I'm a big black matzo ball. I have some Khazarian in me. That's probably where all this corruption and conspiratorial nonconformity comes from. Um, which gave the name to the infamous Cellar Scouts. By 8 a.m., the mist had risen, and the early dawn lights and brilliant wild Jacardia. Noisy street vendors are hawking bananas from wheelbarrows. The acacia trees rustle with life. Suddenly, it's light in Africa. As we approach uh, Nguena village, the earth loses its richness and becomes harder, sending dusty red clouds into the air. The luxurious greenery gives way to a thorny scrub. We see the first kraal fences and wattle huts that stand on this overlooked land that has given of its best, but now harbors the worst. We are in the anthrax zone. This is where Badman planted spores 20 years ago. Now anthrax, which endures and has become virulent once more. 47 human cases and countless cattle have died in this district alone, all in the last 6 months. All the cattle these proud and dignified people have. No television, few radios, bank accounts or cars, just wattle huts, cattle, ubiquitous bicycles. When the health workers, all 5 of them, go out and find the anthrax-infected meat in the butcher's stall, they order the carcasses to be burned. But it's a poor land here, and that meat is someone's livelihood. Money may change hands, and infections continue. Mind you, the white farmers in South Africa feel entitled to the land.
Yes, they do.
So, but they did this to the black people. And by the way, Barack Obama and Susan Rice supported the white farmers. Trump does too, but before Trump got there, Obama and them let this go on, and they got rid of Mugabe, who had his problems, but the new dude is worse. I've had people from Zimbabwe who I would say, I know Mugabe is bad, baby, but they're going to make it worse. It's worse.
That's what happens.
It's much worse. And they thought, you're insensitive and you're just American. Baby, I want you to have the best. I want you to have better than Mugabe, but I don't want you to have worse than Mugabe. Well, we're going to get a change. Fine. You think the Chinese and the white people are going to make it better for you? Okay. All right. Forgive me. Africans, some of y'all are dumb as hell. I mean, maybe y'all need another 100 years to have white folk kick you around for you to get it. Okay. If that's what you want, if we can't tell you vicariously, not only do we live amongst white people in a way you never have, we're mixed with them in a way you've never been. Okay. All right. Have it your way. Listen to this. Spores are everywhere, activated when the chemistry of the earth works its voodoo, mixing with the right cocktail of alkaline pH, nitrogen, calcium, and organic matter. Let me just explain that. Nitrogen is good for growing crops and improving the soil. Organic matter is good for the soil for you to grow. So if the people try to farm and make the land produce anything for them, it produces anthrax that will kill them and or their animals into perpetuity. This is why when people say, why reparations? Why the hell not? When the brew needs cooking with the correct extreme weather conditions for the spores to compete successfully with the other microorganisms in the soil, a drought followed by heavy rains is most helpful and often precedes an outbreak. Atalia Ninguena is a 62-year-old broomstick thin with a fine, handsome face and eyes that hold our unblinking curiosity. She has come with her family to pour beer on the common ground grave of her husband, whose name was Tommy, who died at the age 48 when soldiers brought anthrax to the district.
Wow.
Atalia is Matabele, and this small spirit ceremony marks another anniversary in her life as a widow. The family kneel, chant, and talk, and because it is bad manners to exclude the departed host, they pour a measure of the warm beer into his grave. Then they drink a little themselves and just one more for him. Afterwards, standing awkwardly in the bone-dry Mzambani tree, Atalia speaks softly and quickly with strange cadences and rhythms of her click tongue. He became sick, and we did not know what was wrong with him. We took him to the Mapilo hospital, and they did an operation, but it wasn't okay. He died in our hut. He was in pain. I dabbed him with water because he said he was feeling so hot. He began to swallow over and coughed and coughed. He knew he was going to die. He said to me, "You will remain alone. Who's going to look after the children? This disease was brought by war. Now it has come back, but we're no longer at war. When will it leave the earth? Will our children die too?" When they talk about how bad Mugabe is, how come they never talk about how bad the white people were before Mugabe got in? Now, by now, the relatives of other dead victims are waiting to talk to us. Elijah Dube lost his brother, Buyazwe, who was only 28. His anthrax began as a sore on his finger and ended when God released him from the agony in the hospital. Elisha, Seventh-day Adventist, from the village of Teti, leaves us to join the choir in the modest hut that they call a church. In the inevitability of death, God shines like the star he sings. But the anthrax deaths were all man-made. Here, in the hard bush life, some things are not the will of the Almighty. It was years before anyone found out. The first suspect, a modern war crime, was an American doctor, Merrill Nass, MD, then with the Department of Internal Medicine at the University of Massachusetts Medical School. From 1989 to 1992, she researched the epidemiology of the largest outbreak of anthrax in the history and Rhodesia, Zimbabwe in the late 70s. While plowing through the statistics, she realized an inexplicable spike and the casualty figures that occurred during the years 1979 to 1980. Anthrax is epidemic in parts of southern Africa, but Rhodesia, with fine veterinary services and human health care, had reported only an average of 13 human cases a year before 1978. However, in the 2 years 1979-1980, a staggering 10,738 human cases were recorded and 182 humans died of the illness. Thousands of cattle were infected and had to be slaughtered. The disease spread over time from one area to area and to 6 of the 8 provinces. Significantly, virtually no commercial white-owned farms were affected. When you hear that the black people in South Africa farm can't do anything and that they need the white people, they've destroyed the ability for black people to produce their own food. If they put nitrogen in the soil, calcium in the soil, organic matter in the soil, it brings back the anthrax to kill them and their animals. But the white people with the land that wasn't poisoned, they're told they can't have because it's the white people's right who committed genocide on 250,000 black people to steal their country. This is the stuff that they won't tell you. And the same anthrax that was used to kill Black people in Rhodesia, aka Zimbabwe, was the anthrax that they used to kill people right here in Washington, D.C. in 2001. Anthrax killed a family friend of mine. Anthrax killed two family friends of a friend of mine. Anthrax was released at Howard University Law School, Howard University's main campus. It was released to Tom Daschle, and it was put in the post offices.
I remember when that anthrax scare
I
was
want to say
going
to
around.
you, for all of you watching, that Dr. Fauci, who many of you think you should trust, his drag queen Mother Teresa looking ass, was involved with the anthrax experimentation. Fauci, 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 your savior, the one that says get vaccinated. Fauci, Fauci. Anthrax, then AIDS. And now it's COVID. Fauci. What do you not get? Let me keep reading. And it doesn't matter if I connect all the dots. Do your own damn research. Stop expecting a handful of us who don't have a research facility and money. All the libraries, let me say something to you guys. All year, all the research places have been closed. You can't get into. I'm very familiar with the Library of Congress. I can't go in to get the documentation or use the databases to pull stuff down. Don't you realize that it's quite conspicuous that they've made it almost impossible for people to counter the lies that they're telling you from the mainstream media? With all the libraries closed, the doctors intimidated or afraid, basically you have one lie being repeated time and time and time and time again. And people who would dare tell the truth, at least if I don't understand, let me research, let me read the medical reports for myself. But if all the libraries are closed due to COVID, and then all the other doctors are afraid for their reputation or their lives or whatever, then nobody that knows will say, and those that would say aren't allowed access to the material to defend their points of view. Think about what I'm saying to you. It's a scam. The virus is real. You invented it. Like this anthrax was invented. I'm going to keep reading. Even more puzzling was the way that the anthrax spores were transported over very large distances across areas with no bovine cases were known to have occurred. If the cattle had not spread the spores, then who or what had? Dr. Nass suspected the worst. The epidemiology and circumstantial evidence pointed to one direction, but confirmation had to wait for years. The earliest collaboration was probably in a secret report sent by the United States Defense Intelligence Agency officer to the Pentagon. And a source, according to a source, deleted, a member of the Rhodesian Cellar Scouts admitted in 1978 that they had tried both chemical and biological weapon techniques to kill terrorists. The Defense Intelligence Agency report also spoke of Rhodesian ground forces poisoning water systems with dead bodies and ground forces attempting to infest the water system with vibro cholerae, aka cholera. Just like Flint was a military operation.
Right.
Real talk. To this day, there's no proof of how the anthrax was delivered. The most logical source of the first modern use of biological warfare was an old-fashioned but highly reliable vector, a cattle egg, livestock food. Today, the Zimbabwe Ministry of Health is certain that a strain of anthrax came from the United Kingdom. That in and of itself is not necessarily sinister. Both Britain and the United States exported biological warfare pathogens for legitimate research in those days. They were relatively easy to acquire, and a buyer only had to produce appropriate documents. Forgery was dead simple and a catalog of tricks used during the Dirty Wars in Southern Africa. In 1943, the British cabinet prepared a requirement to retaliate against the Nazis had used biological warfare against the British livestock. The ultimate plan had been to use anthrax spores released in 500-pound cluster bombs, each containing over 100 small 4-pound bomblets containing the spores. During the stimulant trials at Porton Down is the equivalent of Fort Detrick in England. Porton Down, such cluster bombs have been shown to produce an effective aerosol concentration of spores that covered nearly 100 acres from the impact area. However, there were problems in developing the right quantity of bombs in the time, so the quick fix solution was a weapon requiring no special munition or hardware. In the end, the British simply charged ordinary cattle cakes with anthrax spores. It was neat and simple and would have been wholly effective because of the precision of deliverance literally down the throat into the stomach of the targeted cattle. The British manufactured a stockpile of 5 million of these cakes. The stockpile was destroyed after the war, apart from 1 or 2 boxes which were retained as memorabilia until 1972. Technology was simple enough for anybody to copy once they had access to the anthrax spores. Dr. Tim Stamps was born in Cardiff, Wales, but has eagerly joined the white tribe of Africa. Today, he is Zimbabwe's Minister of Health. He is also a member of the executive board of the World Health Organization. He has personally ordered an official investigation by his ministry for substantial information indicating the use of biological agents as tools of war in Zimbabwe. The 120-acre farm he owns outside Harare is everything that binds men like Stamps with such passion into this part of Africa. It is cool, fertile, spacious, a picture book farm with plump, contented Guernsey's, large white egrets poke around in the damp grass. As we talk, his wife serves coffee and cakes on the patio. We would be in a verdant English county of Sussex. Stamps is tall, handsome, gray hair, and mostly gentle. His real passion ignites when he talks about the biological weapons and anthrax and cholera, and maybe worse, that were used against his country. No doubt about the anthrax, he mutters grimly. You only have to look at the figures. No doubt about the cholera either. Cholera is new to the country. Odd, isn't it, that it spread so quickly, particularly during the period of hostility when human movements were very, very severely restricted in the eastern district of Zimbabwe, where the cholera broke out. Now, if these outbreaks had been endemic, we would have expected them to continue to reoccur with our health services in disarray. We had another outbreak in 1993, which I think was another biological weapons attack. Odd, isn't it, that we managed to control the outbreak within 3 months and eliminated it within 7? We had a localized outbreak of bubonic plague during the Dirty Wars, and it has reoccurred twice more in that area. But why so local? It was places where there was intense fighting between the forces of liberation and the white regime. I have my suspicions about Ebola too. It was developed along the line of the Zambezi River, and I suspect that this may have been an experiment to see if a new virus could be established to infect people. We looked at the serological evidence on strange cases, including a 15-year-old child, which occurred in 1980. Nothing really made epidemiological sense. Do I have evidence? Only circumstantial. In fact, Rhodesian security forces were more expert than Nazis in covering up evidence. Dr. Stamp is speaking weeks before the remarkable evidence was presented by South African soldiers and scientists at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings in South Africa's covert biological weapons program. The health minister doesn't know how close to the truth he is. Stamps begins to talk gloomily about the revived epidemic of anthrax, which now stalks his land. Even the wild animals have been infected, antelopes, elephants. His voice trails up and picks up again. We have asked the American Centers for Disease Control to come help us, but they will only but they work only at a cost basis, and my budget is very small. We talk about anthrax. If you can destroy a person's cattle, you can destroy his livelihood, he said. If you can kill a few people in the process, you can subjugate a large number of people, and the stuff lasts forever. That is the evil of biological warfare. Who brought it in? Stamps picks up a cake knife, and points to the south. What do you think? South Africa. Of course. It was the highest form of inhuman murder ever known to man. They targeted my Africans, and they did it without any regard to the future. Anthrax will stay on our soil for at least 50 years, and we do not have the resources to remove it. The people who did this should be brought to justice before the international community. We're talking war crimes here. It is hot now. The armed police guard standing in the shade farm gate cradle his rifle and arm. Stamps, angry and restless, heads for his beloved Guernsey. The interview is over. A few miles away, much closer to Harare, and later in the evening, a lean, square-jawed man with razor-thin haircut waits by the electronic gates to his substantial home as they groan open and let us enter. Each hand he holds leads to a snarling Doberman. An alien from the outer space would recognize the man as an ex-soldier. He is Colonel Lionel Dick, and he smiles and shrugs apologetically. I am sorry. There have been several murder attempts on me. Home's a bit of a fortress. It certainly is. Peace has not brought peace. For this 54-year-old former commanding officer of the Rhodesian African Rifles, who, after independence, stayed loyal to the new flag and joined the Zimbabwean Parachute Brigade and Special Air Service. There are some unforgiving people in South Africa who do not believe Dick should have worked with the new rulers. They have already come for him with guns at his home. It turns out he doesn't just have two Dobermans. There's a Rottweiler inside the house, too. There were honorable white men sucked into the dirty war, fighting for the queen and country, kith and kin. Dick was one of them. As a soldier, he served the new flag, and he still does. Today, he runs a company that clears mines from Africa and Bosnia. He's absurdly fit and active. He knows one small important part of Rhodesia's biological weapons mystery. Regular Rhodesian soldiers were not involved, he insists. It's true, commanding officers at the time would give us briefings about certain places we would be warned about drinking the water, or, the wells might be broken, but our soldiers didn't do it. There were places where we were categorically told that the waters had been salted with cholera and that you would have to be careful. The truth is, Rhodesia was being used as a laboratory. There were civilian operators, strange types from South Africa. They did it, to be more precise. To be more precise, it was the South African military intelligence. The anthrax they put down, he continued with some passion, it hit this amazing herd of elephants. They had been previously mutated. That's the right word. They became desert elephants. They move around the outskirts of the desert from water hole to water hole. They're unique because they don't destroy their own habitat. So there's always been food for them. Now they've started dying of anthrax. The story remains elusive. Former Rhodesian intelligence officer, now active for the new Zimbabwe administration, a kind of new culpa, which contains the ring of truth. The letter in part reads, it is true that the anthrax spores were used in an experimental role in Gutu, Chilamanzi, Masvingo, and Maberengwa areas. And the anthrax idea came from the Army's psyops, the psychological operations. The use of anthrax spore to kill off the cattle of the tribesmen was carried out in conjunction with the psychological suggestion that the tribes people that their cattle was sick and dying because a disease was introduced into Zimbabwe from Mozambique by infiltrating guerrillas. The use of cholera was restricted to external use only, as it was believed at the time that the outbreak of the disease within Zimbabwe would seriously affect the security forces operating in the bush. The Rhodesian security forces were given the job of polluting watering points close to guerrilla camps in Mozambique, i.e., pools of slow-moving streams, but this tactic was said to be of very limited use due to the quick dispersion of the bacteria. Jeremy Brookhill, a white Zimbabwean activist who joined the guerrilla forces during the War of Liberation, was himself a victim of a South African military hit squad in 1987 when he was severely injured in a car bomb attack. He recalls the role of the Rhodesian Central Intelligence Organization in Rhodesia's offensive biological warfare attacks against blacks. In the 1970s, the most closely guarded secret operation of the entire war, the CIO embarked on a program of chemical and biological warfare. Doctors and chemists from the University of Rhodesia were recruited by the CIO and asked to identify a test range of chemical and biological agents which could be used in the war against the black nationalist guerrillas. Brookhill alleges that in 1975, clinical trials were performed on human guinea pigs at a remote Selous camp in Mount Darwin in northeastern Rhodesia. The CIO provided victims from the choosing little-known detainees who arrested on various security charges. In the secrecy of the camps, the doctors administered various chemical and biological agents to the prisoners, experimenting with delivery systems and dose levels. The local CIO special branch disposed of the bodies in local mine shafts. By 1976, the CIO special branch of the Selous Scouts carried out actual deployment of the successfully tested chemical on biological weapons in the target area. They were assisted by the South African military and security personnel who not only acted as advisors and monitors, but likely played some role in the development of the chemical and biological agents. Henrik Ellert, formerly of the British South African Police in Rhodesia, former head of the section of the special branch, recalls how thallium, a lethal heavy metal toxin similar to rat poison, was injected into tins of corned beef and fed to guerrilla fighters. Predictably, one of the tins fell into the hands of innocent villagers living in Arcturus district who ate it. Many died. A detailed investigation, both by the innocent manufacturers of the corned beef and the government Ministry of Health, established the facts. Ellert further described the use of unspecified poison, which was responsible for the death of some 200 non-combatants after the Selous Scouts poured it into a single reservoir that fed the Kachimane Administrative Center in Tete Province. Ellert also reported the use of measured quantities of biological cultures, possibly cholera, in the Ruya River wildlife Mozambique border. People living along the banks died soon after the water was poisoned. The deaths were attributed to cholera. Because of the use of anthrax, cholera, and thallium in Rhodesia was no biological Hiroshima, the events were never clearly marked for the historical record. Far worse things happened in the dirty wars. That was perhaps a moment that was missed for the real significance in terms of the use of new weapons for mass destruction. So when it was all over, biological warfare was recorked, and some of the men who had used the dark science slipped back south across the border, returned to South Africa, and studied the lessons of Rhodesia. There's another racial conflict looming in their homeland. There would be much work to do. Y'all want me to keep going? Who wants me to keep going?
Keep going.
Y'all want me to keep going? Okay. I'm going to do one more. Hold on. I'm going to do a couple more chapters. I'm going to stop. I just want y'all to see this stuff because when I get to the next chapter, it's going to start getting crazy.
All right.
I'm going to do it. Let me see. I'm on page 224. I'm going to read to 282, and now I'm going to stop.
Okay.
This is chapter 23 from Plague Wars. Nothing personal. Listen to this. They've done nothing terrible to me. This is Connie Bram in 1998. This is a white person that helped kill black people. In other words, we haven't hurt them. They still kill us. Okay? MFM, y'all. He's a big chap. Large face, big, huge frame, sagging in the middle under the weight of the years and a beer belly. The blue blazer and regimental tie date him, sartorially somewhat in the mere mid-70s. He looks at home in a bourgeois English cafe or propping up the bar at a suburban saloon, inseparable from the blazer that carries on the unofficial, carefully worn, gold-threaded flash stitches into the distinctive proud winged dagger of the British Special Air Force. Now, no ex-SAS man would be seen dead in that rig, but Taffy, an acquired nom de guerre, is not quite an English town. He's in Victoria, sitting at a bar. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Trying to figure out. Okay. I need to move some. 1 second. Yeah, I gotta make certain. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna keep reading this. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Are y'all getting this? Because this is building.
Yes.
Okay, let me keep reading. He's in Pretoria, sitting at a bar in the Holiday Inn, a white supremacist stranded by the tides of history, now still clinging to the insignia and uniforms of yesteryear. Taffy has his memories in his thin gray flannel trousers and mirror polished shoes, while Africa moves on and ignores him. Yet he has a story. It was men like Taffy of Rhodesia, a mere 20 years ago, who first used biological warfare and toxins to kill or attempts to assassinate perceived enemies of the state, aka black people. And Taffy's great claim to fame, the reason there's always a drink at the bar from the good old boys, is that he is the man who very nearly murdered President Robert Mugabe. The use of biological or toxic agents was a method of personal assassination, was to reach its triumphal peak in Southern Africa during the 1970s and 80s. This was something of the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, or to give it its full title, Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Biological and Toxin Weapons and on their destruction, could have never foreseen. The treaty ratified 3 years later was meant to be employed as a tool with which to fight the new weapons of mass destruction. But for some who wore cloaks and broke the rules, exotic bugs and toxins were preferable to daggers. Rhodesia was never a signatory to the BWC. Taffy prefers to remain anonymous. Smart move for someone like him moving under a black ANC government in South Africa. It was nothing personal, you understand, he says meaningfully. It was war. He was a former British soldier who graduated to the parachute regiment, to the elite, but even more murderous Special Air Force Regiment. The SAS is a covert action, what the flame is to gunpowder. During the 1960s, when the Socialist Prime Minister sat in Downing Street, some men of the far right found this prospect so offensive that they moved to Southern Africa to find the life more in keeping with their view of the world. Taffy, having left the army, first went to Zambia. The job failed. Then to Salisbury, now Harare, the capital of Rhodesia, in 1970. In 1973, this is a racist Prime Minister, Ian Smith, closed the border with Zambia, and Zambia, in turn, allowed Rhodesian guerrillas to establish base camps near the Rhodesian border. The gloves were already being removed as Rhodesia tooled up for civil war. Taffy's old skills were now much in demand, and he soon became an undercover agent for the Rhodesian Central Intelligence Office. The CIO was less than an information gathering and analytic intelligence service, so much as a proactive, ruthless white strike force that organized dirty tricks and ran small, illegal operations that included the use of biological warfare against blacks in Rhodesia. In 1979, Taffy was called into the director's office and was told that the CIO was planning to murder Robert Mugabe, the longtime black nationalist leader in Rhodesia, during an all-important Lancaster. This is when they're talking peace, they're going to kill him. Okay. At the Lancaster House Talks in London. It was at this meeting that the conclusion of the vicious Rhodesian Civil War was to be negotiated with Mugabe's powerful guerrilla force, the Zimbabwean African National Union. Taffy was invited to become Mugabe's assassin, found no moral impediment at the prospect. Because the murder would have to take place in high profile circumstances in London, Taffy was keen to select a method that would not necessarily involve shootings and explosives. He was introduced to Professor Robert Symington, who headed the anatomy department of the University of Rhodesia. Symington, who later left Rhodesia for South Africa after independence, has been credited with being the father of Rhodesia's biological warfare expertise. Taffy said he knew him socially and that he informed me that he has been producing and testing toxins to supplement the war efforts of the Rhodesian forces. The toxins had been used for killing Black terrorists. As we move to a hot, darkened hotel room, up from the bar, Taffy begins to relax and warm to the subject. The toxins we used came under three headings. One of them was ricin, which comes in the form of the castorine and has to enter the body intravenously. The second one was a heavy metal called thallium, which has to enter the body orally and kills like ricin within a matter of 3 days. There's a third one, researched and used by Symington, which is called parathion, which is something I'd never heard of before. It enters the body through the hair follicles. Parathion is an organophosphate, highly dangerous and potentially deadly toxin used by farmers on the land. It has become the favorite murder agent of South Africans too. Taffy made ricin his toxin of choice. He concluded the best way to kill Mugabe would be to fire the ricin into his body with the rifle in order to ensure that the ricin pellet stayed in the body long enough. The enterprising Welshman took on an ordinary rifle bullet, ground off the head, which was made of copro nickel, and drilled a hole in the center of the lead inside and filled it with ricin. This dum-dum bullet not only held the ricin, but it also had the advantage of spreading inside the flesh and not exiting the body, thus ensuring the poison stayed where it would do its work. Unhampered by any overpowering sentimentality towards canines, Taffy packed up a couple of large dogs from the local Society for the Protection of Cruelty to Animals to test his theory. He shot the dum-dums into dogs and it worked. The dogs took 3 days to die. From his flight to London and entry through customs, the resourceful Taffy put the ricin and some backup thallium into separate glass vials and carefully undid the wrong end of the toothpaste tube and squeezed out as much of the paste, inserted the vials, then rolled up the tube as if it was already half used. The scheme worked when he entered the United Kingdom without difficulty. Then, in the sensible day of the jackal gesture, he moved into a small backstreet hotel in Victoria. Robert Mugabe was staying at the Royal Lancaster Hotel, as was Joshua Nkomo, the then leader of ZAPU, the Zimbabwe African People's Union. The CIO had said that if one of them had become amenable to the talks, and one of them was difficult, it was difficult one that could get rid of. The go signal was to come from the CIO bosses in Salisbury in a telephone message which would say something cryptically like "See you in November." As it turned out, the message never came, and the assassination plot was called off. Taffy, who had previously bumped off one or two awkward people for the CIO in Zambia, was phlegmatic. He was disposed of the toxins and returned to base like a good soldier. Despite the anticlimactic conclusion, the Mugabe plot was a chilling foretaste of the extent to which biological warfare could be used extensively by whites fighting in a desperate rearguard action throughout Southern Africa against blacks. Mugabe had been a potentially high-profile target, but there were lesser-known people involved in the African struggles who were not so lucky. Connie Bram, a small, immaculately trim figure and a pretty and intelligent face, a Dutch Jane Fonda in her day, but her day is still not over. She ran weapons for the military wing of the ANC during the 1960s and 1970s and took real physical risks for which she was nearly murdered. Connie Bram, sitting in an Amsterdam apartment within a cigarette flick of the busy Central Railway Station, was still wearing her combat trousers incongruously matched with her attractive red blouse, and looking tired because she's got cancer, but still looking good, 20 years younger than her age. Connie Bram, an unwilling victim of a terrible practical experiment, first in Rhodesia and after he fled in South Africa. Professor Rob Symington's experiments with organophosphate, parathion, were successful. The toxin, an insecticide that was first synthesized in the 1940s, was an anticholinesterase, a substance which retards a natural important enzyme activity in the brain and thus interferes with nerve conditions, which can lead to serious poisoning and death. In humans, organophosphates will cause nausea, headaches, excessive salivation, vomiting and diarrhea, visual problems, disorientation, and are carcinogens depending on the amount of exposure. It's believed that they can eventually cause growths and tumors. The appeal The appeal of organophosphates as weapons of assassination is that it's extremely difficult for anyone other than an expert to detect traces of these rare substances in the human body. This means that the correct diagnosis and treatment may be delayed long enough to allow death. The method of application for offensive use against humans is bizarre. The poison needs to enter the body's longest hair follicles, underarm, or around the crotch. Hence, smearing some. It is odorless and colorless on underwear is the most efficient method. I'm going somewhere, y'all. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Listen to this. In September 1987, Connie Bram, always hardly despised by the hard right-wing white Rhodesians and South Africans as a pro-black activist, attended the Children's Conference in Harare. This is after the governments have changed. The blacks are supposedly in power. To show you, they tell the black people, forgive us for centuries of genocide and stealing everything, and let's move on and forget about everything. Just remember how these people never forgive and never forget, but always ask us to. That's to disarm you, to do whatever they want to do, to take your defenses down. Now look at this. Always hardly despised by the hard right Rhodesians and South Africans as a pro-black activist, attended the Children's Conference in Harare. She was then the chairperson of the influential Dutch anti-apartheid movement. She stayed in Bronte Hotel, as she had many times before. In my room, I opened a closet, and there were 2 jackets hanging there. Now, let me say straight away, I can take care of myself. I've been a target long enough. I've tried everything, but over the years, I've changed my clothes a bit, less combat jeans and something more fashionable. I guess they figured I'd fall for the clothes thing anyway. These 2 jackets were really beautiful and much beyond me money-wise. One was real wool, black, and the other one cotton. But with the print and the design, oh God, I mean, it must have cost a fortune, and it was most amazing. They were absolutely my size. It had been very hot during the day, and in the evening it got very cool, and I was terribly tired. I had been wearing only a small dress at the conference, and I had a lot of skin exposed. So anyway, I put on the black woolen jacket and sat at the hotel table and wrote my conference report. I worked about an hour, and after that, I took it off, and I went to bed without even taking a shower. When I woke up about 3 or 4 in the morning, because of my own screaming and knocks at the door, the pain was incredible beyond belief. I've had a child, and it was difficult birth, and this was much worse than that, much worse. The pain would start to build up, and it would reach an unbearable pitch. The knocks on the door came from the guest from the next bedroom, a friendly Dutch cameraman, Jan de Graaf. Bram crawled along the floor and managed to let him in. She returned to bed and began to lose consciousness from the pain. DeGraff thought it might be food poisoning and tried to help Connie vomit, but it made no difference. Eventually, a doctor arrives. Now then, there's a mysterious man with a heavy South African accent. Hold on. There was a mysterious man hanging over me. I was worried because he was a stranger, man with a heavy South African accent to boot. He kept pressing me here. He points to his stomach and saying I had an ulcer. He began to produce a little brown bottle, which I said I should take pills. But I didn't have an ulcer, and how could he diagnose it so quickly if I even had? The whole thing was very odd. There was a new receptionist at the desk who was unknown to me. He had called the doctor, who had mysteriously arrived within minutes. At that time of night, I ask you. The doctor then made a remark about Connie Brown being the right age for ulcers and left. After again strongly advising her to take the pills, but coincidentally, DeGraff had actually had an ulcer. He examined the pills and said he had never taken rubbish like that and threw them down the toilet. DeGraff and the colleague took turns to babysit Connie for the rest of the night. She returned to Holland and immediately saw her own doctor, who checked her thoroughly for ulcers and found nothing. 3 months later, in March of 1988, Connie Brown woke up and found a huge swelling the size of ping pong balls had suddenly developed on the bridge between her vagina and her anus. She was rushed to the hospital and diagnosed, produced nothing, and she underwent an immediate operation for the removal. But then, to her horror, the wound that they left wouldn't close. It just wouldn't heal. I lived with the plastic bowl and surgery soap for 3 times a day. I had to sit and clean that wound. There was no pus and no blood. It just stayed open. Apparently, my blood wasn't good enough to heal the wound. It stayed like that for a year. The hospital was completely baffled. After a year, they said, "This is ridiculous. We're going a second time." And they started to cut my vagina to pieces. And they started to dig in, but they just didn't know what they were looking for. And they found nothing. Nothing. Finally, after 5 or 6 months, it began to heal. But it's bad. And a vulnerable scar. It splits open very easily and gets red and it itches. There's poison in my body. That's why it was that jacket. I know, I feel it. Now I have to be careful with my personal hygiene, and it has badly affected my sex life. Last year I got cancer. Finally, very feminine, and after a long silence, she cries a little. I think it was a jacket. They've done terrible things to me. While it's unlikely that one simple exposure to parathion would cause cancer, it is possible that Connie may have been exposed to other times in other ways. Ominously, the insults to her body defy conventional medical explanation. Biological warfare, when it fails to kill you, can scar for life. It does not have the brutal finality of a bullet or a bomb. For Connie Brown, it remains an obscenity. They gutted her vagina for being a nigger lover. Reverend Frank Ciccone, I know his brother, was one of the most cheerful vicars of Christ, like Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who blessed their enemies at the drop of a Bible, or even incomparable harboring of anger, revenge, or hatred. Yet Frank Ciccone, internationally respected as a general secretary of the South African Council of Churches and former ANC activist, who also found himself targeted by the killers who engineered toxins for the assassination of their enemies. Like Connie Brown, he is lucky to be alive. Unlike her, there seems to be no lasting damage. He was a key member of South Africa's first democratic government, serving as the Director General of the Office of the Deputy President Thabo Mbeki, now Nelson Mandela's successor. His status gives him a substantial office in the government house where Black civil servants and Black ministers scurry around corridors, and a reassuring demonstration of the smoothness of the political transition. Ciccone is a small and unfailingly cheerful. Like Tutu, he's always on the verge of a giggle, unpompous and workmanlike, with a steady handshake and penetrating eye contact. In 1989, he drove north to Namibia from South Africa to meet various contacts. He had previously been barred from entry, but once the UN moved in on April 1st of April, he felt free to take the risks. Suddenly, I needed to vomit. I became sweaty and seemed to lose all energy. I got the car to stop and threw up, but now something was wrong. I was rushed to the hospital. By the time I got there, I couldn't move, and I was carried on a stretcher. I must tell you, I was in agony. Do you know, I was now in a remote hospital in northern Namibia. There were only 2 doctors on duty, and the hospital stopped for 5 hours to save my life. Chikane returned to South Africa as an emergency hospital case. After 6 days of treatment, he recovered in the absence of any other recognizable cause other than a limp verdict that he had been suffering from fatigue. The following month, on May 10th, he left for the United States as part of a 4-person team of church leaders to meet with top senators, congressmen, and finally President Bush. But within a few hours of his arrival, he had another severe attack. He was in Madison, Wisconsin, was again rushed to the hospital. The same symptoms emerged: nausea, sweating, salivating, and vomiting. My body began shaking and twitching. My eyes became watery. My vision blurred. I could hardly walk or turn my body in a sleeping position. Then came the hyperventilation. I lost consciousness and I had to be placed on an artificial respirator. I tell you, my wife left my bedside that evening thinking I was dead. That terrible night, they called Desmond Tutu and said, he's dying. And they sent me to the Anglican bishop, where he opened my eyes in the morning. I found the bishop with me. He was there for the last rites, and he said prayers, then left. Chikane, silent for a moment, then he smiled to himself as if savoring some clerical inside joke. Oddly, he traveled from near death to rude health within a couple of days. It didn't make any medical sense, yet each time he returned to the hotel, he would get sick again. On 3 separate occasions, he bounced out of it and out of the intensive care unit. To the growing perplexity of American doctors, they asked him delicately had he been a drinking problem, since there seems to be a touch of pancreatitis. More and more doctors crowded around his bed to examine him. It wasn't a Namibian outback, and the Americans wanted answers. Finally, on his 3rd return to the hospital, one doctor, frustrated by the lack of the logic of these returns, took himself off to the library and burned some midnight oil over a pile of medical reference books, and eventually he discovered the symptoms related to organophosphate poisoning. Samples were flown to California laboratories, and the call came back. They're positive. They cracked it. Chikane missed his date with President Bush, but at least he was alive. This was now 1998. He had forgotten his perpetrators. Oh, yes, I've forgiven them. Why should I not? If I don't, then I'll carry the pain in my system. People do awful things, carry scars. It was a struggle, and I'm prepared to forgive, especially those people who were used in the process because they were instruments. A few weeks later, less than a mile from the government house of Chikane's office, a medium-sized man with salt and pepper hair, rimless glasses, and a checkered shirt, and shaking hand testified before the South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission that he had actually worked with the men who had tried to kill Chikane with parathion. Ja, intoned the witness without emotion. I was told that there were mistakes with Frank Chikane. The intelligence was bad. We were counting on very little forensic capability in Namibia. Then, when he went to the U.S., the stuff was smeared over his underwear, but too little was used to kill him outright. They got it all wrong. Chikane watched the testimony of the stranger who had wanted to kill him and promptly forgave him too. I want to tell you something. These ANC people have not forgiven the true freedom fighters who remain in jail. South Africa is full of its true freedom fighters who remain in jail all these years, but they can forgive their white killers. This is the same kind of bullshit we see in America. They can forgive Dylan Roth, let old faggot sing Amazing Grace, and everything's okay. Cut a check. Bullshit. Brahman Chikane's bungled murder attempts, there were others that succeeded, are evidence of the value of biological and toxic devices as weapons of assassination. What is only now becoming apparent is the true role of South Africa as a new form of warfare. During the 1980s, this nation state that prided itself on its civilized and civilizing ways reflected the highest values of the white man. South Africa, even in its original signatory to the Biological Weapons Convention in 1972, but only 10 years later faced its enemies inside and around the white lager. South Africa removed any restraints on the use of biological warfare. Rhodesia had been an interesting experiment. Now the lessons would be put into practice. Who wants me to continue? Who wants me to continue? Who wants me to continue? Anybody want me to continue? It's 3. I think I can go until 4:30. Let's see. Here's someone that you should know. His name is Walter Bassoon. Walter Bassoon. Medicine's my profession, but war is my hobby. This is a quote by Dr. Walter Bassoon. Dr. Walter Bassoon, had he not been real, the Republic would have had to have invented him. Single-handedly, he developed South Africa's biological war program, drove an ox cart through the Republic's solemn international biological weapons arm control commitments, and turned the official biological weapons program into a vehicle for biological murder and mayhem. Single-handedly, too, he showed the world how one dedicated man, well-financed, could create an offensive biological warfare program in secret, rendering valueless the checks and balances of the current biological arms and control legislation. All that, he's still, on the face of it, a nice guy with a firm handshake, a handsome, friendly face, and finely honed sense of humor, and enough charisma to overwhelm even his fiercest enemies. In the Keg and Hound bar and restaurant shop near his lawyer's office in Pretoria sits a man now regarded as the Mengele of South Africa. If the Republic's Attorney General is to believe, he is a man who has instigated and conspired to commit murder, caused grievous body harm, is a serious drug dealer, and has conspired to pervert the course of justice and committed fraud involving 16 million pounds. Bassoon lazily sips his espresso. His piercing blue eyes twinkle as he talks, but the conversation needs to sparkle, for he is easily bored with the good humor in his eyes and can morph into an instant defensive aggression. He denies every allegation as one might expect him to. He was merely a soldier, he says, who fought in honorable war. His lawyer is present. But this is only a very brief get-to-know-you meeting. On parting, he gives a wildly exaggerated Masonic handshake, then roars with laughter and walks away. The spooks will have taken pictures of us, he says gaily as he leaves. They had, too. Once South Africa had successfully used its neighboring Rhodesia as a human laboratory for its primitive biological warfare attacks, it began to search for a man who could convert the amateur to the professional, the tactical to the strategic, a man who waged the first modern biological warfare since the 1940s. Bassoon, a scientist and a warrior, was the perfect candidate. The Rhodesian Civil War ended in 1980 with the birth of Zimbabwe. For the units of the South African police and the South African military intelligence who had fought with the whites, the war had been a vital learning curve in the preparation of new smoldering border wars with Angola, Namibia, and Mozambique. The Rhodesian Silver Scouts, the so-called pseudo-operations group, gave inspiration to South Africa's Special Force units and several other specialized counterinsurgency units who were mobilized for these border wars. P.W. Botha's elevation to the premiership of South Africa in 1978 not only brought with it the ruthless military policy of total onslaught, but the implementation of another dangerous euphemism, segmentary destabilization, which actually means using economic sanctions, sabotage, sponsorship of anti-government groups, and even the use of criminal bands in order to create chaos in the target country. Both this cardiologist was young and a promising military doctor called Walter Bassoon. Bassoon operated within the system where officially sabotage operations in neighboring countries, the use of death squads to assassinate the government at home and abroad, and the use of torture simply didn't exist. All the relevant military equipment used for these incursions were purchased overseas, usually in Britain, by a special South African procurement unit. The protagonists of all this deception included special units of the South African police, the South African Defense Force, the military intelligence, and the special forces, particularly the special forces. And it was the crucible of paranoia, guilt, hatred, and partial breakdown of the civilized conduct of the Project Coast. Joda in Afrikaans was born. It was a code name for South Africa's official but secret program to develop offensive and defensive chemical and biological warfare weapons. The annual budget was in the region of 4 to 5 million pounds, and a staff of some 200 were involved. There was a small military justification for the creation of a defensive chemical program. Cuban troops allegedly armed with chemical weapons had arrived in Angola in the late 1970s and early 80s, and there was evidence of the use of basic chemical weapons in Mozambique. It made military sense to take defensive precautions, but there was no possible justification for South Africa to embark on a covert biological weapons program. Not a shred of evidence existed that her enemies were using biological weapons. Nevertheless, Project Coast went ahead. Nominally, the responsibility for the project was passed to South Africa's new Surgeon General, Niels Noble, a former professor of anatomy at the University of Pretoria Medical School and a member of the Citizen Force Territorial Army from 1971 onwards. Noble, appointed as Coast Project Manager, a young physician with a master's in chemistry, now the talented Lieutenant Colonel Walter Bassoon. There was during these February years of a political military paradox the way South Africa organized its defense forces against their border enemies. Although on the border the state was being rigidly centralized, there are increasing tendencies for covert units to act within a decentralized system of command in order to promote operational effectiveness while minimizing the risk of embarrassment to senior officials. The need-to-know principle generally used in covert operations precluded knowledge of the trade from circulating through normal managerial challenges. This system also enormously increased the possibilities of corruption and mismanagement, encouraged a tendency for these secret programs to fracture into vertically integrated patronage structures. This in turn allowed the covert operators in the field to carry out illegal operations on the authority of just one senior central official, thus bypassing various committees designated to coordinate and monitor government actions. When it came to biological warfare, there are also the little matter of South Africa's signature of the Biological Weapons Convention dated the 3rd of November 1975. This curious covert system allowed Bassoon to accrue the power and the budget that enabled him to create and develop almost single-handedly a national offensive biological warfare program. His enthusiasm for the task was boundless, and he answered to no one. Noble may have been his nominal boss, but Bassoon did not feel himself constrained by the Surgeon General's rank or personality. Noble signed the checks, but asked merely to be kept informed. Bassoon would have understood only too well the need for plausible deniability, so Noble slipped Bassoon's leash and allowed him to travel the world, often on a private jet, to acquire whatever South Africa needed. At Bassoon's disposal were placed South Africa's embassies, safe houses, high commissions, along with their spies and dirty tricks people. Bassoon's program was to become one of the Republic's greatest illegal and sanctions-busting operations. Bassoon controlled the program, seeing himself as a mere organ grinder, then monkey, regarding both Noble and his superiors with an occasional disdain, calling them chicken heads and similar unflattering sobriquets. Even today, the most of the who, what, and where and why of Project Coast remain wrapped in an enigma. The official documents have largely been shredded, fingerprints carefully wiped, responsibility sliding to every junior's shoulders, or better still, onto those who have since died. Those who should have known were not told, and those who were told have poor memories. So little is known about how Project Coast was planned, developed, or executed. To Noble's slightest irritation, for he was, after all, Bassoon's nominal boss, Bassoon was actually tasked with the most dangerous and powerful men in the land. A deadly kitchen cabinet, including the Minister of Defense and the head of the Defense Force and commanding officer, Special Forces, and Commissioner of South African Police, and the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. With friends like that, Bassoon scarcely needed Noble's patronage. Whenever Bassoon carried out an operation for his masters, Noble was usually advised post hock, a humiliation he simply had to learn to live with. That was the official Project Coast on the face of it, the program to defend against the use of biological weapons by the nation's enemies. But under Bassoon's energetic leadership, and with the knowledge of approval by the men above him, an official Project Coast soon emerged linked but hidden deep inside the official version. And this Project Coast involved the use of offensive biological warfare and pseudo-military series of operations against South Africa's perceived enemies on the border. But there was still more. Project Coast also involved targeting of individuals both inside South Africa and outside the Republic's borders, as far away as Europe and the United States. Bassoon was given license to kill and licenses to make money and kill. The first impression of Niels Kobel is that of a courteous, honorable, slightly plodding, pedantic man, decent, rather bureaucratic, a functionary, precise and slow, but always reliable and loyal, a man who, despite his rank, may have been better at receiving and executing orders than giving them. He is a frequent visitor to the home of Magnus Milan, the former defense minister. Milan sits high in the hills of Acardia, a white, well-off suburb outside of Pretoria, with the passing resemblance of some of the vulgarities of the exotica of Beverly Hills. The jacaranda seems in pleasant blossom. Each of the large mansions is heavily fenced and sprouting enough barbed wire to repel a bad day at Ypres. Fences and walls carry large lettered day-glow security warnings that have become the trademark of so many prosperous homes and of the ever nervous whites in South Africa. Milan's generous spread has electronic gates with the speakerphone, and a man himself with unfailing courtesy waits by the main house entrance to greet guests, his faithful Rhodesian Ridgeback bitch at his heels. The many black cab drivers steered with utmost courtesy towards the shade offered a cold drink. Inside it is cool, civilized, and spotlessly clean. The English tea comes from English China. The cakes are small and delicate and fresh. This is the Africa that Milan and his tribe always dreamed of. Outside, double-glazed French doors, the heat doesn't dare invade. Later, as the cool evening settles, chilled wine is served from a vintage cut glass decanter. Noble is over 6 feet tall, wears slightly sinister blue tinted gray flannel trousers, lace black shoes, and is fractionally overweight. He has a curious, almost obsequious relationship with his former defense minister, who he persists in calling minister to this day. When discretion calls, both men break into Afrikaans. Noble, the midwife of Project Coast, is 61 years old, an autonomist who earned a PhD in Edinburgh. He gleams with pride at his still serving his nation, having stayed on the post during the transition to Mandela, but leaving the government only in 1997. Indeed, somewhat paradoxically, he is today a member of South Africa's Council for the Non-Proliferation of Weapons of Mass Destruction, a poacher now playing the gamekeeper's rules. By giving Project Coast to Bassoon, Noble effectively handed it to South Africa's 7th Medical Battalion, a unit specifically tasked to provide medical support to the South African Defense Special Forces during the wars. Bassoon had joined the SADF in January 1979 as a medical officer with the rank of lieutenant. He spent 2 years at the military hospital, specializing in internal medicine. From March 1981, he served as a special advisor at the headquarters and worked with the special projects for the Surgeon General. When promotion to field rank was in the offing for Bassoon, he both worked and played hard to achieve the honor. While on the senior management level course at the Voortrekker Hutchie military headquarters in Pretoria, Bassoon did well with his homework, but forgot there was a physical side to the test that involved a day of tough marathon examination. The candidate felt that he would need some extra chemical stimulus to pass. Whatever he took certainly achieved the desired result, and he sped through the day. However, the after effects of what he had taken were punishing and potentially dangerous. So he placed himself on a life-saving drip and that evening drove to an important special event with the drip still in place. He survived the evening with the apparatus somewhat anachronistically but carefully lodged on his shoulders. He got the promotion. By 1985, Bassoon reached the rank of colonel and 3 years later brigadier. But it was a lieutenant colonel that Bassoon finally took command of the 7th Medical Battalion as the soldiers of the 7th Med, as everyone calls it. We're not like the American paramedics in Vietnam who often choppered in to deal with the dead and wounded and then exited with all speed. The 7th Med was expected to fight as well as heal, and they earned a ferocious and deserved reputation as Special Forces unit in their own right, having been trained in parachuting, rappelling, unarmed combat, and rote work. To this day, Noble believes that Bassoon should have been given a medal and not a criminal charge sheet. My knowledge of this man stretches over 20 years. I've never had any reason to doubt his integrity. I've seen him in action under fire. He is cool and calm and collected and a gentleman. Today, Noble justifies South Africa's work on biological weapons because he also believes that the diseases that were endemic to South Africa might have been used as offensive biological weapons against the Republic. Besides, there's an underlying mistrust of what the Soviets and their surrogates were up to. Project Coast, he insists, was always a defensive project. Untrue. A top secret letter from South African military intelligence dated the 25th of March 1992 states unambiguously, Project Coast is a project organized by the Surgeon General with Brigadier Dr. Walter Bassoon as the project officer. The aim of the project is to provide the South African military with offensive and defensive methods of chemical and biological warfare. This means Noble must have known all along. Noble first sent Bassoon around the world on a feasibility study. The keen young officer returned and submitted a long report on trends, doctrines, and the modus operandi of the superpowers, including the USSR. The clubbable Bassoon soon found himself comfortable in the small and tight unit of the world of toxicologists and microbiologists. He adopted their language, did his homework diligently, and used charm and an endless supply of cash to smooth his way through these important networks. Project Coast was now already black funded, which meant financial control and knowledge were in very few hands. In fact, Bassoon could have been buying beer and cigarettes with the cash no one would have ever known. After feasibility study, the commissioning, Project Coast was launched. Nearly everything about it was criminal or illegal. Noble smiles as he reveals some of its secrets. Listen, we had to do some penetration, so we penetrated the American biological program. We penetrated the Russian biological program. We penetrated the United Kingdom. And we had wonderful information from them. And some of the scientists who later were sent to look at our program were the very scientists who had given us the information in the first place. How did Bassoon do it? Look, Noble replies, this was a covert operation. Bassoon goes into a pub with this guy he meets at a specific conference, and they begin to talk. Scientists like to exchange information. He went to Portadown. He got a tour of Portadown. He went to Fort Detrick. I'm telling you, he infiltrated them all. Again, he went to Fort Detrick. Let me give you an example. The Soviets had a flesh-eating blood, necrotiting fasciitis, right? Now we obtained it, and now it's antidote from the Soviets and gave it to the Americans. And they were astounded. They really obtained our capability from the superpowers. Bassoon managed to get manuals, whether we stole them or whether they were given to us. I do not want to elaborate, but they were top secret manuals from the Americans, the British, the French, and the Germans. Bassoon blithely bought, bribed, or stole his way into what were supposedly tight, secured, sophisticated biological weapons programs. London, Washington, and Moscow seemed unaware about this hemorrhage of information. In Britain, the main responsibility for preventing the proliferation of knowledge on any weapon of mass destruction, including biological, rests in the first instance with the proliferation desk of the Home and Foreign Intelligence Services. Today, MI5, the counterintelligence agency, is still trying to find out how Bassoon managed to enter the top secret Portadown biological warfare defensive plant in Wiltshire, and if there were breaches of national security. In Milan's drawing room, Noble warms to the praise of his protege, turning every now and then to Milan for approval or confirmation or clearance to reveal what he's revealing. Milan is mostly silent, an occasional nod, a small grimace, nothing one could ever attribute directly to him. Noble always defers. Noble is praising Bassoon again. This man has the capability of going anywhere and talking to anybody. He went all over the place. He went to the cartels in Colombia. He went to Iraq and Iran. He went to the Philippines, to North Korea, Croatia, all over the world, and made friends and contacts, and he obtained information. There was a lot of sympathy for South Africa at the time. A visit by Bassoon to the United Kingdom in 1985, partly to the talent spot, microbiologist working at Porton Downs, illustrates how easily he moved between the formal and informal world of biological weapon acquisition. In April that year, a London company, Special Training Services, with close connections to British intelligence, had a stand at the military medical exhibition at Bloomsbury, London. One of the company directors was Jim Short, a former Special Forces soldier who now runs an international bodyguard firm in Croydon. Short recalls Bassoon asking STS for information about nuclear, biological, and chemical matters, and he also for help to set up a research R2I, resistant to interrogation course. The STI reported to the contact to MI6, Britain's Foreign Intelligence Service, which opened a file on Bassoon. Then the story becomes a little opaque. Short says and can prove that in order to make a credible presentation to Bassoon, had been sent by the authorities on one day's nuclear, biological, and chemical defense skills course at Winterbourne Gunner, the government's training establishment near Porton Down in Wiltshire. A subsequent block prospective detaining what the STS might be able to sell the South Africans when it was prepared. Bassoon did not go ahead with the deal. Short met Bassoon at the Second World Congress of the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists in Ghent, Belgium, during the following year, August 1986. A list of the participants included a who's who of the biological warfare world: Arabs mixed with Jews, mixed with Americans and Eastern Europeans. Bassoon modestly described himself as coming from the Forensic Science Laboratories. Private Bag X620. Pretoria was at these gatherings. That was the personable and well-heeled South African engineered the networks that delivered the bacteria, the viruses, and knowledges to the secret files of Project Coast. By now, Project Coast had grown to the world's second largest offensive biological warfare program. Noble had authorized the use of several front companies, ostensibly civilian, but wholly financed by the Ministry of Defense and run by the Special Forces. One of these companies was the Rutensplat Research Laboratories, located 10 miles north of Pretoria, which was the locus of Project put by outside were large steel gates of electrified fencing. Oh my. Let me show y'all some pictures. The guy with the bald head is Bassoon. Let me show y'all some pictures. This is the white killer of South Africa, Walter Bassoon. You need to get your hands on a copy of this book, and it's cheap. Guards with dogs patrolled the wire. When asked why such extraordinary measures were necessary for ordinary civilian plant, a spokesman answered laconically that it was needed to protect the laboratories from industrial sabotage and irrational animal rights groups. Inside was a 40-meter square biosafety level 3 containment laboratory where work on all but the most lethal bacteria and viruses could be conducted. When Bassoon wanted safety level raised to the highest level, BL4, 2 British scientists, one on unauthorized visit from Portendown, came to help and advise. All the program's microbiological laboratory work, testing, and inhalation experiments were performed at Rooten Plant, or RRL, as is well known. A large part of the building was hidden underground. There were operating theaters and two-way mirrors through which the visitors could be observed. There was inevitably a decontamination room with showers in case of accidental exposures to biological agents or toxins. Down below were the cages which held the primates and beagles for biological testing, and an incinerator for the disposal of animal cadavers. Baboons trapped up country at Kruger Park were shipped by the crate-load to the RRL for biological tests. Some for the incapacitant tests were done on the baboons in plain air in the park. The researchers used poison darts, which took several hours to incapacitate or sometimes kill the primates. This led to the complaints from tourists and swift termination of that visible aspect of the program. Nevertheless, so strictly compartmentalized was the work of the RRL that some of the civilian employees were ignorant of the deception and sincerely believed that they were working for a legitimate commercial establishment. Today, the laboratories were used as the headquarters for the Plant Protection Institute. By the mid-1980s, Bassoon's energy and diligence had produced a sophisticated and deadly arsenal of biological weapons. The RRL was working on anthrax, plague, cholera, tularemia, E. coli, staphylococcus enterotoxins, necrotizing fasciitis, ricin, botulinum toxin, gas gangrene, and the so-called antimatter bacteria, a state-of-art pathogen which destroys materials including plastic. When Bassoon acquired the bacteria, according to Noble, he invariably transported himself on the only private chartered plane, so there would be no risk of ordinary commercial passengers should there have been an accident or a breakage. More ominously, the RRL also worked with the new killers, the African hemorrhagic fevers. Listen to this, y'all. Ebola, Marburg, and Rift Valley. Ebola, Marburg, Rift Valley. You'll hear about these diseases here. You'll hear about West Nile disease, and these things have been created. Are y'all working with me? Y'all want me to keep going? The original viral samples had obligingly been sent to Pretoria in 8 separate shipments by the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. Hold on, y'all. Let me read this all over again. Are y'all listening to me? The South African racist apartheid people work with the new killers, these biological weapons, the African hemorrhagic fevers, Ebola, Marburg, and Rift Valley. The original viral samples had been obligingly sent to Pretoria in 8 separate shipments by the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. Under Ronald Reagan, the racist people sent these things. And all of a sudden you start seeing Ebola kill people in Africa. Well, they've been eating monkeys. They've been eating bats. Or you've got these truck drivers with VD. America was behind Ebola. When I denounced Obama years ago, I was right. Center for Disease Control in Atlanta. The same people saying to y'all, take the vaccination. Take the vaccination. Oh, you need it. Be stupid. Ignore people like me. I know I don't have 1 million followers. I'm not on CNN. I don't really want to be. But this book, Plague Wars, get your ass a copy. It's a cheap book. You can read this. I mean, this is your tax money pays for people to murder people. Look at this. Center for Disease Control, ostensibly for South Africans to devise, listen to this, to devise vaccines or countermeasures. This cooperation was a perfect example of the weakness of the Biological Weapons Convention and a clear and legal distinction between legitimate, defensive, and medical research and illegal offensive development. But mind you, they're only killing black people. So these white folks don't have to keep, they all could come together and poison and kill black people. The whole world doesn't mind you being vaccinated. Black Americans, we're targeted. Man, I hope I don't have a booger. Okay. The RRL had two 10-gallon fermenters for growth of medium and smaller ones, which allowed small-scale production. No serious attempt was made to weaponize biological weapons on the grand scale, as it was clear biological warfare would be waged in a series of low-intensity skirmishes. And, of course, individual assassinations. Some of the gray areas of Project Coast are still being investigated. Only a fraction has been exposed. Dan Grusin was a managing director of Rutenplatt between 1983 and 86 and knows where some of the bodies are buried. Any suggestion that Project Coast might have been defensive a biological weapons program was never communicated to him. The reverse was true. He categorically informed the program was offensive. It was spelled out to me as such. For example, Project Coast operated on fertility drugs. Goosen was acquainted with the research. There was a project to develop a contraceptive which would have been applied clandestinely to blacks, like this vaccine kills fertility in blacks. Y'all think this stuff isn't connecting. Y'all think this stuff is separate. You think it's new. Listen, I'm going to read this again. A project to develop an oral contraceptive which would have been applied clandestinely to blacks. Noble knew about it. We were told that the black population, because of the high birth rate, would outgrow the resources of the country, and that the fertility project was most important research you could work on. We developed the vaccine for males and females, but we had to develop something that could be given without the knowledge of the recipient. It had to be given either orally or as an injection. The blacks would have been made sterile without their awareness. General Noble's recollection of this extraordinary project, potentially a war crime, is different. Yes, there was investigation into fertility. I'm hesitant to tell you that what the basis was, but it was the fact the Chinese were the clients. It was carried out for them in exchange for equipment that they made available to us. The general denies any abuse of the program, but found no great political paradox in Pretoria, working with Peking. Listen to this, to confront the spread of communism in South Africa. Look at how the whites and the Chinese can come together to dog black people, just like they're doing with Ebola right now. I don't know what this is I'm saying. Okay. The fertility program is just a small part of Project Coast. One of the dedicated aims was to repeat the Rhodesian experience by using biological warfare, offensively to scrub, bush, and jungles border areas of Angola, Mozambique, and Namibia, where South Africa found itself hard-pressed by increasingly organized guerrilla groups and even regular fighting forces. Furthermore, there was the ANC's military wing, Unkonkwo Wesizwe, had to cope with the constant threat, even if it delivered less than it promised. Botha's government, feeling itself under siege, now opened up a total onslaught using the germs and germ knowledge acquired by Bassoon. Biological warfare broke out quietly and secretly in the plan the world was never to find out. Let me see. 46. I got about 30 pages more. Y'all want me to keep going? I can do this until about 5. I'm in chapter 25 of Plague Wars. Because this is what's going on. Psychological and biological warfare has been waged on black people in South Africa, Brazil, Haiti, the United States. It's happening right now. I just want you to see this. A book, white people read and discuss it. I don't have time to talk about pyramids. Chapter 25, GERT. Yeah, we use thallium, botulinum toxin, and food and water. Hepatitis A. Look, it was a dirty war. Not surprisingly, when South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, invited amnesty applications from those plague warriors who'd actually used biological warfare on blacks in the bush, they received not one response. Who would be sufficiently unwise to incur the wrath and hatred of the community and expose himself as a war criminal in return for state mercy? Besides, there is now a revived and toughened war crimes court in The Hague, and Pretoria could not guarantee immunity from that tribunal. And equally problematic, if the lowly executioners of biological warfare, the ones who were the only obeying orders, came forward, then how long before the godfathers of biological warfare, the men who gave the orders, were exposed too? In his investigation into the men called apartheid's assassin, journalist Jacques Paul explained how the structure of the state-run assassination worked. The men had their own rules, their own language, their own culture, and formal rules required that only two people should be present when orders were given, turning only witnesses into co-conspirators. The conspiracy needed its own language. One didn't leave any suggestion of blood, pain, loss, or suffering. Never, but never did they use the words like kill or murder or assassinate. Rather, maak een plan met, or vat hom uit, or raak ons van hom, get rid of him, or los the problem up, solve the problem, and the favorite, eliminate. So in using the side-of-the-mouth euphemisms, much beloved by organized crime, these men invented a language which allowed the killers to pray, attend church, marry, raise God-fearing children, and weep when their pets passed away. They dehumanized the opposition, branded the children of the townships armed with sticks and stones as armed terrorists, civic leaders who led disobedience campaigns as trained revolutionaries, and all others were ipso facto Marxists and communists. The political mindset was best encompassed in the ominous expression total onslaught, and a speech by Defense Minister Magnus Malan in the Parliament of September 1981 symbolized the state of fear that gripped the ruling Nationalist Party. I need to say to you that the Nationalist Party of South Africa was aligned and supported Adolf Hitler, and a lot of them are queer too. We were talking about queer and Nazi. A lot of these people are deviants. You have to be deviant to do this stuff. Notice how a bunch of these people I'm describing don't have wives. Warrior culture. Little limp dick white dudes who like killing black people and screwing people. South Africa is the epicenter of pedophilia in Africa. Okay, just put the pieces together. I'm just trying to help y'all. Okay. The political mindset was best encompassed. Okay, let me go through that. Okay. At the departure, we have to accept the onslaught here in South Africa is communist inspired, communist planned, and communist supported. They want to establish a dictatorial state for elite black Marxists in the Republic of South Africa. The security of the Republic of South Africa must be maintained by every means at our disposal, by any means possible, right? The institution that set the parameters for murder was a highly secret and varied quasi-Masonic structure for like-minded men who did not need to meet to conspire. Rather, they knew instinctively what was required of them. Impenetrable, safe, and plausibly deniable. At the head was the State Security Council, the SSC, which was established by law but with secret membership and secret proceedings. Its task was to coordinate the security of the state in general, which included the oversight of the police, but which included almost all the branches of state policy. At the SSC's base were the numerous and autonomous and camouflage units and committees sanctioned by the SSC guidelines, including the Counter-Revolutionary Information Target Center, better known in Afrikaans by its Afrikaans acronym TREWITS. This apparatus was founded in 1985 as to identify human targets for removal. Each month, representatives of the security force, military intelligence, special forces, and National Intelligence Service would hold meetings at which intelligence information would be swapped and targets identified, and if necessary, hit lists for removal created. Then there was the Directorate of Covert Collection, a secret dirty tricks unit within military intelligence. But the ultimate killing machine, and one that ultimately involved the use of biological warfare, was first formed in 1986, and it became active towards the end of 1988 when a small group of South Africa's best trained and most feared soldiers joined together to create a master plan for a very special South African Defense Force. This force studied the structures of the CIA, KGB, and Mossad, and concluded they needed a component that could function and survive completely independent of the South African Defense Force. It had to generate its own funds, obtain its own weapons, and gather its own intelligence. It had to be sufficiently secret to survive investigation and ensure it was never exposed. No member should be known to the identity of the other. Even the men at the top would not know all of the members who worked for them, and vintage and tradecraft there would have to be the members who did not know for whom they were working. There would be one golden rule for members involved in operational work. Their track should never be traced back to the South African Defense Forces. Thus, an extraordinary organization with a civilian facade was formed. It eventually called, with a fine sense of ghoulish humor, the Civilian Cooperation Bureau, the CCB. Although it was formed in part with the South African Defense Force, the Special Forces, as in essence did Bassoon's 7th Med, there is no overt indication of this, as Special Forces function under the code name Triplane. In fact, the CCB began its life under the banner of D40 in the early 1980s, and it included former members of the Rhodesian security forces who had immigrated south after Zimbabwe's independence. In his submission to the TRC in May 1987, General Mayland admitted that he had approved the formation of the CCB for the infiltration and penetration and disruption of the enemy. Asked what he meant by the disruption, the former minister, never short of bon mots to demonstrate the endearing sense of humor, he asked, "You can throw sugar in the enemy's petrol." Sly wink and nod, the CCB became a monster with tentacles that stretched not only over South Africa and border states, but all the way to Europe. And its most venomous CCB agents spent a fortune establishing a network of agents who spied on anti-apartheid activists, acquired weapons on the black market, and hired professional assassins and criminals to execute nominated enemies of the state. The use of biological weapons, although exotic, were also pragmatic in parts of the world where killer epidemics and local disease outbreaks were commonplace. Anyway, it had been tried in Rhodesia and it had worked. There were other advantages as well. Now well rehearsed by professionals. Biological warfare could be used without detection. Endemic sources could be blamed. It gave time for the killers to escape. If used correctly against black targets, the natural proliferation of disease would be a bonus in a dirty war. The undetected incapacitants, which had been researched on wild baboons in Kruger Park, could be used on humans, allowing the CCB killers to hurl them out of windows and apparent or accidents or suicide. The CCB was so well protected that when the South African police forensic laboratories were called to investigate a particular crime, they would first check with the CCB to establish whether they had been involved. In that case, the investigation quickly dried up. Only one CCB operator, Peter Boltz, has spoken openly about the unit's use of biological warfare, and even he made only glancing reference to it. For 2 years, Boltz was one of the CCB's elites when he was a captain in the Special Forces Rhesus, which best describes South Africa's own SAS. Boltz admitted in personal conversation with Jacques Paul that the CCB had devised a plan to put cholera and yellow fever virus provided by an army doctor into the drinking water of Swapo refugee camps inside northern Namibia. This operation had been successful, executing the refugee camp at Dobra, but the bacteria did not survive because Boltz explained the chlorine content of the water had been too high. Boltz's boss had discussed with him plans to distribute the disease in the camps. This is genocide, and the United States supported it. The United States supported it. When you see these outbreaks in Africa, don't just believe Africans are dirty or nasty. Other things are going on. Look at this. Boltz's boss had to discuss with him plans to distribute the disease in camps. Boltz admitted that another cholera attack on Mozambique border using germs obtained from South African military intelligence. Since the admissions, Boltz has prudently vanished. The South African investigators firmly believe that they had unearthed him in an African country in early 1999, but it was a location too dangerous for an ordinary detective to travel, probably Somalia. It was a war against this background of omerta that we met Gert. The introduction was arranged by Nico Palm, then a senior director with the executive outcome. This is a group of white that just murdered black people with the help of the CIA, by the way. In its day, one of South Africa's leading companies that supplied mercenaries. Until 1998, the firm's offices were located on a large and beautifully manicured ranch just outside of Pretoria. Curiously, once inside the high wall location on appointment, a sense of deep mystery took hold. There were BMWs in the parking lot, each one sparklingly clean, but the drivers were missing. Inside, the offices were spotless, but still no people. There were classrooms, lecture hall, and the whole feel of the atmosphere was a well-endowed English public school, but the place was hauntingly empty. Only one immaculately coiffed receptionist and equally immaculate Nico were in attendance. Nico, a thin and incongruously city groom in a dark suit and blue creaseless shirt with matching blue tie and not a hair on his head out of place, looks like what he was not, a slightly effete mid-30s ad man. He, in fact, is a military hardman, having served with distinction in the South African Defense Force as an engineer. The bad old days have left him nervous and troubled. He has an album with ghastly photographs of bomb victims, black and white, and he produces it frequently. Peace has handed him a mental tray of unfinished business, but the contents remain ill-sorted. He is earnest and a very serious young man and fairly polite, and like others who know him, we like and trust him instantly. Yes, he's heard about the biological warfare during the border wars. Yes, he knew about the 7th Med. They check each other out when people like you and approach them. He explained they warn each other. It's very tight. These guys don't always wear uniform. The doctors were civilians. Palm spoke enigmatically about the organization, a pulp fiction nom de guerre, which he calls even more melodramatically the Spider Network. This was a group of white South Africans who wait patiently for the demise of the ANC government and a return to the white rule. They were not mad pseudo-Nazis of the far right, but something far more organized, well-financed, and patient. Other people know them as the Third Force. We are to hear of them from time to time again from ex-soldiers like Nico Palm, all the way to the South African Deputy's Prime Defense Minister, Ronnie Kasrils. Significantly, files have been opened up by MI5 in London, where the organization was organized as a small, potent, and potentially significant union of like-minded white South African right-wingers. All of them are expats living in the United Kingdom who may support the destabilization of any black South African government. Palm says that he has a primary source who used biological warfare against the enemies of South Africa during the covert border struggle of the 1980s. This prepared to talk on guaranteed non-attributable terms. 3 days later, we drive in Nico's pristine BMW to an office near Centurion Park, a few miles from Pretoria. Gert, as he wishes to be called, is waiting. He is about 50 years old with brown hair showing no signs of gray, slim with very slightly puffy eyes. He wears a short-sleeved checkered shirt, nothing very distinguished. His English is good, and he is used to giving orders and being obeyed. He says he wants the truth told. Like Nico Palm, he is angry at the many crusaders who benefited financially from the dirty wars in the bush, who left their underlings to face the music. He wants no money, no favors, and has no objection to being audio taped for accuracy. The noise of the air conditioning in the office overwhelms the tape recorder and has to be switched off. The heat is stifling, as well over 95 degrees outside. A secretary begins an endless coffee and orange juice. Gert teases with some hints about his personal background, but not enough to make an identification. I was recruited by Bassoon, he says casually. I had some rank and status. I was a colonel. Gert belongs to a task force attached to the 7th Med. Slowly, his story emerges like a jigsaw with pieces that ought to fit, but never quite interlock. That's how he wants it. What was used in the bush? Thallium, botulinum toxin in food and water, hepatitis A. It was a dirty war against who? Anyone we were acting against, the enemy. He's talking about blacks. How do you know this? I was there when it was put in. The bacteria and viruses, he says, were delivered in containers and used in northern Namibia. Bacteria was placed in the water source wherever you can identify one, or wherever you can identify one destined for human consumption. When hepatitis A was used, we had to make sure that the operators had the gamma globulin injection first. Cholera was pretty widely used also. I used it. I personally was involved in the Eastern Transvaal against Frelimo in Mozambique. We placed cholera upstream. We looked for areas, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work this out, where they didn't filter the water or didn't clean it. Places where there was no chlorination, you drop it and you prod it. Who did this? Soldiers? No. Never, ever did it happen by ordinary soldiers. You can't blame any normal forces for that, although sometimes our own soldiers did get infected by the cholera that we put in the water. That is what I'm saying. Usually the guy who did it, who placed it, was dispensable. He could have been very well selected, someone you can compromise. He's either on drugs or he drinks too much. He's talking about blacks. He's talking about Quoons that poison their own people. I know how to pronounce botulism. They're using a different use of botulism. If you could see the word, let me put it to you, because I'm very familiar with it. It's botulinum, not botulism. It's different. The poisoning is different from the name of the virus. Thank you very much. They got black people who were jacked up to kill other black people. Let me read this again. The guy who placed it was very dispensable. He could have been very well selected. He's someone you can compromise. He's either on drugs or he drinks too much or he got his hand in the cookie jar. That's how it was done here in Pretoria. All the selections, Bassoon himself. He selected a guy with a criminal background. It was a criminal operation. The guy would wear civilian clothes. How did you feel? Were you obviously a doctor? How do you feel when you see cholera, hepatitis, and botulinum toxin being used in action? Look, it's too bad. I didn't like it at first. I still don't like it. Of course, I am responsible. I have to accept responsibility. But at the end of the level in which I operated, it was something which I had to protect myself. Otherwise, I'd die. I was part of an indoctrination process which started off in this country since I was a child. I grew up with it, and I honestly believed in it at the time. It was right. Since he sang too much, the unspoken feeling transmits around the room. He remains coy about his background and coy about the chain of command, coy about the use of biological agents. Did people die from the biological weapons attacks? Yes. How did you know it happened? Because I saw the bodies. Oh, really? Because I was in the target area. I had to report on what happened to the target. After an hour, Gert is beginning to relax. He has said more than he intended and is really ready to go just a little further. The coffee helps the concentration, and the skin is beginning to acclimatize the steady run of sweat and hot, still exciting room. Look, I know one of the very, 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 very secret specialized units had. We had to test it, and it was the viral capsules that were specialized specifically, listen to this, related to the Congo fever and the hemorrhagic fevers. Ebola? Yes. So Gert is beginning to corroborate Dr. Stamp's suspicions in Harare that Ebola and Marburg, although indigenous, were artificially seeded into southern Africa. Bassoon says Gert was involved in all of this. When the last terrible Ebola outbreak occurred in Kikwit, Zaire in late 1995, Gert claims that Bassoon was there unofficially. 20 years later, when the village of Yambuko and southern Zaire witnessed one of the first major Ebola outbreaks, 2 South African scientists were there, allegedly working hand in glove with U.S. military personnel from Fort Detrick. Slowly, patiently, Gert confesses that these terrible viruses were researched for offensive use by South Africa. Next, he talks elliptically about taking out certain enemy units, even though these actions had no military value. It was done in order to find one soldier, according to military intelligence, had contracted a hemorrhagic fever. These sick people would then be evacuated from the border area to South Africa to see what the effect was. Obviously, you wanted to see the effect because you had sown the disease for sure. I can tell you that I know that this thing because I did it myself. I did the evacuations. It was up in eastern Angola. We're talking about the mid-'80s. Gert lists another veil. There was some HIV tampering, meaning, all you have to do is get some covert guy. He's HIV positive. He's in an area. You get him to infiltrate a town and screw a whole lot. Get him out and shoot him. Was that really done? If I tell you, it was obviously done. Look, I was a wild guy. At a stage, I worked with the police. I worked with national intelligence. I worked with military intelligence. I worked with the 7th Med. I worked with everybody. I was never identified because only a few people knew where I was positioned. Was Bassoon your boss? No. It was higher up, both military and political. We returned to the subject of biological assassinations, but with serious cautions from Gert to be discreet. On occasions, he wants the tape switched off. He acknowledges that some 10 assassinations were carried out using biological agents. Often the victims were ill and vulnerable, already in the sickbed. There was a politician, he claims, who was given thallium with penicillin injections. Another journalist who was murdered using biological weapons. And Bassoon's role, did he know about the biological assassinations? For sure. Did he talk about assassinations to you? Yes, to me personally. Using bacteria? Yes. Gert denies he used biological weapons himself. I never dirtied my hand. I never gave the orders, but I saw the effects. You must remember, I was behind the scenes. I had to report what happened. This reporting role, he says, he was flown by private plane on 2 occasions to meet a small group of South Africa's top military officials and politicians. He knew them all by sight. They wore civilian clothes and waited inside an air-conditioned HS-7 jet. They had flown to meet him. There could be no witnesses inside the plane. They talked biological weapons. Was it working? What were the effects? Was it efficient? It is within this context that Gert now raises the question of the organization. He is clearly apprehensive about its power, and it is the only movement he appears to be truly concerned. These people who take no prisoners, mutters Nico. Grim grimly nods his head. A few weeks later, after meeting Gert on this occasion for dinner, it is more relaxed and a friendly session. But this time, another side of him is on display, a little arrogance, more self-confidence, and more soldierly. He has some rather nasty stories about the use of civilian interrogation methods, perhaps best used them himself. It is the last meeting. I see 124 people still here. I'm almost done. I'm on page 255. I'm going to run this too, and I'm going to stop here. What time is it? Okay. Bassoon's unofficial Project Coast. Hold on one second. I'm going to read this. This is chapter 26, Truth and Reconciliation. I've got one daughter, and one day the blacks will take over. If my daughter asks me, what did you do to prevent this? My conscience will be clear. That's Dr. Walter Bassoon. Bassoon's unofficial Project Coast included the development of a bizarre range of biological agents and delivery systems for individual murders that would have been the envy of the Borgias. There were cholera organisms by the millions and anthrax planted in the gum of envelopes and into filters of cigarettes and inside chocolates. There was thallium and ricin and organophosphates. There was snake venom, paratyphoid, plague, hepatitis A, HIV, and the terrible Ebola and Marburg viruses. There was botulinum toxins secreted inside beer bottles and salmonella germs hidden in sugar. Most of the bugs were freeze-dried where possible for even more effective use. Rarely can death have been prepared in such an eclectic and obscene forms. An investigating South African intelligence officer was stunned by the evidence he saw. The whole thing scares the shit out of me. There are nights when I can't sleep. We are looking at perhaps some of the 300 individual murders. This is something like Heis Konsulik, a German science fiction writer. Who were the victims? The world will never know. Who can determine years later the deaths from cholera or the plague or supposed heart attack or stroke or something terrible in the stomach or an illness or defined diagnosis with the result or a biological murder? And places where the physicians and coroners have not been trained to identify the signatures of biological warfare where bodies are quickly disposed of in heat. Who was to stop the burial or voice suspicions or ask the right questions? The hearing rooms of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission on the 12th floor of a deeply ugly skyscraper in Cape Town. This is the unlikely setting for the unraveling of some of the truth about Project Coast. In fact, 106 Adderley Street did once have a more salubrious background. It was originally part of the Dutch East India Company's gardens before becoming the Colonial Mutual's headquarters. In 1958, the city demolished the old building and replaced it with the President Architectural Carbuncle. One of the quiet arrangements made between President F.W. de Klerk and the ongoing administration with Nelson Mandela's incoming government was the fact that there would be a minimum of angry recrimination, show trials, or hounding of the architects or enforcers of apartheid. If there was a price for the peaceful transition, most South Africans paid it gratefully, for the alternative was unconscionable. The Truth and Reconciliation Committee, TRC, was a sincere Christian attempt by South Africa to come to terms with the horrors of apartheid without the concomitant revenge. The commission was more an approach than an event, an attempt to understand, then come to terms with evil, an attempt at the moral and spiritual catharsis under the watchful eye of trained counselors. The priority was to restore the dignity and self-respect of the victims by bringing them face to face with those who had given or carried out the orders. The commission was not a tribunal or properly constituted court of law, nor was there any attempt to show trial histrionics. The TRC had in its own particular rules and rhythms and was the better for it. Given the seriousness of what was paraded in public, the TRC was an extraordinary, relaxed, and informal process. There was no Nuremberg. The guilty men sat in no dock, scrawling rather. They sat next to their lawyers, grinning or chatting. The rules of the evidence were slack, and the men and the women who sat at the TRC commissions eschewed the garments or formality of authority. No wigs, no gowns, failing gentleness and helpfulness. When Archbishop Desmond Tutu as the TRC chairman, it could have never been anything less. Most days he sat in the informal tone, the familiar and diminutive chairman touring the chamber before the hearing, blessing the congregation, even the press, beaming and gossiping and giggling. One of Bassoon's willing helpers, a mild-mannered veterinarian with the yellowing gray hair and ordinary glasses who ran the animal laboratories of the RRL and the front company created by Noble for the work on biological warfare research, Dr. Salk van Rensburg, was recruited by Bassoon in 1984 to become the director of the RRL's laboratory services. His testimony was revealing. The most frequent instruction from Dr. Bassoon, he disclosed, for the development of a compound which would kill, but would appear to make death look normal. That was the chief aim of the Ruten Plant Research Laboratory. Biological killings were ordered. Van Rensburg addressed one key document found in Bassoon's possession, which detailed a list of biological and toxic weapons which were drawn from the RRL stores, and one brief, a 7-month period in 1989. This biological murder arsenal included anthrax on envelope gum, botulinum toxin, thallium hidden in beer bottles, paraoxon, an organophosphate, and the type used against Frank Ciccone, salmonella hidden in paraquat bleach, whiskey and sugar used against ANC activists at a meeting with unknown consequences, 22 bottles of cholera, Camel cigarettes with anthrax spike filters, snake venom, including some from the mamba, para-typhoid hidden in deodorant, a baboon fetus, 14 doses of coffee or peppermint flavored chocolate spiked with anthrax or botulinum toxin, plus much more. All of this was formally issued and signed for by men with no names, only initials, just one 7-month period. A closer study of the list suggests that these bioweapons must have targeted people on the move, vulnerable and exposed in hotels like Connie Brown or Frank Ciccone. Van Rensburg admitted that Dan Goosen, then the managing director of the RRL, once told him, "If you let us down, you're dead." The vet also revealed that Prime Minister P.W. Botha and General Noble knew about the exotic biological and toxic murder factory. Of course they knew, he said angrily when pressed. That's what it was all about. More detail rumbled from the monotonous testimony. Russian military advisors had been murdered by anthrax in Lusaka. Bassoon had talked about thallium poison causing a death that might look like meningitis. We gave thallium to Stephen Biko before he was beaten to death by the police, said Van Rensburg. A belt and suspenders, indeed. Bassoon had suggested sorting out the Eastern Cape with cholera. Van Rensburg also added that 95% of the biological and toxic work at the RRL was offensive. Nearly everything was shredded after the place was closed down. And what it was for, those involved in the whole business, Van Rensburg put out the bleakest face. Good pensions, a nice car, perks, housing subsidy. Mike Udendahl, a humble microbiologist who worked for the asked and did without question, perhaps that is why he is such a company asset. On the witness stand, Bible in hand, Udendahl is undistinguished and undistinguishable, hewed from the blandest of clays. Everything about him is average. His height, his weight, his horn-rimmed glasses, his nylon shirt, dull tie, featureless face, his persona. Yet Udendahl was one of the very necessary craftsmen employed by the RRL's little biological murder shop. He prepared 260 milliliters of cholera germ, enough, he admitted, to cause a very serious epidemic. Yes, his conscience stayed clear, for biological warfare, as he understood it, was to be used in a war situation, not within South Africa's borders. When it is pointed out to him that the cholera was a particularly despicable biological weapon as tended to target the very young and very old, Udenhall thought about this for a while, and one felt for the first time he answered, yes, this is true. It was a mild-mannered and inoffensive young scientist who mixed anthrax and other biological agents with chocolates, alcoholic drinks, and cigarettes. And no, he had no idea how they were eventually used. He had been told by one of his bosses that they had subsequently been given to operatives. Odendahl spoke of the offensive use of resin that would attack aircraft fuel or methods of causing septic shock. E. coli research in which baboons were injected, experiments on hundreds of Alsatian dogs, of causing pneumonia in cattle, and the work of anthrax to produce antibiotic-resistant strain, the ultimate in biological warfare research. The South African Defense Force had ordered freeze-dried biological weapon pathogens, including salmonella, anthrax, cholera, and the plague. The RRL had performed scores of effectiveness tests to determine the lethal dose required to kill 50% of the target victims for more than 45 strains of anthrax alone. Odendahl admitted to running tests of botulinum toxin, established on which household drink would be the most effective vector: beer, whiskey, milk, or water. They were seeking anything that could aid in the ingestion of botulinum, he added, somewhat redundantly. He worked with the bacteria Brucella militensis, which causes terrible infection. Brucellosis, the first wild of domesticated animals and then of humans, who come down with it either drinking milk or eating dairy products or through the direct contact with infected animals. This disease can be sprayed from a household aerosol container. In animals, Brucella organism causes abortion, fetal death, genital infection. When humans are infected, they can develop even more numerous symptoms, including fever, arthritis, muscle pain, malaise, depression, headache, irritability, insidious chronic infections, including genital, urinary tract, bladder, and kidneys, cough, pleuritic chest pain, dyspepsia, weight loss, and many others. This medical dictionary of illnesses can last up to a year and often recurs after 10 years. It's not lethal, Odendahl brightly told commissioners. What would you have liked it? He was asked meaningfully. No, I would like to have it, was the reply. Odendahl said, Bassoon was involved in every aspect of the dreadful events, made a bland apology for his misdeeds, but a few on the 12th floor felt themselves in the presence of a profound man, or one whose moral compass had been finely tuned. These were the little men who worked in the basement of South Africa's biological warfare program. Their evidence was mere confirmation of the banality of evil. Dan Goodson sits in a chrome and red-painted fast food joint in Pretoria, not eating his French fries, too frightened to raise his voice, which is already overheard at Chuck Berry's guitar and his big 50s-style jukebox speakers. The former managing director of the RRL, squarely built, early middle age, pugnacious, has decided to talk, but he believes that there's now a contract on him, and his personal family security is at risk. Meetings with him are melodramatic, made by mobile phone appointments, usually changed at the last moment, always with the noisy fast food restaurant or crowded bars. All good B-movie stuff. What he says is equally melodramatic. I was asked by Bassoon to provide biological agents and poisons to eliminate enemies of the state. No doubt about that. He was looking for stuff that would not be very detectable or traceable. There would be. Goosen searches for the right euphemism, clandestine applications. The fertility business was Bassoon's plan to curtail the black birth rate. He said that 45 million blacks in South Africa was too many. Should I have helped? I don't know. I think I made a mistake. I'm not a racist. We just weren't thinking rationally. It would have been like America's Star Wars project and would have given the government a powerful negotiating tool that would have resulted in white people staying in power. Noble knew everything. He called it the most important project for the country. You know that there's an amazing thing that happened in Europe in 83, 84. Someone handed our military attaché in the London High Commission a scientific document which reportedly showed that there's a class of bacteria that would kill only pigmented people. Let me read that again. Someone handed our military attaché in London's High Commission a scientific document which purported to show that there was a class of bacteria that would only kill pigmented people. Bassoon heard about the paper and asked me to investigate the scientific feasibility of such a bug. Well, we organized a search of the literature and concluded that it was theoretically possible. They sit down and think about exterminating all black folks, and we got Quoons that want to forgive everything. You can't forgive stuff like this. I can't. An anonymous provider of the original document in London had told our people that they should place an ad in a certain newspaper if they wanted to take this further. Well, we discussed this with Noble, and it was decided that it would be a good thing if the government acquired such a weapon. It was decided that I would go to London and set things up. However, that week, some of our people talked to the ANC, walked into an ANC trap in Paris, and because of that incident, we canceled at the last moment. Goosen speaks about Bassoon's thoughts on how to murder an enemy using snake poison, simply injecting the victim with a small bore syringe and leaving a dead snake next to the body. Goosen and Bassoon had equally bizarre discussions about the possibility of infecting Nelson Mandela with cancer, although nothing came of it. Did Noble know about the biological murder weapons? Yes, we discussed targeting individuals with them. We were worried about the legitimacy of our targets. Goosen was eventually downgraded to the RLL and finally replaced by an even more compliant managing director. The most interesting of Bassoon's plague warriors turns out to be a mild-mannered, rather handsome, bespectacled young scientist, Dr. Jan Lawrence, a former South African Air Force officer, subsequently recruited by the Special Operations Unit headed by Bassoon. Lawrence was to become a star witness in the TRC hearings. During this time with Bassoon, Lawrence recalled, there was the infamous fertility program which Noble claimed to have been created for Peking, unfortunately named Dr. Rihanna Borman. The plan had been indeed to produce a blacks-only non-fertility pill. There was no doubt about the ultimate aim of Dr. Borman's work with baboons in this area, which thoughtfully and delicately included the use of an electronic masturbator to produce their semen, was to manipulate the fertility of the people of South Africa on an ethnic basis. As Lawrence began to give his evidence in a hushing hearing, one of the Africana lawyers sitting a few feet from the witnesses issued a loud stage whisper to his junior counsel, hissing that Lawrence had become a self-torturing little asshole. An embarrassed court official later translated the offending Afrikaans phrase as martyr. Lawrence, who was meant to hear this gross insult, stopped halfway through an eventual sentence and complained bitterly to the commissioners, given the impertinence of the act and its symbolic meaning. The offending lawyer, General Noble's representative, was lucky not to be thrown out. He was reprimanded and subsequently apologized, but the point had been made. It is not over yet in South Africa. Stung but not intimidated, Lawrence now began the slow expose of the even darker side of Project Coast, with revelations about some of the main vectors designed and manufactured to deliver biological and toxic weapons as a lethal dose. These devices included an eccentric array of rings with secret compartments, walking sticks, and umbrellas. Secret sprung syringes that could inject an untraceable polycarbonate ball containing ricin straight into the body, as was used in the notorious assassination of Bulgarian dissident Georgy Markov in London in 1978. And finally, a toolbox of screwdrivers, all adopted by hand to become biological murder weapons. These killing tools were all theoretically produced at the TRC hearings by the man from South Africa's National Intelligence Service in a raid on the bench with a grim warning to the commissioners not to handle them. By the early 1990s, Bassoon maintained a regional headquarters cum safe house in a small rented college near Ascot in Berkshire, England. Curiously, the property, number 1 Faircloth Farm Cottage, Water Splash Lane, is still owned by PWP Instruments. The acronym stands for the Christian names Walter, Bassoon, Philip, and Wynard, all of whom have been named by the TRC as being involved in the South African biological warfare program. The late registry of cottage BK 275140 shows that the WPW's address to be the solicitor's firm and Fleet Haunts, England. In fact, the company is registered in the Cayman Islands. There are plans to purchase the adjoining cottage number 2, then knock down the wall to make a single property large enough to house a visitor on special missions from South Africa. That plan was shelved, but it's significant that the property remains listed under Bassoon's name and that there's still mobile phones registered to that address. A small Bassoon flourish exists in the bathroom, which is decorated with specially created WPW insignia bath tiles. This cottage was located, Lawrence told a hush commission to which he had been ordered in 1992 to take one of the murderous screwdrivers together with 2 glass vials containing toxin. His assignment was to deliver it to another South African who he only knew as Trevor. The man's full name, in fact, is Trevor Floyd, a short, stout South African estate agent, now in his late 40s, who was then an operative of the notorious CCB, which comprised Europe, Region 5, which comprised Europe, including the UK. When the handover took place, Lawrence accidentally got some of the toxin on his thumb and into his mouth. He promptly fainted, then revived, drank some Dettol, an antiseptic, and threw up in the lavatory. The moment was a black farce, but the intent behind the whole screwdriver operation was clear. Did you realize the weapon was going to be used on someone in Europe? Lawrence asked. This was my first interface with someone who would kill someone else, he replied. Lawrence brought the British newspaper after meeting to see whether anyone had been murdered. They hadn't. In fact, the court indictment against Bassoon now alleges that Trevor Floyd's job had been to study the movements of prominent ANC members living in London, and he had recommended that 2 of them, Ronnie Casrills, a senior intelligence officer with MK, the ANC's military wing, and now South Africa's deputy defense minister, and Dr. Paulio Jordan, now South Africa's Minister of Environmental Affairs and Tourism, should be assassinated. The method of killing was to be a straight imitation of the notorious Markov umbrella used by the Bulgarian Secret Service years earlier. Dr. Lawrence, the charge against Bassoon alleges, brought the South African umbrella with and a special toxin called Aryl Silatrane to London and handed both to Floyd at a clandestine meeting on a train. Bassoon's cottage was then used to show Floyd how to handle the murderous device. Floyd next gave the umbrella and toxin and a 2-man South African hit team in London, both of whom were Portuguese-speaking Angolans who had worked for the SADF in their home country. For reasons still explained, this assassination attempt also failed. Floyd is expected to be a future prosecution witness against Bassoon. These revelations have now led to a prolonged murder investigation by Britain's MI5, together with South Africa's intelligence service, who believe that up to a half dozen enemies of apartheid could have been murdered in the UK or other European countries by the mid-1980s through the early 1990s. One of the leading anti-apartheid activists in Amsterdam, Klaus de Jong, a friend of Connie Braun, was certainly attacked by organophosphate in his clothes. He subsequently lost an eyeball because of the toxin. One possible murder victim was South African soldier Garth Bailey, who died under mysterious circumstances in Pretoria's #1 military hospital in January 1984. At 22, he had been a member of South Africa's elite and somewhat notorious 5 Reese 5th Reconnaissance Unit that had worked in the bush and was frequently involved in targeted political assassinations. Bailey was a fit young second Dan black belt karate expert who played squash 3 times a week and undergone punishing survival courses. His widow, Daphne White, who now lives in Maidstone, Kent, England, and is certain her husband was murdered, she's convinced that not only did he know too much about the Reese's unit's murders, he had also expressed reservations about what he and his team had been tasked to do and decided he wanted to get out. He was all of a sudden taken ill while serving up country near Katima in Mulilo. Eventually, while at the hospital in Pretoria, he came under the care of Dr. Walter Bassoon. The paperwork on Bailey's death shows a remarkable inconsistency of medical evidence. The cause of death was variously attributed to botulism, rabies, natural causes, cardiorespiratory arrest with diarrhea as a contributory factor, or bacterial intoxication. Mrs. White was refused access to his medical records, so she stole them. Despite her objections, the SADF insisted on cremation, and her husband's ashes were subsequently forwarded to her in a white shoebox. Dr. Bassoon wrote heart failure as the cause of death in the coroner's certificate. All the papers and the Bailey case are now with South Africa's National Intelligence Service and the Attorney General's Special Investigation Unit in Pretoria. A formal inquiry has begun into Bailey's death on the suspicion that it was caused by a human-delivered snake victim. The Attorney General's dog special investigator, Tori Pretorius, came to Britain in late October 1998 specifically to interview Ms. White. As the TRC hearings progressed, it slowly became clear that the biological toxin and murder campaign, far from being a justifiable act of war, had continued long after the enemy had won the battle. In fact, the campaign developed a momentum on its own. The Council for the Commissioners seized on the point that when asked in 1992, the date that Lawrence took the screwdriver weapon to London, who exactly was the enemy? Soviet communism had collapsed, and with it, the communist expansion threatened South Africa. So who was there that needed to be murdered? Lawrence spoke quickly in reply. We did not expect Mandela to be so kind-hearted. We did not think the handover would work so well. But the point was graphically made. Project Coast had been rolled on long after even the most pessimistic members of South Africa's doomed Nationalist Party realized the game was up. Before he sat down, Lawrence could not resist the final swipe. Noble had revealed was known as the mug by insiders for the way that they would manipulate him. But Bassoon was feared, and once warned Lawrence, you cheat us, we kill you. Finally, the TRC was reminded the main office for most of these biological killers was always the Rudenplatt Research Laboratories, the RRL. Here was a safe director's office with a refrigerator inside. Inside the fridge, they kept Bassoon's arsenal of active and inactive bacteria and toxins, as well as a frozen, dried blood sample containing HIV virus provided indirectly by Bassoon, a range of organophosphates, and a clutch of nerve gases, including sarin, tabun, and VX. When the RLL finally was dissolved in 1993 before privatization, the directors allowed Dr. Bassoon to remove all the vital research documents. They were packed into 2 blue trunks and supplied by, then taken away by Bassoon. South Africa had finally agreed to end its biological warfare program, but all the biological warfare knowledge could not be allowed to be lost. So Bassoon calmly decamped with it, and the bacteria and viruses were burned. Remarkably, it looked at first as if South Africa's dirty little secret might stay a secret for forever. One last chapter, chapter 27. Revelations. I was totally unaware of any unofficial biological warfare program. This is former Surgeon General Niels Nobel in 1998. By 1992, South Africa under President F.W. de Klerk was slowly moving towards a great historical tsunami, a peaceful transition from the brutality of the years of the apartheid government to majority rule under Nelson Mandela's African National Congress. The move had begun in earnest with visibility in 1998 and 89 when President B.W. Botha was taken ill and the leadership of the National Party and later the government itself was passed to F.W. de Klerk, a politician on the conservative wing of the party. He is a skilled and intelligent man, infinitely more subtle and less cruel than the crafty and ruthless P.W. Botha. As the nation moved awkwardly towards democracy, de Klerk inevitably found himself facing growing hostility and the resistance of the hard right wing of the Afrikaner group as the Nationalist Party opened talks with Mandela's ANC. It became obvious that there were significant elements within the party, and not far outside of it, who would do what they could to frustrate de Klerk and return to white supremacy. The most determined of these whites came to be known as the Third Force. They comprised not of the mad neo-Nazi right, but of revanchist politicians and hardmen in the military, and military intelligence and civilian intelligence agencies, and the myriad of covert action groups involved and clean or dirty, internally or externally, to maintain white supremacy. On the 18th of November 1992, de Klerk appointed the SADF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Pierre Stein, to investigate in secret the loyalty of the armed forces, with a particular emphasis on the numerous military intelligence groups. And a devastatingly honest report, Stein warned that Bassoon's 7th Med was involved in biological warfare program, which included toxin murders and the handling of drugs for operational use. The violent activities, he informed de Klerk, ranged from targeted assassinations to acts of random violence. An elimination group under Brigadier Walter Bassoon, Stein reported, was said to be in charge of all SADF removal actions. Stein identified Project Coast as the secret code name for Bassoon's chemical biological warfare program. No one was formally accused in Stein's report, but the implication was clear. Here was a group of men who dangerously opposed the new administration. What mattered most, however, was that South Africa's covert biological weapons program had at least been exposed internally. The full implication and details would take another 5 years to emerge publicly, but the countdown had begun. On the 31st of March 1993, just 12 weeks after de Klerk received Stein's first report, Brigadier Junior Walter Bassoon was quietly retired from the South African Military Medical Service. De Klerk simultaneously ordered the closing down of Project Coast's extensive biological warfare research and operations. F.W. Klerk had been in conversation with some aspects of Project Coast upon the taking office and had been briefed about it by the Surgeon General Nobel. But the new president only knew what he was told, and a briefing essentially said that the program was aimed at developing our defensive capability, he recalls. It was never a policy that should be used. But Stein's subsequent investigation began to open de Klerk's eyes. I was deeply shocked when I heard that we might be involved in assassinations and the like. I'd never been part of any policy decision which said it would be okay to commit these heinous crimes and these gross violations of human rights. By then, Bassoon's name was beginning to circulate beyond the claustrophobic offices in Pretoria. The South African offices of serious economic offenses was taking an interest in the financing of Project Coast, and had opened a file on Bassoon. More serious still, the word was begin to reach London and Washington. The South Africans might be in a very serious breach of their solemn biological war convention commitment, breaches of treaties that may involve a proliferation of nuclear, chemical, or biological warfare materials are the responsibility of dedicated desks in London, of MI6, and in Washington at the CIA. So by 1993, The information regarding the truth about Project Coast and its biological weapon warfare program was being passed from agents of MI6 and the CIA in South Africa to London and Washington. By late autumn, it was becoming clear that both the United States and the United Kingdom were increasingly anxious about what they were hearing concerning South Africa's covert biological weapons program. A démarche was now imminent. A démarche is when you have your diplomats meet with other people to say, we got to deal with this. To add to the growing international unease, the unemployed but far from unemployable Dr. Bassoon took a decision to work as a consultant for the South African industrial conglomerate called Transnet, and he promptly traveled to, of all places, Libya to drum up business for their transportation and hospital equipment interests. So an extraordinary situation was now developing. South Africa's chief plague warrior, the man who had single-handedly created a national biological warfare program from scratch, who had traveled the world in a chartered jet, procured an arsenal of biological, the brilliant and biological weapons engineer who had retained a unique biological weapons contacts throughout the world, was now trying to do business with one of the world's acknowledged rogue states with a long and unpleasant history of involvement with international terrorism. Colonel Muammar Gaddafi's pursuit of chemical weapons capability is legendary. At the time of Bassoon's visit, Libya already possessed two large chemical weapon production complexes at Rabta and Tuharna. Spot a chemical complex, goes the saying, and a biological warfare plant will be carefully hidden somewhere inside. In addition to the Tuharna plant, the Libyans were building an extensive underground network of pipes running more than 2,000 miles through the nearby mountains. Its purposes were then unclear. What was clear, however, was Libya's undeveloped biological weapons program was quietly seeking ideas and technology from anywhere in the world. There was no place for Bassoon to be seen wheeling and dealing. And there was another major political complication which was left unspoken, but very serious, were at both London and Washington. Nelson Mandela's ANC had received valuable assistance from Libya, as well as Scandinavia and some Eastern European countries during the dark years of the struggle. The ANC's military wing, NK, had been afforded training facilities in Libya. Mandela remembered his friends, although all the evidence showed that Tripoli wanted to concentrate on developing chemical warfare capabilities. MI6 and the CIA asked themselves if it were possible that the next leader of South Africa would repay his debts by allowing Libya to become biologically weapon proficient as well. This very prospect was deemed wholly unacceptable. By the end of 1993, President de Klerk received a formal joint démarche from London and Washington, which stated in uncompromising terms that both nations were alarmed by South Africa's existing and future biological weapons program, and that they were concerned with Bassoon's presence in Libya and the potential proliferation issues he created. De Klerk now recalls a very secret event somewhat ruefully. A specific name did come to the fore, he said, a certain Walter Bassoon. Speaking 5 years later from his well-furnished skyscraper office overlooking Cape Town, de Klerk recalls a special meeting was set up. Through the secret offices, my initial reaction, listen to the British and Americans, was to restate the sovereignty of the South African Republic. They were initially quite aggressive, and they had a long list of demands. And I said that because I could give them certain assurances, we could not simply accede to all sorts of demands. But the West was in no mood to deal with the problems of the national posturing. They wanted 5 things, recalls the senior South African official who was present at every meeting. They said, destroy all your biological weapons records, destroy all your capability, make a public declaration of this regard, and inform Mr. Mandela. We also want access to all your records. We want to be able to look through them all. I told them, go jump in a lake. Supported by de Klerk, this official counterattacked. What are your biological weapon stockpiles? He asked the UK and US visitors. We aren't going to do what you say. There was a major confrontation, the official recalls, and we refused to see them again. Later, they had to come back and eat humble pie, and we made friends again. However, the truth of the meeting was less flattering to South African Amor proper. Both MI6 and the CIA had collected considerable covert intelligence about Project Coast. The CIA even had a crucial primary source, a very senior South African who was well placed and, more importantly, still in a place, and who was giving them some information, not for cash, but because he was frightened about the future of South Africa's biological warfare program. It was Washington who first learned about Bassoon's trips to Libya from this source, who had grown deeply concerned about these visits and the implications that Gaddafi might buy a South African biological warfare program off the shelf. Western allies learned that Bassoon had been working on 3 main biological agents: cholera, botulinum toxin, and hepatitis A. The only good news the CIA source provided was that Bassoon had not devised any serious weaponization plans for the agents, nor had he undertaken any aerosol testing either. The main vectors were natural, compromising water, food, alcohol, similar items of daily chemistry. Both Britain's MI6 and MI5 and the CIA next launched a major investigation into Bassoon's frequent overseas journeys, his many bank accounts, his interests in brass plate corporations, and his American connections, a long, torturous inquiry that continues to this day. A former senior CIA official recalls, "We knew about Bassoon quite early. We started watching the South Africans to see how closely they were watching Bassoon and what meaningful steps they would take to close the program down." At the same time, the CIA agent in Libya was tasked to explore Bassoon's alleged commercial approaches to Tripoli. "It all had a bad smell to it," recalls a senior CIA officer. "Gaddafi had been trying to get a biological weapons program for years without success. He had incompetent people in place. That was the only reason he failed to get a biological weapon up and running. Now suddenly saw him with the man who, with our source, was telling us South Africa's top biological weapons expert. You can expect how we felt." By now, MI6, which with a very good source had been the first on the case, MI5, Britain's Defense Intelligence Service, and the Pentagon and the CIA were all sharing their joint intelligence take. The British were satisfied in the early stage that Bassoon's program was essentially devoted to assassination of internal enemies. They concluded that the unofficial part of the biological weapons program did not technically breach the Biological Weapons Convention. This judgment was based partly on the tour that they were given of the Rutenplatt laboratories. They were satisfied that they were satisfied that what they saw did not amount to an offensive biological warfare program within the meaning of the Biological Weapons Convention. But even at these assessments, there were being recorded, a new and invisible problem emerged. The clerk's order to Noble to destroy the entire biological weapons program had been passed to Bassoon for action. Bassoon promised he would carry out this directive. The biological hardware, the bacteria and viruses and cultures, and all the experimental stuff were indeed destroyed. That left the knowledge of the entire biological weapons program, the form of the contacts and experience that had been worked, and those that had not, a priceless library of biological warfare information and research that had cost millions of dollars to acquire. Naively, Noble assumed that Bassoon would destroy this vital information too. Incredibly, it's now apparent that despite the overwhelming evidence, even at that time, of very serious abuses of Project Coast, Noble did not personally oversee Bassoon's claimed destruction of the biological intellectual property, which was decided instead that the paperwork would be transferred on a set of CD-ROMs before being shredded. The CD-ROMs, in turn, would be held under double lock and key in a safe inside a bleak headquarters building in the 7th Medical Battalion on the outskirts of Pretoria. One or two of the keys required to open the safe would always be in possession of the President of the Republic or his personal nominee. Theoretically, given the awesome value of the knowledge, the solution was regarded as the best compromise between containing the program and not destroying what had been learned. The trouble was the whole thing rested on the honesty of Walter Bassoon. Not for the first time, Noble's poor judgment would turn out to be disastrous. The UK-US demarche, despite some tempered exchange and huffy protestations of national sovereignty, did produce an agreement for all three nations, South Africa, the UK, and the US, to work together towards a common goal of disarmament not only of the Republic's biological and chemical weapons, but also the small nuclear arsenal. Let me just stop for 1 second and say that South Africa had a nuclear arsenal. They had created small nuclear bombs that could be dropped on black areas where they believed the radiation would just kill blacks. Israel gave this to the South Africans. Israel gave the South Africans nuclear technology to kill the black population. Let me keep going. De Klerk had been reluctant to turn over the state's nuclear bombs to Mandela. The solution was simple. On one evening, 3 giant U.S. Air Force C-5 planes quietly removed the bombs in the military nuclear infrastructure. They didn't want black folks to have nukes. Ironically, de Klerk wanted the United States to remove all their biological warfare equipment at the same time, including the indestructible hardware such as the fermentators and any incriminating records. But Washington declined the offer, mainly because the U.S. did not wish to take responsibility for closing the South African program. The U.S. had 2 sensible reasons for the reluctance of its stance. Firstly, Washington would never really know whether anything had really been handed over, and secondly, it would be easy enough for the Republic to restart the program someday in the future. Either scenario could leave the U.S. looking deeply embarrassed if it had previously confirmed the end of the South African biological weapons program. South Africa also wanted America to take possession of the knowledge, a set of CD-ROMs that contained all the essential details of Bassoon's program, including how it worked, the manufacturing processes and parameters, and how it was set up, the biological agents, test results, virulence studies, and so forth. But the U.S. could never be certain that there was only one set of CD-ROMs, so they didn't want them either, as it turned out to be the most prescient decision. Somewhat predictably, with the transfer of power to the new government of national unity, with Mandela as the new president, de Klerk as the deputy president in 1994, the biological weapon issue remained unresolved. The 3 nation contacts had continued after the first demarche, with MI6 now taking the lead and the exchanges of intelligence information. But by 1995, Bassoon continued to visit Libya. He made at least 5 visits to Tripoli and London, and Washington's apprehension persisted. British and American intelligence officers were considered Bassoon to be fundamentally dangerous. In the end, it was British representatives who decided to approach President Mandela with a minimum of fanfare to advise him that he was inheriting an ugly biological assassination program from the previous administration. Nelson Mandela's reaction was, "Oh my God." He was initially terrified that the South African Third Force elements, including such organizations as Eugene's Terre Blanche, ultra-right wing, and fanatical AWB, might lay their hands on it. He specifically asked the British officials for their assistance and advice. The British advised a general approach to entice Bassoon to cooperate in ending the biological weapons program and proving he had done so. This would require some formal interviewing. Mandela agreed. A U.S.-UK team subsequently met Bassoon in a conference room adjoining Noble's office at the headquarters of the SADF in Pretoria. Noble was present. The session began at 10 a.m. and except for a 45-minute lunch break in the officers' cafeteria, Bassoon was interrogated until 4:30 p.m. To one of the American present, Bassoon was initially testy and arrogant, but faced with the detailed precision of the questions, he began to lose the front. He was quizzed very closely by an MI6 officer about a type of bacteria and viruses, production techniques, delivery systems testing, efficacy, weaponization, drying, milling, and detailed specifications, everything. His polite but firm interrogations were most anxious to know if there had been any open-air tests of bacterial agents, but soon confirmed that no such trials were held, explaining that neither the climate nor the targets were suitable for aerosol dissemination. He added that secreting toxins, bacteria, and poisons in the food and water systems had been far more effective. He nodded in agreement when asked whether do another one. Hold on one second. Sorry, y'all. He nodded in agreement when asked whether botulinum toxin has been his biological weapon of choice. When asked about anthrax, plague, and the standard viruses, Bassoon said that none of these agents had been weaponized, although ominously, South Africans had been trying to find suitable vectors for them in the food chain. Curiously, Bassoon consistently denied working with cholera. Did the South African program retain any bioweapon stocks? Bassoon tried a variety of responses on the British and the Americans. At first, he denied making any biological weapons. That response didn't pass the laugh test, explains one of his questioners. Then the doctor alleged that no stocks had been made beyond the testing stage. Finally, he admitted if any stocks had existed, they had all been destroyed when Project Coast was dismantled. How, when he was asked, the way anyone else would do it, heat and bleach. At the end of the session, the Allied team met Noble on his own and told him bluntly that they thought Bassoon was a pathological liar. But in its balance, they accepted Noble's assurance that Coast was now dead, that the stocks were destroyed, that the knowledge was secure on the CD-ROMs inside a safe inside military headquarters. That just left one outstanding problem. Bassoon's continuing Libyan connections, benign, malign, authorized or not, these contacts were still felt to be both unwise and unhealthy. The decision was reached to focus Bassoon's mind on the risk. A covert operation was conceived, brilliant in its economy, clarity, and brutality. On his next and last trip to Libya, Bassoon went on to Tunisia before returning home. In Tunis, one of the South African Transnet representatives, approached by a man he believed was from the Mossad, the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Agency, tell your colleague Dr. Bassoon the next time he's seen in Tripoli, he will be dealt with, was a bleak message, delivered forcefully without ceremony. This warning was conveyed to Bassoon. Scared, Jesus, I was shit scared, recalled Bassoon later. He never returned. The Bassoon Libya problem was solved. There's one final irony. Despite the fears and persistent allegations in South Africa that Bassoon was trying to sell biological weapons to Colonel Gaddafi, the truth is that Bassoon was not dealing. A British MI6 operation mounted quite a coincidental against the very Libyans with whom Bassoon was in contact, revealed that he had been innocent all along. The contacts indeed had been commercial and legitimate. One issue remained. What to be done with Bassoon now? Should this dangerous, talented, and knowledgeable scientist be left unemployed, rolling like a loose cannon around a nation which still has uncharted waters on its journey to political rebirth? Bassoon was now to biological warfare what the Gatling had been to the Colt 45. He was traveling all around the world, made extensive contacts, knew where the bodies were buried. He was a man of inestimable value to rogue states with the intent of his own BW biological warfare programs. So what was to be done with him? The answer was a celebration of Lyndon Johnson's famous aphorism on J. Edgar Hoover's malign presence in Washington. It's better to have them inside the tent pissing out than outside the tent pissing in. Following some delicate back-channel communication with London, the government Pretoria was advised that there should be no international outcry if to be reinstated in government service and even placed in a high-level civil service job where, to put it bluntly, he could be seen traveling back and forth to work every day. Eventually, President Mandela accepted London's arguments and took the decision to bring Bassoon back in the national interest in order to regain some control over his movements and activities and to minimize the possibility of proliferation of technology with regard to biological warfare. By 1995, Bassoon was appointed as consultant physician as head of the Department of Cardiology at Military Hospital at Voortrekkerhout in Pretoria. There was a huge outcry in the press, but the appointment had the personal approval of President Mandela, Deputy Presidents Mbeki and de Klerk, and the Minister of Defense and his deputy, and the Minister of Justice and Intelligence. The move proved that knowledge is power. Like the vile general issue of Japan's Unit 731 notoriety, it looked as if Bassoon was not going to be prosecuted for what were clearly crimes of war and crimes against humanity. It was hoped that his silence could be purchased through the judicious use of state bribery. All Bassoon now had to do was leave well enough alone and get on with his nice new job. But character has its fate. Instead of just keeping his head down and clocking it in and out in a nice new sinecure, he began actions that would lead directly to his downfall. This is the last part of this. Wow. I think I might finish at 5:30, like I said. On January 29, 1997, Dr. Walter Bassoon was arrested in possession of 1,000 ecstasy tablets. The South African Drug Squad police had earlier arrested another dealer and turned him to betray his supplier. The informer agreed to entrap Bassoon in what would appear like to be a deal for ecstasy tablets. In exchange was the place of the Magnolia Dell Park, almost opposite of Bassoon's house in the prosperous and comfortably white suburb of Pretoria. The informant was wired for sound, and the detective hid in the boot of his white Nissan car. Other detectives hid in the bushes around the venue. When Bassoon arrived, also in a white Nissan, he got out and the two men greeted each other like old friends, which indeed they were. A police communications officer heard the deal taking place, and as the money changed hands, the hidden detectives pounced. Bassoon sprinted away, and he was chased by narcotics superintendent Gil Ehlers, who shot at him to stop. Bassoon was running for his life, convinced that foreign intelligence agents had caught up with him to implement the Tunis warning. The chase turned to a low farce as Bassoon dived into what he thought was a river, but was a mere shallow stream. This hectic escape attempt ended when he stood up, a good suit covered in mud, his bald plate glistening with water, and his hands behind his head in total surrender. When Evans identified himself and showed the drenched Bassoon his warrant card, the plague warrior almost sobbed in relief to discover he was not about to be assassinated. How and why Bassoon became a drug dealer is for the courts to determine, but it seems an incongruous development with his exotic career. But now back on the defense payroll, working as a well-paid and respected cardiologist, Walter Bassoon was not short of money or respect, and his home at Queen Wilhelmina Drive in Pretoria was a large, comfortably detached house where he lived with his wife and younger daughter. So what was Bassoon up to that night? He says simply he was framed. Another version is that he did it purely for personal gain. There's a third explanation. It is a mixture of personal gain and helping to raise funds for the third force, which Bassoon is considered to be a member. Bassoon's personal connection with the third force were elliptically referred to by Jürgen Jacomet, the former Swiss military intelligence agent who worked with Bassoon on money laundering aspects of Project Coast in Europe. When we met Jacomet, he was suffering from serious facial and neck cancer. He had elected to go beyond the conventional treatment and was in the hands of a private healer in the Philippines. Despite his serious illness, he remained a cheerful man, philosophical and optimistic, a good friend of Bassoon and of the old regime in South Africa. While in London on business, Jacomet formally interviewed by officers of MI6 in room 114, appropriately the Sherlock Holmes Hotel in London's Baker Street. They wanted information about Bassoon, the biological warfare program, and Jacomet's role in the whole affair. According to Jacomet, he told them virtually nothing. In fact, back in the mid 1980s, the Swiss agent had first worked with General Lothar Nichtling, South Africa's police forensic chief, delivering arms to South Africa in an extensive sanctions busting arrangement. Nichtling introduced Jacomet to Bassoon, and the two men became friends. Bassoon often visited Jacomet in his Bern home. Eventually, Jacomet traveled to South Africa on several occasions to help Bassoon and Nichtling in the dirty wars of the 1980s. Now sitting in a quiet West London garden on the early spring day of 1998, Jacomet relaxes with coffee and cigarettes and discusses the arrest of Bassoon and the ecstasy allegations. He scoffs at the prospect of his friend being a profiteering drug dealer. It makes absolutely no sense if you know him. It makes no sense that he would mix with the street dealers. If it happened at all, it must have been of a higher interest, such as it might be procure money for a certain group which represents the interests of South Africa and wants return of a white-dominated government. Jacomet, now nervous, is pressed to explain a little. There's a group of people here in London, he says. One would call them Friends of South Africa. They have it in mind to see a strong white South Africa again. There are American connections too. They need funds. It is possible that the drug business has helped them. You know, it would really be foolish for me to talk more about this. They are serious people. Jacomet searches for the popular expression and remarkably finds the same aphorism used by Goethe about the same people. They don't take prisoners, he says finally. Who are they? Jacomet mentions some well-known South African names, men previously associated with Third Force activities. He also refers to American, known by the British MI5 for his alleged involvement with Bassoon in money laundering, sanctions busting, and biological agents procurement. Once again, the organization is mentioned in respectful tones, and once again, the details remain scant and elusive. Jacomet remains silent. He dies months later of the cancer. It transpires that the MI5 officials also take the organization very seriously. They hold details of a small group of once powerful South African and or ex-Rhodesians who have residential rights in the United Kingdom, but who share a community of interest in the future of South Africa. These men comprise a deeply knit group which would be welcome and might be prepared to help and return a traditional white government of the republic to the republic. These men are not political fanatics, nor is it in their political motivation sufficiently visible to make them liable to closer supervision. Nevertheless, they remain a troubling point and a political focus for Pretoria, where both the National Intelligence Agency and the Ministry of Defense also take them very seriously indeed. The relationship between the organization and Bassoon are indistinct. Bassoon was not merely an alleged drug dealer. There's more to it than that. I'm going to skip here because it's just a couple of pages. But look, I'm going to do a little bit more on South Africa, but we're going to return to eugenics. But take a second and say to you, are you understanding that this white supremacist eugenics, population control, disease, high level, low level, this is a very serious thing. It is a very serious thing. And people need to understand that the drugs, in fact, I've got some books here. I should bring them out. I may do something on drugs with eugenics. These are very good books. FBI's War in Black America. I'm going to read some of this. Maybe I'll do that too. And this is still part of eugenics. So, it's 5:30. My eyes are tired. We've been at this 6 hours. It's time for me to stop. By the way, the Afrikaner movement, I had a book somewhere. I'm going to look for it right now. I'm going to stop this phone and look for a book. And if I find it, I'm going to buy it because I haven't seen this. I had a copy somewhere and I cannot. I'm telling you, there are books that you cannot find that I need to connect. And yes, I want y'all to understand this thing is craziness. Okay, I'm gonna put in I'm gonna put something in here and see if I can find it. Oh hell, I need to go back. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I gotta buy this. I'm gonna buy this right now. Mm. Let me look at something. I'm gonna buy that book. Anyway, I just found a book. I've That's incredible. I need to have it. Uh, I want to wish y'all a good night. Love and peace to everybody. We're gonna pick up. We're gonna do some more books tomorrow. I still want to do the eugenics. We'll look at drugs, COINTELCOUNTERPRO, but MFM, everybody. How many of y'all like this stuff from Plague Wars? Was this useful? There are 125 of you here. Was Plague Wars useful? Are y'all understanding why I pulled the book out? Okay, this is very connected. These things are done here to us as well. This is a global thing. South Africa and other places, they experiment on them. In Kenya and other places. They're even right now in Kenya, if you notice, want to push pedophilia. This is here. We're going to do some more reading in a couple hours, maybe 10, 11 o'clock. I'm going to bring some other books out, and we'll just keep bringing them. And I just ask y'all, send me a piece. I see a whole bunch of books that I need to get my hands on. I really do. I need to get my hands on these books real fast before they disappear. Every now and then, my brothers and sisters, I see a book, and there's one book I've never seen for sale in my life. I just saw it. I can't tell y'all what it is because I don't want y'all to buy it before I do. But I got to buy that book. I want some folks to send me a piece. So if a whole bunch of people sent me like 122 of you, if each of y'all sent me like $1, literally, if a whole bunch of folks sent me $1.50 or $2, okay, if a whole bunch of people sent me $2, I can get a whole bunch of stuff that I'm holding in my baskets on certain book platforms. So help me out. I'm going to buy some, but God, I need to get a few bucks. I need to get maybe, if everybody sent me $1, there's more of this. There's some more eugenics, some other things I want to get. So my wish list for the new year, if we treat our book club like a real club, if you gave me like $2 in a month or $3 in a month, hell, I mean, it's what I read for 6 hours. That's pennies. And that's it. Just once a month, let's get some new books. And I'm going to go through some more. I'm going to go back to this Wall Street. I'm just trying to blend this Nazism, and you'll start to see. And there are other people doing other pieces. So this isn't the only platform. Put the pieces together. And that's all I want to do for you. I'm going to go, but definitely, if you can, send me a piece. And by the way, these books are expensive. I mean, paperbacks, people want 20, 30, 40, $50. But it's out here. I do. So, y'all with me? Everybody, send me a piece. Doesn't have to be much. Um, People have been so cool. Literally, um, the $2 contributions are cool. $2, one. Yes, absolutely. And if someone does more than that, God bless you. But if you can do like a buck or two, do it. There are a whole bunch of books I need to pick up, and I promise to share. And I'll do this as often, as frequently as I can. So bless me. Don't have to be much. But Jock, well, I don't see that. What does it say? Okay, it's real simple. I'm going to give my donation options again. They're not hard. There's Zelle. Zelle is W Randy short at Gmail if you use Zelle. There's PayPal. I mean, it's right up on my thing. PayPal is again. I'm putting it in the there's Cash App, which is always under my name, so people got it. Cash App is DR Sheen. And if people just want to send, like, if they want to send a letter or card, there are two ways you can do this. You can write me here. You can write this. I will sing. And if you want, I'm serious. Hold on, put this in here. And by the way, these show descriptions, I have a template. I always put this information in. Always. Um, and that's a mailing address. P.O. Box 92398, Washington, D.C. 290. My PayPal, I just posted it, but I'll do it differently because people don't read. God help us. God help me, Jesus. Um, I always post them. That's my PayPal. It's always posted. I can only do this with people helping me. And I see a lot more coming. So I do want to pick up. I want to pick up some books. I need to pick up about 7, 8 books, and they're not expensive. I try to get them cheaply. But I share them. The Pink Triangle. I got some more stuff. I mean, I'm not even done. We're gonna spend part of January, so I'm gonna take a nap in a second. Then I'm gonna come back and put some more stuff up here. So definitely bless me, folks. I don't. It's not even tripping off of a whole bunch. If you got $2, drop $2. You got $1. There are people that give $1. Shoot. Imagine if we did stuff like we used to. If when someone comes in and someone takes the time to share, if 120 people sent $1, it's not going to kill anyone. Think about it, how much time you'd spend on a movie, or if you rented something, it's almost nothing. If you did 2, or if you wanted to do more than 2, if you did 3, um, it won't hurt. It won't hurt. I sent someone like $20 the other day, one of these people that explosive stuff. I'm going to try to bring Bishop Earl Carter and others. And so everybody continue to write me. I do want to bring other guests. I have women. I'll take men. I'll talk to anyone that's got something to say that wants to move Black people forward if I can make this work. So that's 6. My eyes are hurting. I'm looking at the screen. My eyes are like, damn. By the way, I need to thank the people. I don't know. Some people, someone Edwina Moore, thank you. And someone else, Psych L, thank you. Get ready. There's a book. When I pay for it, I'll tell you in a couple hours. So these folks are doing way well. The West has to want to be on my platform. We know each other. I've asked some. Let me just say this to you. You'd be amazed at how some of us can be. And I'm not saying necessarily it's someone's show or pride or whatever. Tonight I had a situation. I'll just tell you what it was. I didn't want to be on a platform with someone that I felt tried to hustle me. They may be comfortable with somebody else. I don't want to have to be bothered. You want to help someone, help them. Just leave me out of it. Don't invite me and then bring someone on that I'm trying to avoid. Are you feeling me? If someone didn't like me, I wouldn't go around them. For some reason, you're not coming up on Cash App. I heard that from someone else. But how are you doing it? Are you doing it like this? I heard that from someone else. They couldn't get a Cash App through. They may be messing with me. At the same time, folks, electronics and a lot of things are not working. But I can tell you, whoever said that the Cash App doesn't work, 2 people sent me far above what I asked them. I mean, I would have been cool with 5. God bless Psycho and Edwina. I mean, so I don't know, Dominique. I don't know if PayPal works. I don't know if Zelle works. I don't know. I just know that some people are able to get things in this direction. I do have another PayPal. Do you want to try something else? I have another PayPal, and maybe one PayPal doesn't work. Maybe I'll put another PayPal up. I've learned to just okay. There's another PayPal. In case you can't get one through, it's like this, Dominic. I don't know why this is. I've heard this from other people. I think that people don't want some of us to do what we're doing. Okay, I'm just telling you. So I'll tell you another. Try this PayPal if the other doesn't work. I mean, not the PayPal, but if it's not working, that's another PayPal. I set up another one just in case. Tariq Nasheed tried to send me a contribution and couldn't find me. You never know what's going on. I will say this: that people pissed as hell at me, and I don't care, but they do. I told y'all they attack people's cash. Martin Luther King died broke. Malcolm X died broke. Medgar Evers died broke. Marcus Garvey died broke. Most true Black people who speak up. Fannie Lou Hamer died broke. They almost Rosa Parks because this is why there's a song that say, "Take your burdens to the Lord and leave it there." It says, "The world may cheat you out of its silver and its gold. Take your burdens to the to understand that if you speak up and you tell the truth, the persecution often comes in attacking resources. I'm not supposed to be reaching a few thousand people. Understand this. I haven't asked for YouTube to financialize my page because if I do, I have to then worry about them coming after me, right? And deciding every time I do or say something. You know what, Sister Dominique? I've only complained about one person giving me a contribution. And that's because I felt like somebody was playing with me. And I was like, yeah, if people do like 5 or 2, that's cool. It's cool. I mean, if people do more than that, bless. And I promise, what do I do aside from pay my bills? And of course, if I buy stuff for this or buy books, if I told you I have a friend in Namibia, their house burned down, their father died, they're all unemployed. They sent me a picture of an empty icebox in Namibia. That's why I said to you, I know what the price of a Namibian, it's like 11-1. I'll probably send him some money for food. So if someone blesses me, if my stuff's taken care of, I give my boogaboo, I'll give someone that. I have a friend who needs something in Sierra Leone. I have friends that have needs, Liberia. I might send them a piece. I had a friend that was sick in India, one of my Black Indian friends. So I paid for them to see the doctor. I don't worship money, but you need it. In fact, one of the things that I hope to do, and I'm going to say this to everyone, I want to meet some artists, cartoonists. I want to do something with Coon Buster. I've already reached out to a white woman, and I'm ready to pay the white woman, but I wish I could find a Black graphic artist that I liked, because I'd rather pay one of us. A lot of the Black people want almost double what the white woman wants. And the difference is, I'll say to you, if you're an artist, you can draw, you're a good graphic person, don't rate me on the first business take. Why not say, hey, look, Mr. Short, I'm going to give you a decent rate, but I want your return business, which means I may do 50 with you the first time and I'll do 100 the next, maybe 200 the time after that. And then we do something else. I find a lot of times people want it too fast. It's not like I'm getting millions of dollars or thousands. It may come in, and trust me, I want a new microphone for this system. A new microphone's going to cost me like $100, $150. I want a better webcam than this thing, what looks like I'm glowing and such. Depending on which one, there's one for 50, there's one for 300, 400. I want to do that. I just have to be able to pay for it. If I told you, when you're blackballed financially, and I'm not begging, I'm just telling you, it's interesting. People have been good to me. I thank everybody. And so I enjoy sharing. I studied to be a teacher. I studied to be a preacher. The academy don't want people like me because I tell the truth. I don't fit in the church. And nope, don't hate people. I won't marry gay people, but I've visited gay people with AIDS. Been there to hold people's hand. I didn't get up and say, you know, good faggot, God's gonna kill you. I didn't do that. I'm telling you, God loves you. It's not too late. Do something different. And it hasn't worked out for you doing it the way that you've been doing it. You know it better than me. You understand what I'm saying? So this is, some of us are supposed to be teaching, preaching, organizing the people. And right now, everything about the Black community is out of order. If I were in Africa or some other place, I'd probably be a minister or something. I might ask to be in jail as a dissident, probably, or driving the cab here because they ran my ass out. But very simply, I hope open your minds. Open your minds. And I got another book. I think I'm going to read on South Africa. But you know what? Y'all got a minute? Y'all still on. Let me get one more book. My eyes feel better now that I stopped reading. Let me get this book. I want to read something, just a little bit about Mandela. See how Mandela kept being a coon every time the white people told him to do something, he did it. Master, tell me what to do about the white man killing black people. Let me get this book. Let me see if I can find it. Where is that book? I can't find it. Okay, y'all. I want to share something. It's sort of, I'm going to look. This is a book that you might not find. And I want to just read a little bit of it. It's a very good book. I want to read a little bit of this. This is from a very Okay. It's just a chapter, but it's worthwhile. The book. The book is The Jesse Jackson Phenomenon. I want you to hear this chapter while God, my eyes came back. I just need a break. This is chapter 7 from The Jesse Jackson Phenomenon. Yes. It relates to what you're talking about, the truth and reconciliation thing. I want you to hear this. Because Mandela, he's not my hero. This is chapter 7 from The Jesse Jackson Phenomenon by Adolph Reed Jr. I want you to hear this. This chapter is titled Blacks and Jews in the Democratic Coalition, because the ANC in South Africa is dominated by Jews and blacks. And you see it, the bad deal that the black South Africans get. Yes, the ANC is a partner with the South African Communist Party, which is dominated by Jews. I'm just saying. I'm not picking. I'm just telling y'all. So you see all this foolishness. Same foolishness is here. Blacks and Jews in Democratic Coalition. The logic of Jackson's conflict with organized Jewry is more complex than the hostility to labor, because of the political connection between African Americans and Jews is more ambiguous. Recognition of this ambiguity is limited by the ritualistic pattern of the discussion of Black-Jewish relations that obscures the dynamics of joining the groups. At the nucleus of this discourse are the shibboleths that affirm unity and proclaim a continuing history of a common purpose. Commitment to these shibboleths forces expressions of conflict in one of two modes. Oblique arguments couched in terms of formal principles, for example, quotas, and abstracted goals of the Jews and blacks as historically social agents, or Aesopian criticism, in which a disagreement over issues is structurally remote from the group's sphere of mutuality, for instance, the Middle East, is adduced to stand for the basis of attention closer to home. The path in comprehending the structural foundation of alliance and dissension, both in general as well as they are reflected through the Jackson phenomenon, require the breaking of the delicately crafted ritual role by addressing squarely the practical substance of the Black-Jewish dialectic in American politics. Certain points need to be made as a precondition for proceeding. First, there's no simple historic political relation between blacks and Jews. Instead, there have been several fields of political action in which fairly distinct congregations of Jews and blacks have mutually participated. Among these are the communists and other left-wing activity of the 1930s and 1940s, and Black Lives Matter now, civil rights activism, and its organizational elaboration into professionalized civil rights engineering, the National Democratic Coalition, and local articulations, with the exception of the radical left, and to a lesser extent, grassroots civil rights activity, where Jewishness and or Blackness have been less significantly as overtly institutionalized official status categories. The Jewish-Afro-American relationship has been determined through a mediation of elite-driven formal advocacy organizations such as the NAACP and National Urban League on one side, and the American Jewish Congress, the American Jewish Committee, and the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith on the other. Jewish elites have had two advantages in the mediated interaction. Because the interaction has largely been governed by ideological commitment to interracialism, Jews have been able to steer the dialogue from each side, both as representatives as autonomous Jewish interest groups, as in the prominent forces within the interracial civil rights organization. The peculiarity of Jewishness as a status that is neither racial nor national, for that matter, necessarily religious, exonerates Jewish elites from the imperative of organizational interracialism in their own domain, while demanding obeisance to it from Black civil rights organizations, as the case of Black Power elaborated out of the civil rights movement. The double standard of this Black-Jewish dialectic is so deeply ingrained that it generally does not surface for public observation and comment. However, a recent controversy may be illustrative. In the early 1980s, trustees of New York's famed Schomburg collection of Afro-Americana hired a curator who was white and rumored to be Jewish. Outraged Black nationalists marched, demonstrating otherwise expressed anger and dismay at what they considered a travesty. Despite its origination from a rather crude, narrow-minded parochialism, the protests incisively brought the double standard into relief. While the idea of a Jewish Schomburg curator is plausible to the public consciousness, opponents observe the appointment of a Black director at the Wiesenthal Center or a similar institution devoted to Jewish cultural documentation would seem somehow counterintuitive, if not plainly ridiculous. Notwithstanding the merits of the Schomburg case, which are very open to debate, this incident exposes clearly one of the senses in which Jewish elites are advantageously situated in the historic relationship with Blacks. Jewish representation of Black interests is legitimated by the prevailing cultural norms, while the notion of Black custodianship of Jewish interests is not. The second advantage redounding to Jews is related to the first. Black racial advocacy organizations depend largely on private philanthropy, access to which often runs through or can be vetoed by elites of the Jewish interest organizations. Obviously, Jewish advocacy is not similarly constrained to placate Black concerns. As case in point, in the spring of 1976, I attended what amounted to a public job interview of Julian Bond, who recently expressed an interest in succeeding Roy Wilkins as the executive director of the NAACP. Bond, who from his student nonviolent coordinated committee days until that year refrained from supporting the Israeli policy in the Middle East, and had been invited to a Meet the Press forum at the Jewish Community Center in Atlanta. Although Bond had formally signed Bayard Rustin's annual Black American Support of Israel committee statement earlier that year, he apparently was reluctant to attend what he suspected would be a grilling on the Middle East. According to Time magazine, a reporter close to Bond and the incident, Harry Lee Moon, an NAACP official, telephoned Bond and advised him very strongly of the need to attend the session if he were at all serious in his desire to replace Wilkins. He attended, and the tenor of the event approximated an inquisition or show trial, with some of the questions explicitly characterizing Bond's attempt to maintain a critical distance from Israel's interpretation of the Middle East conflict as consequential for his NAACP aspirations. The reverse situation is unthinkable. A Black insistence of affirmative action quotas or a repudiation of Israel's ties to South Africa for existence would never be a pertinent criterion for organizational legitimation of the Jewish leadership. You get where I'm coming from. Insofar as the relationship follows that pattern, the association of Jewish Black leadership is acted out on a terrain defined by the former. The hypothesis of commonality interest therefore assumes the comparably advantaged position occupied by Jewish organizational elites. This is not to suggest that Blacks are duped, co-opted, or coerced to pursue Jewish interests. A more accurate view is that Blacks and Jewish elites pursue their independent interests on a basis of pragmatic rationality that defines objectives within a given set of options. The apparent finitude of the options expresses the acceptance or acquiescence of an arrangement of social forces that constitutes the rules of the game. The elite sphere of mutuality derives from the respective readings of possibilities afforded. The environmental condition of the greater Jewish institutional entrenchment, combined with the interracial structure, a context of action which rational, independent articulation and pursuit of pragmatic goals by Black elites requires a non-reciprocal attentiveness to Jewish organizational interests. The sacrosanct-ish status of Israel and the Jewish agenda, for example, prohibits Black elites' capacity to press their opposition to apartheid by criticizing the Israeli-South African axis. Despite the growth in the 1970s and 80s of an elite-centered Afro-American Africa lobby, organized jury's defensiveness concerning Israel limits the public criticism among Black leadership. Jewish Zionism, to put the matter somewhat provocatively, overrides Black Zionism, even in Black organizational apparatus. Even in the Black organizational apparatus. The Black elite agenda is organized according to a hierarchy of priorities, which, among other considerations, objections might engender opposition from Jewish organizations, are treated as less important than those for which Jewish support or neutrality might be expected. The continuing Black support for quotas to achieve affirmative action goals appears to be an exception to this norm. This hierarchy reinforces the notion of a special Black Jewish unity. The apparent convergence of Black Jewish elite interests, however, reflects a rational adaptation by Blacks to a context in which the material costs of potential Jewish alienation are high. What makes for inequality in this sense and an additional material dependency as is that Black elites, because they do not similarly penetrate the core of Jewish strategic activity, cannot replicate the tacit and sometimes not so tacit veto power that Jewish elites have held in Black interest articulation processes. Obviously, the relative cost of Jewish support is a function of significance attached to the support in Black leadership strategic calculus, which in turn is dependent on the elite's particular perception of the range of acceptable options. To that extent, this situation ultimately is a synonym a political century-long pattern of uncritical acceptance of the fundamental power relationships in the general society and a reliance on external sources of legitimation. However, the Black Jewish epicycle may contribute to its own as well as to the African American elite's crisis of political direction. Jewish representation on both sides of the interracial dialogue not only has meant an injunction to the account for the Jewish elite interests is embedded in the Black leadership's agenda-forming activity, the conceptual and discursive framework thus developed influence of Black political activity, and in two additional respects with a single effect. On one hand, the elevation of interracialism to the status of a political principle required to justify the intrinsic intervention and the agenda setting thoroughly conflates with the means and ends, goals, strategies, and tactics, affirms a criterion of political debate that has little direct connection with public policy. On the other hand, because the pragmatic basis for the unity of Black and Jewish elites has become increasingly fragile, commonality can be vouched only by the restricting of the scope of Black political involvement as much as possible to a narrowly construed project of race relations engineering, or in the parlance of an earlier period of race adjustment. Potential conflict is avoided by excluding certain areas of public policy from the realm of autonomous concern for Black spokespersons. This restriction, of course, is consistent with the racial protest ideology that undergirds contemporary Black politics anyway. The destabilization of the historic unity of Black and Jewish elites since the Civil Rights era suggests that a structural differentiation in the interests of the upper class and the upwardly mobile constituencies may have reached a point at which mutuality cannot be assured even around the most incremental program of race relations management. Distilling from the absurdly reified discourse in the collective hurt, suffering, and healing through which was voiced the controversy between Jesse Jackson and Jewish elites says much about the present state of historic unity. Although Jackson's slurring references and links with Louis Farrakhan created much furor, he had been viewed with considerable circumspection by Jewish elites from the beginning of his campaign. Certainly, his history of association with the PLO and other Arab groups has much to do with Jewish wariness. Reaction to the Hymietown slurs, moreover, brought light to a series of anti-Semitic utterances made by Jackson in recent years. Yet the Jackson camp's complaints that attacks on the candidate's insulting remarks were smokescreen covering for other objections, while hardly overcoming Jackson's culpability, have some basis. Jackson's incidental remarks provoked a shrillness strikingly absent from the reaction of more pragmatic and ideological anti-Semitism emanating from such quarters as the moral majority. In this regard, it is significant that Arthur Hertzberg, listen to this, the past president of the American Jewish Congress, has observed the spread of revolt against liberalism among middle-class Jews motivated by a desire to protect their class interests as has. Hertzberg notes the tendency of expressing even toleration of the emergence of a right-wing Christian America. Listen to this. Let me see. How much more of this I got? Okay. I got a few more pages. Listen to this. Albert Volspan, the vice president of the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, indicated that he had rarely seen Jews so upset as they were over the Jackson controversy, and his explanation from the deep dismay also focused on the material concern for many Jews. Volspan explained, this is an excuse to bolt concern for blacks, cities, and the rest of it. For others, this will be an excuse to go for Ronald Reagan, although fears concerning widespread Jewish defection to Reagan would not realize the material basis for the black-Jewish tension remain intact. The black-Jewish conflict springs from two main sources: competition within the professional apparatus of social administration and black encroachment via an extension of the logic of affirmative action as an elite mobility strategy on enclaves of relative Jewish privilege in education and elsewhere. Development of a community control orientation within black activism in the 60s led to a dramatic manifestation of the contraposition of blacks as clients of service agencies and institutions, for example, public schools, and Jews as professional service providers. This relation was overlapped by a tension between relatively entrenched Jews and upwardly mobile blacks seeking to carve out niches of their own in the public service apparatus. Of course, this class of objectives ultimately involves blacks and Jews, almost to the extent that they operated on a contested terrain, and the fundamental lines of a cleavage were status-linked and structural rather than attitudinal. However, the explosion surrounding New York's school crisis of 1967-68 set a precedent for redefining structurally generated conflict between blacks and Jews in terms of purporting the rise of anti-Semitism among blacks. The Ocean Hill-Brown site controversy was an occasion of another instance of a rare Jewish disturbance, and, as in Jackson's case, the frenzy was precipitated by charges of black anti-Semitism. The underlying substantive issue, conflict between primarily black and Hispanic parents on one side and primarily white teachers' union over the control of the recently decentralized Ocean Hill-Brownsville School District in Brooklyn, was lost in the outcry. Albert Shanker, president of New York City's United Federation of Teachers, fought the impetus to community control, opposing the state's legislative provision for the decentralization by describing it as an attack on teachers and raising the specter of anti-Semitic conspiracy. Thus, the terms in which the mainly black parents had expressed a demand for participation were redefined and the nature of the debate altered. Rabbi J. Kaufman, then executive director of B'nai B'rith, reduced the entire controversy to the significance of marginalia, an anti-Semitic leaflet, a child's anti-Semitic poem that had been read on the radio, a handful of other more vague horror stories. On this basis, Kaufman proclaimed a prevalence of the virulence of anti-Semitism presently festering in the Negro community, and contended that there was no question that the Negro community is ripe for neo-fascism. He acknowledged, almost passing, the objective grounds of tension and Jewish visibility in administering Black dispossession through the schools, public service apparatus, housing markets, and commercial infrastructure in the Black community. His proposal, however, were one-sided, calling on Blacks to remember the extent to which their political interests have been connected with Jews. More to the point, he chided Black Power era Blacks instructively for being less willing than the youngsters of the previous ethnic groups to demonstrate patience required for the laborious step-by-step ascent up the economic ladder, and insisting that their people be allowed to leapfrog over their peers and superiors and to posts others are unwilling to abandon or forego. In this light, Allen W. Miller, rabbi of the Society for the Advancement of Judaism, while denouncing the smattering of anti-Semitism around the Ocean Hill Brownside as moronic lucubrations of illiterate racists, suspected that those who are making the most noise about anti-Black Semitism have a hidden agenda, a covert bias. He concluded, from his experience as a parent, one of the schools affected the teachers' strike against the community school board. Anti-Semitism was being used as Jews as part of a deliberate policy to unite New York Jews against the legitimate aspirations of Black and Puerto Rican parents and children in a school system that has abysmally failed them. The hidden agenda, then as now, was a materialist. Albert Vorspan, who attempted both in 1968 and again in 1984 to project the voice of reason, said, "Why is it that we Jews, who were not panicked by Wallace, Rockwell, Gerald K. Smith, or the Ku Klux Klan, can be panicked by anti-Semitism coming for Blacks? Talk about anti-Semitism. We talk about Black anti-Semitism almost exclusively." His answer came in 1969, as in 1984. The hysteria was an excuse to justify the disengagement and withdrawal from the social scene, specifically in the school issue. The agenda was the manipulation of the Jewish community by those who sought to line it up on one side to fight the Black Nazis in an economic dispute, while joining the criticism of Black leadership for not appearing properly aggressive in denouncing expressions of anti-Semitism among Blacks. Vorspan had noted nearly complete silence of Jewish spokespersons in regard to racist effusions from the Jewish Defense League, striking teachers and others, and so doing, he pointed out the core tension of the Jewish Afro-American relationship, which extends beyond the issue of conflict in social service agencies, a conflict he observed is to a considerable degree particular to New York City. The broader and more enduring problem stems from the double standard that has organized groups as political interactions. As Vorspan said, the truth is that Black-Jewish relations were never really good. We Jews did a great deal for Black people, and that's precisely the point. We were the leaders. We called the shots. We set the timetable. We evolved the strategy. We produced the money. We were the superior people. This was no relationship of peer to peer, equal to equal, powerful group to powerful group. Although Jews have been more visible than whites in support of Black causes, this support has grown by no means from altruism alone. Vorspan's 1969 characterization remains persuasive. Jewish racial liberalism has operated in inverse relations to the distance from the Jewish economic interests. Jewish organizations were strong on desegregating the South. Relatively few Jews were involved. They were safely ignored. Jews supported fair housing and fair employment in the North. It's largely a WASP establishment were cracked open, both for Jews and for Blacks. Jewish organizations supported Lindsay's referendum for a civilian review board in New York City, and that was directed against Irish cops. But the school strike impinged on a large number of Jews. Jews have become a successful part of the American system. They will resist efforts to smash it, to restructure it fundamentally, or to sacrifice Jewish interests in the process of reform. While not belittling the extent to which Jewish individuals have come together with blacks around honestly shared commitment to positions of democratic principle, it is necessary to recognize that the black-Jewish nexus has benefited Jews also by enabling them to mobilize black support for agendas that advance Jewish interests. Black elites' interests uncoupled from Jews, the foundation of the General Alliance becomes unsteady. The fight against discrimination in higher education, restricted housing covenants, and the like aided Jews as much as blacks, if not more, giving Jews relatively better position to realize the benefits of strict equality of opportunity. The demand that the old boy admission standards of elite universities be replaced by a meritocratic principle based on objective criteria such as standardized tests has worked doubly to Jews' advantage by eliminating the nefarious practice of maintaining quotas on Jewish admissions and by advocating the adoption of a standard of intelligence or capacity demonstrated by test operations that Jewish applicants typically perform well. In a sense, Anglo-Saxon wealth and its cultural and stylistic attributes, which were the meritocratic criteria used by the entrenched old boy crowd to deny access to other claimant groups, including Jews and the unwashed, for performance on the objective scholastic aptitude tests became the compensatory affirmative action vehicle, allowing Jews to overcome their isolation from WASP, the old boy networks. The generalization of the objectives, testable standards of capacity for university admission, civil service employment, professional certification, and so on, both expands and constricts access simultaneously. On the one hand, it limits access by narrowing the selection to a one-dimensional criteria, the ability to perform certain measurable operations largely involving quick recall in a particular kind of controlled context. This criterion undoubtedly approaches the notion of capacity that is more inclusive, more compatible with the values of an intellectual subculture, and more tolerable to the democratic temper than an assignment of privilege on the basis of unmeditated reference to ascriptive characteristics. After all, though the SATs and graduate record exams are hardly flawless predictors of performance, they nonetheless can be useful in identifying certain strengths and weaknesses that may influence academic performance. The utility of standardized exams for mail carriers, firefighters, and social workers, of course, is more dubious. Moreover, since it tends to restrict the definition of merit to ability to complete a specified range of abstract mental performances, the impersonalized standard discount of other attributes might be equally as valuable as indicators of the capability or, for that matter, the components of a definition of a goal of education or a given profession. Put another way, the selection of one or another criterion of the ability to perform in a role is premised on a prior assumption concerning the proper composition of the role. Such as assumption entail specific views regarding social utility and are, that extent, political choices. And the old boy view of elite education, for example, access is governed by a goal of socialization directed towards securing transgeneration of cohesive upper-class culture. Therefore, correct breeding is the standard merit because its functional requirement for participation advanced a socialization process whose intended outcome is a production of a well-rounded member of an elite. The attack on this restrictiveness, conducted from below in the name of equality and opportunity, demands an opening of access to groups incapable of satisfying the requirements of pedigree, and thus proposes an amendment of the functioning definition of elite education. Y'all like this? Y'all like this? Talk to me. I'm going to read. This is just 3 pages more. And forgive me, I'm stomach tongue gets tied. I'm going to run a more. This chapter's on, but this is breaking down how Jews get over and how blacks get lost. I want to read one piece of this. I'm going to read a quote from somebody y'all need to know. His name is Harold Cruz. And I'm going to do this last page of this because he gets into all this verbiage here. Let me see. Let me say this. First, it is necessary to discard the shibboleths of a special unity. That unity is an ideological fiction, a product of circumstance that Jewish elites have dominated the discussion of the Black-Jewish nexus, as Rabbi Miller observed. In an absence of a Black Anti-Defamation League, anti-Black remarks by Jews have rarely received the same publicity as anti-Semitic remarks by Blacks. In the past, Jews and Blacks have joined sporadically in pursuit of common or compatible agendas. Even then, compatibility has often been exaggerated by the skewed character of the union. Jews do not appear to be significantly different from other white groups in their attitudes and behavior toward Black Americans. Cruz expresses a broader Black opinion, contending that American Jews, in deference to Jewish sensibilities, tolerated Jewish ambivalence, Jewish liberalism, Jewish paternalism, Jewish exploitation, Jewish racism, Jewish radicalism, Jewish nationalism, and the same way in which they have lived with the similar attributes and the white Anglo-Saxons. Once that empty ideological baggage is jettisoned, it will be possible to satisfy a second condition for clarification of the Black-Jewish relationship. The comparison of African American and Jewish leadership's independently articulated agendas for programmatic consensus within the American politics in general, and the Democratic Party in particular. Dialogue and debate over these agendas within the party as a forum will clarify the political directions and visions in the future of the polity of which the two groups identify, and will, in the process, resolve issues pertaining to their capacity for concerted action. With respect to this project, the Jackson phenomenon is an emblem of the broader failure of the Black elite. Not only was Jackson's initiative itself bereft of a vision or program, it was possible to conduct such an enterprise only on the spokesmanship stratum, of which Jackson was a part, has generated no programmatic discourse that is sensitive to the structural environment in which the African American population, especially the Black poor, is embedded. In a context in which, since 1980 at least, the value of the Democratic Party's commitment to its liberal constituency has been increasingly assailed from within. The absence of a coherent Black agenda tends to forfeit the Democratic neoconservatives who favor driving Blacks to the coalition's periphery. Ironically, while Jackson's campaign claimed just the opposite intention, its effect was to take Blacks out of the mainstream of the important debate of the party's future, all the more because Jackson's forces could find no position to press other than the right to be accounted for properly in the party's hierarchy. This is the same problem that the Quoon leaders had with Biden. They just wanted to be recognized. They just want to be accounted. Clyburn, nothing's changed. Believe me, Jewish folks going to get everything they want. Latino folks going to get everything they want. This book is from like 1985. Think about that. 35 years ago. Talk about the bankruptness of the Democratic Party and how Jesse and all these people had bullshitted us. And if you look at Black Lives Matter and all these people, they sit up under the control of the Jewish allies. And I'm not saying don't have Jewish allies, but make it work for you. If it doesn't work for you, other people, I mean, the Japanese don't have to beg anybody. The Chinese don't have to beg anybody. We outnumber people. We have 45 million people at minimum. We're as many as 60 or 65 million if we really count us the way we could be counted. We are a significant part of this country. We are more than 15% of the population, whether they lie about this stuff or not. And we don't need to be more than 2%. If a significant fraction of Black folks got serious, nobody could stop us. But we need to stop trying to save everybody and help the few. But did y'all like this? In fact, I want to read what that dude said. I'm going to go back and read that thing again. I want to read what dude said. That quote the dude said. I'll read this again. This is what they said. The truth is that the Black-Jewish relations were never really good. We Jews did a great deal for Black people, and that's precisely the point. We were the leaders. We called the shots. We set the timetable. We evolved the strategy. We produced the money. We were the superior people. This was no relationship of peer-to-peer, equal to equal, powerful group to powerful group. That implies that somebody's inferior, and it's us. Send me a piece. Got to get more books like that. I think you can get this on Amazon. It's a good book, but that one chapter, that's the only reason I bought it, for this one quote. There's other stuff there, but that was worth it. Good night. I'm out.